Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. I present report number 5 of the Selection Committee relating to the consideration of committee and delegation business and private members' business on Monday, 24 November 2025. The report will be printed in the Hansard for today, and the committee's determinations will appear on tomorrow's notice paper. Copies of the report have been placed on the table. The call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I move the motion relating to the time and order of business for this sitting in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. For the information of members, what this means is we schedule another late sitting tonight through to 10 o'clock. We've also got a late sitting scheduled in the Federation Chamber, but I expect the way we've been tracking we'll get through government business well in advance of the times that are speculated there, but it's just to make sure we get through what we need to today. Usual thing, there'll still be an adjournment debate for the people who are scheduled for it. At the end of the adjournment debate, though, we won't adjourn and we'll return to government business. The normal principle that after 6:30 there'll be no divisions or quorums, so it'd be counted at the time, will continue.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Call the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Speaker. I declare that unless otherwise ordered, Vet Student Loans Miscellaneous Measures Bill 2025 and the Veterans Affairs Legislation Amendment Miscellaneous Measures No. 1 Bill 2025 stand referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration at the adjournment of the debate on the motion for the second reading of each bill. I also declare that Federation Chamber Order of the Day No. 1 Government Business Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2025 stands returned to the House for further consideration.
The matter will be set down for consideration at a later hour this day. Call the clerk.
Government Business, Notice Number 2, Copyright Amendment Bill 2025.
Call the Attorney-General.
Speaker, I present the Copyright Amendment Bill 2025 and the explanatory memorandum.
Call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Copyright Act 1968 and for related purposes.
Give the call to the Attorney-General.
Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a second time. The Copyright Amendment Bill incorporates two important reforms to facilitate the use of copyright materials for public benefit, while also continuing to provide support to those working in the creative and media industries who rely on copyright for their work. First, the bill establishes an Australian Orphan Works Scheme. The scheme will support use of orphaned copyright materials for which the copyright owner cannot be identified or located by limiting the remedies available for infringing use. This will provide prospective users with greater legal certainty and will open up access to a larger collection of material held by our institutions for the benefit of the Australian community. The scheme will also protect the interests of rights holders, including by providing a means by which they can assert their rights should they later be identified. This bill also clarifies that the Copyright Act applies consistently to physical, online and hybrid classes. It makes clear that parents can assist students with their lessons and that persons other than a member of school staff, such as members of the local community, can be involved in classes without impacting applicable copyright rules. This measure will provide greater legal certainty to those providing education without disturbing the licensing frameworks that support the creative and media sector's important contribution to teaching and learning. The bill also makes minor and technical amendments to clarify and update the Copyright Act. Turning now to each of the measures in the bill in more detail. First, to the orphan work scheme in Schedule 1. An orphan work refers to copyright material for which the owner cannot be identified or located to seek their permission to legally reutilise it. Copyright generally requires someone to seek the permission of the copyright owner before using copyright material. This cannot occur if the copyright owner is unknown or cannot be located, and means that where copyright material has been orphaned, it cannot be used for socially and creatively beneficial purposes without legal risk. The bill proposes the introduction of an orphan work scheme that would limit liability for those seeking to rely on it if the conditions in the bill are met. In doing so, the proposed scheme will facilitate use of orphan works by providing greater legal certainty for users without unreasonably prejudicing the interests of copyright owners and allowing more Australians to enjoy the important benefits of the large amounts of orphaned material held by Australia's cultural institutions. There may be some circumstances in which, despite a reasonable search being conducted to try to identify a copyright owner prior to relying on the scheme, a copyright owner later comes forward. Given the nature of orphan works and the conditions that must be met prior to use of the scheme, it is anticipated that such instances will be rare. However, should this occur, the bill provides copyright owners the ability to assert their rights following the use of an orphan work. This includes the ability to negotiate reasonable payment for the use and seek injunctive relief in relation to continuing use of the work. Turning now to the remote learning measures in Schedule 2. Section 28 of the Copyright Act currently permits teachers and students to perform or communicate copyright material in the course of educational instruction without it being considered a public performance or communication to the public, as long as other relevant conditions are met. The effect of this provision is that the performance or communication does not require permission or payment under the Act. With the rise of digital learning, uncertainty has grown over whether this provision extends to online and hybrid classes. Questions also arise about the application of the provision when parents and other community members are involved in the class. The bill proposes to amend Section 28 to clarify that it applies when an online or hybrid class is conducted for the purposes of educational instruction, a parent or other person assists a student or students with their lessons, and/or a third party, such as a member of the local community, provides the educational instruction. For example, a member of the local police who is invited to give a presentation to the class. The proposed reforms clarify that the rules in the Copyright Act apply consistently, regardless of whether a lesson is taking place in person or online. This recognises that not everyone involved in lessons may be able to attend in person. They also acknowledge the educational value of parental and community involvement in classes. By allowing parents, carers and others to assist students with their lessons or deliver the educational instruction, the changes promote stronger partnerships in educational settings. The amendments are not intended to impact current licensing arrangements, which also play a vital role in Australia's education system. Finally, turning to the other minor measures in the bill. The bill will make a number of minor and technical amendments to the Copyright Act to improve its operation. These include simplifying the process for appointing both an acting president and registrar of the Copyright Tribunal of Australia to be more appropriately adapted to the nature of these appointments. Updating the definition of archives in the Copyright Act to capture all relevant Commonwealth and state and territory archives offices. These provisions are currently outdated and do not capture all relevant jurisdictions. Modernising notification requirements under the Copyright Act by replacing references to notices published in the Gazette with notifiable instruments, providing more flexible notification methods, reflecting digital transformation and modern Australian public service practices. Clarifying that Section 180 of the Copyright Act, which sets the duration of Crown copyright, applies only to copyright material made or first published by or under the control of the Commonwealth or a state. This will put beyond doubt that Section 180 does not extend to copyright material later acquired by the Commonwealth or a state, and ensure that acquisition by government does not alter the duration of copyright in such material. In conclusion, the bill will strengthen and modernise the Copyright Act by introducing an Australian Orphan Works Scheme, amending Section 28 to ensure it applies consistently, regardless of whether students are taught online or in physical classrooms, and to support the involvement of parents and others in such classes, and making other minor and technical changes. I commend the bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned. I thank the member for right. The question is the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Give the call to the honourable member for Reid. Robertson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And on behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, I present the committee's advisory report on the strengthening oversight of the National Intelligence Community Bill 2025, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted?
Of course, Mr Speaker.
I
leave is
thank the member
granted.
for right. Leave is granted. The member for Robertson may proceed.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I rise today to present a report on behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security for its review of the strengthening oversight of the National Intelligence Community Bill 2025, also known as the Sonic Bill. The Sonic Bill represents arguably the most significant reform to oversight of the Australian intelligence community since the 1980s. The bill realises important and long-awaited reforms that have been recommended by multiple independent reviews over a number of years. The bill will ensure the Australia's intelligence oversight framework evolves in line with the increasingly complex intelligence and security environment. Mr Speaker, the Sonic Bill proposes to expand the oversight functions of the committee and of the Inspector-General of Intelligence and Security to include all 10 agencies of the National Intelligence Community. This includes the whole of the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission, as well as the intelligence functions of the Australian Federal Police, AUSTRAC and the Department of Home Affairs. The bill also broadens the own motion powers of the Independent National Security Legislation Monitor and includes measures to strengthen the relationship between the three oversight bodies. In relation to the committee, the bill will give statutory recognition to the increasing role the committee has had in recent years in reviewing counter-terrorism and national security legislation. The bill will enable the committee to review proposed reforms to such legislation, as well as existing sunsetting legislation, on its own motion or on referral by the relevant minister, the Attorney-General or a House of the Parliament. The bill will also empower the committee to request the Inspector-General of Intelligence and Security to inquire into an agency's operational activities and for the committee to receive a response from the Inspector-General after such inquiry has been completed. Mr Speaker, through the committee's review and through its review of the bill's predecessor in the 47th Parliament, the Intelligence Services Legislation Amendment Bill 2023, the committee held 2 public hearings and received 23 written submissions, most of which supported the bill's core measures. As well as broadening the remit of the committee and the 2 independent oversight bodies, the bill contains important administrative amendments to the Intelligence Services Act 2001, affecting how the committee itself operates. The committee has ensured it has taken the time to carefully examine these amendments before giving them its support. As a result, the committee's report includes a number of recommendations aimed at refining and building upon those amendments to ensure the provisions will be as effective as possible. These include a recommendation to give the committee a standing function to review its own operating provisions as required in the future. The committee has also recommended changes to allow the chair and deputy chair of the committee to nominate a member of their staff to be provided with appropriate security clearance that allows them to assist their respective principal in the performance of their duties on the committee. This reflects the increasing workload and the increasing responsibilities on the chair and deputy chair as the committee's remit has grown, as well as strict disclosure offences in the Intelligence Services Act 2001, which limit the support that regular staff can provide. Mr Speaker, overall, the committee strongly supports the objectives of the bill to strengthen the operational, parliamentary and legislative oversight of the national intelligence community. Following consideration of the committee's other recommendations, the committee recommends that the bill be passed by the Parliament. And can I just thank overall the chair, the deputy chair, all the members of the committee that's been involved in the creation of this and the publication of this report, and also to the Secretariat and their support staff as well. They all work so hard in support of the committee, in support of the Parliament, and I think it's absolutely vital that we give them our recognition in this place. And I commend this report to the House. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Vet Student Loans Miscellaneous Measures Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call. Yeah. The member for Wright is seeking the call.
No, Mr Speaker. No, I thought this bill was referred to the Fed chamber.
So the lead opposition's spokesperson is given the choice for 30 minutes to address here, and then it's referred to the Fed chamber.
Mr Speaker, this is a non-controversial bill. It's a bill that I have worked closely with the Minister. The Minister's office has provided briefings with the department, and the bill seeks to remedy an oversight when the original bill was introduced in 2017. There's a degree of retrospectivity within the bill that seeks to offer protection to around 200,000 registered training organisations that inadvertently have, when applying for their student loans for their vocational students, in picking up their tax file number, prudence would have been that that tax file number was no longer then viewed by the provider. Subsequently, this anomaly was picked up by the department in a review, and as a result, I want to offer my thanks to the department for the work they have done. Thank you for the work that they have done in getting to the bottom of what was an oversight. It was picked up in a standard review, and as a result, the extra funding that was required to address the anomaly has been born within an internal machination of the department. In seeking stakeholder engagement on a number of people who are affected, all are of the same opinion, Mr Speaker. None of them share any great concern. This is, as I said, in its essence, a non-controversial bill. The government is to be offered the due compliment that they are deserved for the way that they have worked cooperatively in this space to fix an anomaly. And I notice that the bill has been referred to the Federation Chamber, where the Minister will offer his kind remarks and, dare say, acknowledge the department for finding the oversight. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
We'll call to the Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I move that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour this day.
The question is the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour this day. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I'll call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 2. Veterans Affairs Legislation Amendment, Miscellaneous Measures Number 1, Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is this bill be now read a second time. I'm going to give the call to the honourable member for right.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and on behalf of the Shadow Minister for Veterans Affairs, who I know is detained in getting to the chamber, but I'm sure he is on his way as we speak. So to share with the room that the Veterans Affairs Legislations Amendment, I'm of the opinion that the Minister has very strong opinions on this bill and is keen to get to his feet and offer his comments. I think those concerns are around is this the tribunal one? That is, it may be the bill that affects the tribunal's decision to.
Just to assist the member, this is a law relating to the military rehabilitation compensation and for related purposes.
Are we supportive of this? I thank the Speaker for his contribution in assisting the House. This bill is compatible with the human rights and freedoms recognised for or declared in the international instrument listed. Mr Speaker, in the absence of our illustrious Speaker, I think we just need to let this one go through to the House. Thanks.
I thank the member for right. I give the call to the Minister.
Thank you. I move that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour this day.
The question is the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for a later hour this day. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Order. Yep. Order. Yep. Order. When the House comes to order, we will move to the next item and I give the call to the clerk.
Next order of the day, Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on second reading.
The original
on the amendment
question
moved
was
by the member for Wentworth to the amendment moved by the member for Curtin.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Curtin moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The honourable member for Wentworth has moved as an amendment to the amendment that all words after house be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Wentworth to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Curtin be agreed to, and I give the call to the Chief Opposition Whip.
Well, thank you, Speaker. I must admit it's nice that this bill has returned to the House today. The manager saw the light. The member for Fisher's speech yesterday no doubt convinced him that we needed to move the speech from the Federation Chamber back to the House. So it is wonderful that the Manager of Opposition Business and the member for Fisher were able to convince the government to bring this bill back where it belongs in the House. And this is an important bill when we look at freedom of information and we look at democracy and we look at the rights of our citizens and our media and our community. to hold the government and parliamentarians to account. And this is one of the fundamental challenges we face as a democracy, how we make sure we protect democracy by holding the government and the executive to account. And I want to quote a member of this House, a member of this parliament who has been in this parliament for a very long time. Now, they entered this parliament in 1996, Speaker, so they will have seen a lot of the Australian journey and democracy. And I want to quote their words today. And I quote, "At a time where we have a global contest between democratic systems and authoritarianism, we need to do all within our power to ensure our great democracy is trusted, that our politicians, our public servants are accountable, and that there is faith in the processes that overwhelmingly are conducted in good faith, with people of integrity, with people who are honest." Well, fine words indeed, fine words indeed. Who delivered those fine words? The Prime Minister of Australia, the Honourable Anthony Albanese, delivered those words. This is another example of this Prime Minister saying one thing when he's in opposition and doing the complete opposite when it comes to being in government. And we've seen a continual degradation of transparency and accountability by this Prime Minister. And freedom of information is so important to whistleblowers and to the Australian public and the media, holding the executive to account. But the Prime Minister did not stop there. He went on to articulate the very principles that he claimed defined his government. And he stated, and I quote, "The health of our democracy depends on the integrity of our institutions and the transparency and the fairness of our laws. And because the trust that is generated by that accountability and transparency helps to build national cohesion, brings the country together, overcoming divides, finding common ground." And he concluded this assertion by affirming that these integrity, transparency, accountability and fairness are, and I quote, "the principles that drive the government that I'm proud to lead." Now let's hold those words up. Trust, accountability, transparency, integrity, against the grim reality of the Freedom of Information Amendment Bill of 2025. And as my mum used to say to me, Speaker, it's not what you say, it's what you do. And this Prime Minister has a dismal record of saying one thing and doing another. This is not a blueprint for a stronger, more prosperous Australia built on trust. It is a monument to bureaucratic control and ministerial secrecy. It is the height of hypocrisy for the Prime Minister to preach about trust and accountability in the contest between democracy and authoritarianism, only to introduce a bill that actively entrenches secrecy and weakens the public's right to know. And I wonder, Speaker, I wonder what those on the backbench of the government really think about this bill. I can imagine the speeches they would deliver if they were in opposition and it was the Morrison government or a coalition government that had delivered this bill. And we should remind those members of the backbench that in our democracy, in our democratic system, even though they might be in the same party as the executive, They too have a responsibility to hold the executive to account. So let's look closely at what this bill proposes to do and why it so thoroughly violates the spirit of transparency that the Prime Minister championed. The bill makes major changes to the Freedom of Information Act of 1982 and the Australian Information Commissioners Act of 2010. Well, the Coalition stands opposed to this bill, the Freedom of Information Amendment Bill of 2025, in the House because it fundamentally weakens the rights of citizens to scrutinise government actions and reverses 4 decades of progress towards open government. The proposed changes are extensive, spread across 9 schedules, and each schedule represents a fresh barrier erected between the government and the people it serves. So firstly, let's consider Schedule 1, which rewrites the objects of the Act. This change signals the government's true intention by prioritising the proper functioning of government over the public's right to access information. When the objectives of the law shift from facilitating access to protecting government machinery, the culture of secrecy is immediately validated. Now, second, and perhaps most dangerously, is Schedule 2, which bans anonymous requests. The bill requires FOI requests to be made with applicant identification, thereby banning anonymous or pseudo-anonymous requests. This provision is a direct attack on courage and integrity. It ends protection for whistleblowers, for advocates and for citizens who fear reprisal from their government or their employers. By silencing whistleblowers and vulnerable applicants, the government strips away the protection of those who fear retaliation. This is not building trust. This is instilling fear. We are pledged to retain anonymity and protect whistleblowers because true accountability requires mechanisms that shield the brave individuals who speak truth to power. And thirdly, this bill introduces a punitive mechanism designed to discourage all but the most well-resourced applicants, the truth tax. Schedule 6 creates application fees for FOI requests and reviews, except for requests concerning personal information. The Australian Information Commissioner will now be engaged to charge these fees. By imposing application fees and processing caps, Australians will have to pay for access to information that already belongs to them. This imposition of new barriers through fees is nothing less than a tax on transparency and severely reduces access to legitimate applications. This measure is designed to choke off access and reduce investigative journalism. And I must say, Deputy Speaker, given the work that Nick McKenzie and The Age has done when it comes to investigative journalism and the CFMEU and the links to the Australian Labor Party, we can see why this government wants to make it harder for investigative journalism to thrive in our country. The Coalition will ensure any new fees are subject to parliamentary disallowance. The barriers do not end with fees. Schedule 3 introduces a discretionary 40-hour cap of processing FOI requests. This cap allows agencies to stop searching once a request is deemed too difficult, effectively limiting agency workload and allowing them to simply abandon complex inquiries. Coupled with this cap, Schedule 4 extends decision timeframes from 30 calendar days to 30 working days. Agencies already breached the FOI timeframes. Extending them will only make the system slower and less accountable, rewarding delay and dysfunction. and the Coalition stands ready to hold the government accountable for undermining transparency. But the mechanisms introduced in this bill makes that essential work exponentially harder. Now, the Prime Minister spoke of ensuring faith in processes, yet this bill attempts to cloak the very heart of government decision-making in new layers of secrecy. Schedule 7 dramatically expands exemptions, especially around cabinet and deliberative documents, making refusals significantly easier. New clauses allow agencies to block access to any document that describes or refers to cabinet material. Furthermore, they allow the classification of factual briefs as deliberative documents, keeping them hidden from the public eye. Now, the expansion of cabinet and deliberative processes exemptions makes it easier to refuse requests without even searching for documents. I mean, given we have the recent example of FOIs showing the Australian people that power prices will go up under this government, it is no wonder this government want to shield the Australian people from their incompetence and their mismanagement. But that doesn't make it right, because this move expands ministerial and bureaucratic secrecy. Australians will now see only announcements, never the critical debates that led to them. And this prevents Australians from forming informed opinions about their government. When you limit what citizens can know, you fundamentally limit what they can decide. And Schedule 5 changes Information Commissioner review processes in a way that limit third-party participation. And Schedule 8 allows a different minister or agency to respond if the original minister leaves office, clarifying that FOI responses can be provided by successor ministers or agencies. Now, these are not merely technical provisions, they add complexity and reduce consistency, ensuring that new thresholds, exemptions and caps will lead to more disputes, more appeals and less transparency. The opposition is not alone in its condemnation of this bill. The government claims it will modernise the FOI framework and improve efficiency. But the reality is that it weakens the public's right to know, entrenches secrecy and reduces accountability. The bill lacks public support. Every major integrity and transparency body has condemned this bill. None support it. Media and civil society are warning of increased costs and impeded investigative journalism. Apart from the bureaucrats who stand to benefit from reduced workloads and increased control, this bill does not have a friend in the world. This bill has been rushed. It was introduced without consultation. It ignored the 2023 Senate FOI inquiry, and it has not advanced any credible national security reasons for it. The reality, Deputy Speaker, is we know this bill has been introduced because, despite what the Prime Minister says, he wants to shield the Australian people from his incompetence. He wants to shield the Australian people from their ability to understand the failures of this government. And the failures of this government are many. Energy prices up 40% under this government, despite promising to reduce power bills by $275. Interest rates up under this government. Inflation out of control under this government. They continue to fail, and all they can do is not solve the problems of the Australian people, but seek to hide from scrutiny of the Australian people.
The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Wentworth to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Curtin be agreed to, and I call the member for Fadden. Sorry, I had the member for McPherson, but member for Fadden, you've got the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And there are some things in this place that we talk about that I think resonate even more strongly with our constituents than others. And this particular topic of transparency and accountability is one of them. And it's wonderful to see some school children up there in our parliament. Welcome. People in the gallery. They're here to observe, to understand, to listen, to see how this parliament works, to understand more about our democracy, and perhaps take away more insight into what the government who sits on that side of this place does in setting the tone and making decisions that affect every single one of you. This amendment that I'm speaking to today, this amendment bill, takes away some of the very fundamental principles of democracy that we all hold dear, and that is the accessibility to having accountability of decisions that are made by this government. Now, in preparation for this speech, I printed out and reviewed the 79 pages of this bill. And given that it is titled the Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2025, one would assume that transparency and accountability would be front and centre of this amending legislation. But in actual fact, the word transparency does not appear in this amending legislation. Accountability does not appear anywhere in this legislation. And it's a sad indictment on this government that they think that it's okay to hide from the Australian people, to put barriers between their decisions and the Australian people, and that's exactly what this bill does. And there's a bit of a theme to what we see from this government. For those of you who are here, you might be avid watchers of Question Time. And sadly, during the 47th Parliament and now the 48th Parliament, the opposition are receiving less questions than ever before. Just this week, in an hour and 10 minutes or so of question time, the opposition were only granted 6 questions. 6 questions. The Prime Minister and his ministers hide from the scrutiny that the Australian people deserve at every available opportunity. And in question time, it's on very public display that they don't grant the opposition enough questions to genuinely hold the government to account on behalf of the people of Australia. And so this amending legislation comes before the Parliament less than 6 months after the Prime Minister and his Labor government were returned with a whopping majority. Now, is this what the Australian people signed up for in giving them 90+ seats? I think not. The Australian people do not want a majority of this government in this place to be used to crush the very principles of government accountability and scrutiny, which is exactly what they are choosing to do. And at a time when Australians are struggling to pay the bills, we've seen Australians paying an average mortgage $1,800 more per month. We've seen electricity prices rise by 39%, and the ABS called it out specifically last week in their data that in fact the last 12 months we've seen 23% rises in power prices. And yet here we are, standing here debating a bill which is to amend and provide cover to this government for the poor decisions that they continue to make. So I say that this is not how the government should be using their time in office. In fact, it's the very opposite. And much of amending legislation is quite boring, and perhaps the school children up there will one day become lawyers and end up spending a lot of time reviewing legislation. So, you know, it's probably fair that on page 11, paragraph 21, makes an amendment that says omit, quote, name of an, and substitute with, quote, designation of the. It's pretty vanilla stuff. It's what lawyers do. They write legislation, they read it, they interpret it. Sure, make that change. But the problem is that this legislation goes on to do so much more than make minor wording amendments. Now, I'm very proud to be here representing my community, and at all times when I make a contribution in this place, the community that I represent and Australians are front and centre of my thoughts. And it's my job to highlight the failings of this government in what they do. And I think about what the average resident of my electorate, or Queensland or Australia, would think about this particular piece of legislation. And I suspect that they would say that freedom of information is not a privilege. It is a right that is owed by the government to its people. The right that we all have to check, to question, to challenge. In a healthy democracy, the default position should be one of disclosure, and secrecy and cover-ups should be the rare event, not the status quo. And as I said, fundamentally, this amending legislation misses the point about transparency and accountability. Our job in this place and as an opposition is simple. We must defend the public's right to know about the government and what their plans are with this legislation to make it harder, slower, and more expensive to try and seek the transparency and accountability that they fundamentally deserve. And the Parliament, in considering this legislation, faces one basic question. Do we move from a position of openness to one of control? Australians deserve access to the reasons behind a decision, not just the press release that comes after the fact. The coalition, by its very nature, is one that doesn't enjoy a bloated bureaucracy. Let me assure you of that. But modernisation and improved access should not be done in a way that will reduce people's right and ability to find out more information. Now, this bill, whilst completely overlooking some fundamentally important principles in my view, has 9 schedules. And the first one, Schedule 1, rewrites the objects of the Act. And as I said earlier, minor administrative wording changes, fantastic. Fundamentally changing the objective of the Act that provides public access to information. It elevates the proper functioning of government over public access, completely flipping the freedom of information presumption. Now, Schedule 2, as my friend the member for Casey referred to in his contribution, is of particular concern. And I think this is where some of the public commentary from a number of interested bodies, groups, representative bodies has come from. I think it's where much of the concern from our crossbench colleagues has come from. And that is that protections for whistleblowers, journalists, advocates, and citizens who have a genuine fear of reprisal will now have their protections lost because they can no longer maintain their anonymity when they make these requests. And that is extremely concerning because the type of people who are quite often making these inquiries are the ones who are most vulnerable to their identity being shown. And it is as much a critical part of our democracy that we have proper third-party scrutiny from whistleblowers, from the media. And this, I fear, will discourage that scrutiny from occurring. Now, Schedule 3 is probably an example of how this could go very badly wrong because we now have a 40-hour processing cap that's being proposed, which means that agencies can stop when things get a bit too hard. No matter the value, the importance, the issue. Oh no, sorry, tool's down. We've gone past the allocated time. It's not really good enough. That's really not good enough. And I mentioned that one of the fundamental problems that we have with this legislation is the delay that will be incurred. So Schedule 4, we know, blows out the timeframes from 30 calendar days to 30 working days. Now, we know that this system's already prone to delays. This won't help with efficiency or transparency. This will make things worse. But possibly the most concerning aspect of this is the application and review fees. What we've described on this side of the House as a truth tax. Because, again, the actions of this government through this legislation is not one of allowing the public to shine a light on their decisions, it's one of putting roadblocks in the way. And that example of putting a financial disincentive in the system for people who probably will struggle to meet those fees when all they're trying to do is hold their government to account is extremely concerning. Now, again, we sadly only have relatively short periods of time in this place to make a contribution, and believe me, I could go on for a bit longer, and I would love to. But in summing up, I think it's quite clear that what this government proposes to do, using the power it has in its large majority in one of its first acts of this parliament, is shameful and will no longer provide the Australian people with the transparency and accountability they deserve.
I now call the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak on the Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2025, a bill that, despite its title, does not expand freedom of information in Australia. It does the opposite. It narrows it, it entrenches secrecy, and it weakens the fundamental right of Australians to know what their government is doing in their name. This bill represents a profound step backwards for transparency, accountability and open government. The government tells us that the bill will modernise the freedom of information framework, that it will streamline processes and improve efficiency. But when you actually read it, when you listen to those who understand the FOI system, journalists, integrity experts, transparency advocates, the truth becomes quite clear. The bill's actually about control. It's not about modernisation. It proposes a long list of sweeping changes to the Freedom of Information Act and the Australian Information Commissioner Act. Among them, it would require all FOI requests to include verified identification, banning anonymous requests. It'll impose a 40-hour cap on processing requests, allowing agencies to simply stop searching if they decide a request is too hard. It'll allow new application fees for requests and reviews, except for personal information, which effectively tax Australians for seeking the truth. It will expand exemptions for cabinet and deliberative documents, making refusals easier and transparency rarer. It'll extend the time agencies have to respond from 30 calendar days to 30 working days, further delaying public access. And it will give the Information Commissioner the power to remit reviews back to the very agencies that made the decisions in the first place. These are not minor procedural tweaks. They're major structural changes to how Australians access information from their government. There are 9 schedules in this bill, each eroding openness in different ways. Schedule 1 rewrites the very objects of the Act, shifting the emphasis from the public's right to know to the proper functioning of government. That's not freedom of information, that's freedom from scrutiny. Schedule 2 bans anonymous requests. This will silence whistleblowers, journalists, advocates and ordinary citizens who fear retaliation. Schedule 3 introduces a discretionary 40-hour processing cap, which is a bureaucrat's dream. Agencies can now stop once something becomes too difficult. Transparency should never depend on convenience. Schedule 4 extends decision timeframes, turning 30 days into 30 working days. In practice, that's a delay of 2 extra weeks or more in a system that's already plagued by delay. Schedule 5 changes review processes to limit third-party participation, weakening the independence of the Information Commissioner's role. Schedule 6 introduces application fees, which is the truth tax I was talking about, and citizens will have to pay for access to information that should already belong to them. Schedule 7 expands exemptions for cabinet and deliberative processes. Agencies will be able to refuse requests without even searching for the documents. Schedule 8 allows successor ministers or agencies to respond if the original minister leaves office, which is a seemingly technical measure that risks blurring accountability. And Schedule 9 contains transitional provisions that mask just how sweeping these changes are. Deputy Speaker, the Coalition will oppose this bill because it strikes at the heart of democratic accountability. The bill has been rushed. There was no genuine consultation, no serious engagement with the 2023 Senate FOI inquiry, and no credible explanation for how these changes would protect national security or improve administration. We on the Coalition side remain open to arguments about national security. We always have been. We always will be. But no one has yet explained how making it harder for citizens to ask for information makes Australia safer. No one has identified any instance of a leak or a breach that could only be prevented by banning anonymous requests or capping processing time. This bill flips the presumption of the FOI Act on its head. For 40 years, the principle has been simple, that government information belongs to the public unless there's a good reason to withhold it. Labor's bill replaces that presumption of openness with a presumption of control. Australians will be left to see only what the government wants them to see, the polished announcements, not the messy debates that led to them. By charging fees for applications and reviews, this bill creates a new barrier to access. Transparency will depend on your bank balance. The right to know will become a privilege for those who can afford it. By banning anonymous requests, this bill endangers those who seek to expose wrongdoing. Whistleblowers, journalists, advocates, even public servants that are acting in good faith will be deterred from seeking or sharing information. The bill's new cabinet and deliberative exemptions are quite breathtaking in scope. Agencies will be able to classify factual briefings as deliberative simply to keep them hidden. Agencies already fail to meet statutory deadlines, and this bill rewards that failure by extending timeframes and reducing oversight. Delays will become the norm, not the exception. No major integrity or transparency body supports this bill. None. Every independent voice, from media organisations to civil society groups, have warned it will weaken democracy and impede investigative journalism. This government came to power promising transparency. What have we seen instead? Secret estimates manuals, refusals to release departmental documents, non-disclosure agreements at every turn. This bill is just the latest step in a broader pattern of secrecy. When governments hide information, trust evaporates. Democracy depends on informed citizens. You cannot make informed choices if you are kept in the dark. The Coalition will vote against this bill because it ignores the recommendations of the 2023 Senate inquiry, which highlighted resourcing and cultural change as the real issues within the FOI system, because it imposes barriers that discourage legitimate applicants, because it expands grounds for refusal and secrecy. It has no credible stakeholder support outside the bureaucracy, and it reverses 4 decades of progress towards open government. I'd also like to note, and I'm pleased to see many of the independents speaking out against this, but I do hope that the Climate 200 movement remembers this when we get to the next election, because they seem to exclusively target the Liberals, but this is a clear example of the fact that it is the Labor government that lacks transparency. The Albanese Labor government is proving every day why they are the most unaccountable, secretive government in recent memory. Freedom of information was never meant to be comfortable for government. It was designed to make them accountable. This bill does the opposite. It shields ministers and officials from scrutiny. It entrenches secrecy. It weakens the right of the everyday Australian citizen. We welcome the fact that this bill is now before the Senate Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee. That inquiry will report in early December. But given the complexity of these changes, it's absolutely extraordinary that the government is pushing ahead with the debate before that report is even tabled. We in the Coalition will continue to engage constructively through the committee process. We will support or move amendments that restore transparency, including retaining anonymity to protect whistleblowers, ensuring any new fees are subject to parliamentary disallowance, and removing the most restrictive provisions in Schedules 2, 3, 6, 7 and 8. Our goal is simple: to defend the principle that information belongs to the public, not to the government of the day. Deputy Speaker, even the way this bill has been handled demonstrates the arrogance of this government. This bill was not meant to be debated this week. It was not on the draft forward program. The government's brought it on suddenly, ramming it through without the courtesy of waiting for the Senate committee's findings. That is not respect for process. That is abuse of process. Shame. The government even withdrew a promised security briefing for the former Shadow Attorney-General, first offered online and then cancelled, then never rescheduled. The new Shadow Attorney-General has not been briefed at all. This is not how serious national security concerns are handled. This is political theatre, designed to create an illusion of urgency when none exists. The truth is, Deputy Speaker, this bill does not have a friend in the world. The Coalition opposes it, the crossbench opposes it, every major stakeholder opposes it, except, of course, the bureaucrats who would gain new powers to refuse information. Once again, Deputy Speaker, the government is abusing parliamentary procedure, just as it's done with the Environment Protection and Biodiversity bills. Debating this bill before the Senate report is finalised is a travesty. It shows contempt for due process and for the Australian people. Yes, Deputy Speaker, the government was elected with a very large majority in the House, but that has emboldened them, and that emboldenedness has now turned to a sense of arrogance. Deputy Speaker, freedom of information is not a privilege granted by government. It is a right owed to every citizen in a democracy. Freedom of information exists so that Australians can hold their government to account, so that power cannot be exercised in darkness. Because we all know, at least those of us on this side of the House know, that when you limit what citizens can know, you limit what they can decide. And when you limit what they can decide, you limit democracy itself, something that we, as a nation, have worked towards for so many years. Labor's bill puts secrecy before service. It puts control before citizenship. The Coalition believes in open government. We believe in a free press, and we believe in the people's right to know. And over the course of the election campaign in Macpherson, I had the opportunity to speak to so many individuals across the southern Gold Coast who shared that view. They want representatives who are going to give them access to the information because it is the information of the people. This bill erodes those principles, and it must be opposed. Deputy Speaker, 40 years ago, when the original Freedom of Information Act was introduced, it marked a turning point. It recognised that transparency strengthens democracy, that access to information empowers citizens, and we know on this side of the House that that is true, that government must be accountable to the governed. This bill, moved by the Australian Labor Party, would undo that progress. It would make secrecy the norm and openness the exception. We here on the Coalition side stand firmly against it. And we stand firmly against it, and we will continue to hold the government to account. We will continue to fight for transparency, integrity, and the public's right to know. Because those of us on this side of the House that regularly engage with our communities, regularly engage with the Australian people, need to be the ones to stand up against this government and what they're doing. Because freedom of information is not just a law. It's not just a concept that we talk about and give lip service to. It's a principle. It's a cornerstone of democracy. It's something that we need to continue to fight for, and we need to continue to advocate for on behalf of our communities. And it's so disappointing, Deputy Speaker, that this government has chosen to go about this bill in the way that they have. And once freedom of information is weakened, once secrecy takes hold, it is very difficult to restore. Deputy Speaker, I've outlined in the course of this speech a number of issues with this bill. I've taken the Parliament through the various schedules and spoken about the issues and the ways in which that this bill would compromise integrity, transparency and open government, the things that we in this place should be working towards. This bill represents a step backwards for Australia as a country, and the government should be absolutely ashamed of the way it's progressing this bill. Us here on the Coalition side will continue to make noise. We will continue to make sure that Australians have the right to engage with their government, to engage with the information that is owed to them. And where there are national security concerns, those on this side will work with the government, and we understand that. But as I stated, there is no example that the government is able to provide. And so it's for all of these reasons, Deputy Speaker, the Coalition will oppose the Freedom of Information Amendment Bill of 2025, and I ask the government to take a serious look at itself in the way that it's gone about moving this legislation.
The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Wentworth to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Curtin be agreed to, and I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Freedom of information laws exist so that government decisions can be scrutinised and governments can be held to account. They are very important. They are an integral part to the commitment to the rule of law, to facilitate access to information held by institutions, advice given to government. They are essential to hold power to account. In a representative democracy, the public and their representatives cannot make informed decisions without the best available information, and the public is entitled to know when government is not acting in the public interest. My concerns with the Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2025 before the House is that there's nothing in this bill that achieves those aims. In fact, to the contrary, this bill was drafted without consultation, introduced without transparency, and designed in a way that rewards secrecy. At a time when public trust in government is already low, this legislation seeks to make it harder for Australians to access information and easier for government to hide it. This is not reform, this is regression. The current bill before us represents the biggest reform proposed to the Freedom of Information laws since the Hawke Review in 2013. Freedom of Information laws were introduced back in 1982 to give Australians the right to access government papers, documents, and see how decisions are made, why, what was the basis, what information was available, what advice had been given. But since then, we have seen successive governments erode those rights. We know that the freedom of information is an area that is in need of reform. I don't dispute that. But it's really important when you're talking about an instrument that holds government to account to make sure that reform is done transparently, with good consultation, and to make sure we actually achieve the goals of creating a system that shines light on decisions of government, not increases secrecy. The system remains categorised by significant delays, it's attributed to extensive processing time, and it's shrouded in added secrecy. For the public, I would give you the comparison that it's like there is a prima facie approach of blocking providing information. See if the request will go away, block it for as long as you possibly can, and then eventually papers might be released, but there's so much of it blacked out that it's ridiculous. The latest FOI annual report from the government shows that during the first 2 years, the Albanese government, there are about 21,000 requests determined per year, the lowest since the Gillard government. And now, instead of addressing the issues, that there are issues in the system, the Albanese government has introduced sweeping changes that will tighten access even further, increase secrecy. So the government has raised concerns that the FOI regime is being overrun and made allegations such as AI bots and foreign interference. But the documents provided in the inquiry in the other place show there's no evidence of this. So the justification that has been given for this legislation just has no proper foundation. The public service has resulted, the other reason the government has given is that the public service, fearing freedom of information request, that it has a chilling effect on the advice to government from the public service due to a fear that a freedom of information request will release documents or work done by the public service. Again, no evidence has actually been put forward by the government to substantiate this. And in fact, that is contrary to the very requirement on the public service. The Public Service Act requires frank and fearless advice in the public interest. In fact, the 2019 Thodey Review, which quotes Peter Shergold's 2015 report, includes recommendations to strengthen the obligation on the public service to act with frank and fearless advice in the public interest. Neither of the recommendations of those two previous reviews have been followed up or introduced or moved into that Act yet. And in fact, secrecy will do nothing to increase those recommendations or that requirement on the public service, because in fact now there will be no way of checking that in fact the public service is giving frank and fearless advice in the public interest. The government has introduced this bill under a pretext that it will modernise the freedom of information system to enable more efficient and better quality decisions, or that it will help foster public trust in government decision-making through transparency and access to information. What a load of rubbish. Every group, from media to non-for-profit groups, everyone has called the government out on that claim, that there is nothing in this bill that will achieve that goal. In fact, it's unanimously been rejected, from the Centre of Public Integrity to the Law Council. They're all calling that the government, through this Freedom of Information Reform Bill, is actually increasing secrecy and reducing accountability. Instead, what this bill does, it will impose new application fees that will deter ordinary Australians from lodging requests. It expands cabinet exemptions, and that is the most concerning aspect, because it will shield even more decisions of government from public scrutiny. And I haven't heard a single member of the government give a valid reason why that expansion should go ahead, why we should be shielding more of the decisions and not having access to the underlying documents that are necessary to properly hold government decision-making to account. In fact, this directly contradicts the recommendation of 57 of the Robo-Debt Royal Commission that specifically stated that cabinet confidentiality should only apply where it is reasonably justified in the public interest. Instead, the government here is expanding cabinet exemptions in complete contradiction to cover any documents that were shared in the drafting of cabinet documents, which is precisely the very opposite of what Commissioner Holmes recommended. Now, I was in this place when the Labor Party, then in opposition, cried blue murder and around the coalition and the whole scandal of robo-debt, and did great work to then expose the horrors of robo-debt. But now, seated in the government benches, is doing the very thing that the Commissioner has said not to do. Expanding the cabinet exemption is not going to result in transparency and accountability of decision-making. It will do the very opposite. Now, the government claims that the bill looks to better the balance between open and access to information with the interest of protecting the proper functioning of government. But this legislation is adding new grounds of refusal, giving Department more power to withhold information. How is that increasing or improving the balance to access and to open to information, to holding government to account? The bill looks to amend the objects provision to expand a level of discretion that explicitly recognises that core reasoning for the Freedom of Information Act involves the balancing of competing interests of open access to information and the essential interests of government. But this change that now that the government is proposing, as the Law Council, Law Council, we're not talking some, overly progressive organisation that shoots from the hip and that makes outrageous comments. We're talking about the Law Council here that's looking at proper accountability of government and proper functioning laws. They are saying that in the submission to the Senate inquiry on this bill, that safeguards to protect essential interests are good and required, but they already exist in the Act. There is no evidence put forward by the government to suggest that the current safeguards are not adequate and operating as they should. That in fact, what is being proposed is really an attack on the underlying purpose of the Freedom of Information regime, and that it's core to a responsible and representative democratic system of government. Now, the bill also prohibits anonymous requests, which would endanger, and it's done on the basis that somehow this is a national security issue, that we have foreign actors and foreign nations issuing these secret and anonymous freedom of information requests. But again, no evidence of that has been provided. The bill, in prohibiting anonymous requests, could endanger whistleblowers and silence legitimate inquiries. We know whistleblower laws have still not been fixed up to provide protection. We know accountability matters. Australian voters care about transparency and accountability. And it is just so disappointing to see the way the government is going about this legislation and what it is proposing to do with freedom of information laws. It's deeply concerning. The government has claimed this is important due to increase of bots, automation, international interference, but no one is buying that argument. The public is in no illusion that this is about increasing secrecy, decreasing government accountability. And it's just telling even the process about how this legislation has found its way to the House. These reforms were developed without public consultation, no exposure draft, no engagement with civil society, no opportunity for media organisations, integrity experts, transparency advocates to comment, to really try and fix this, to actually build a freedom of information system that is genuine, that has integrity. It's a secrecy that allowed Robodebt to fester for so long and shielded wrongdoing, and that cost lives. And many in this place would have gone to their communities calling out the horrors of that. But yet now here we are, entrenching a system that will increase secrecy. We should have learnt, and government should have learnt from that experience, from Robodebt, that we need more transparency, more accountability, not less. There is a better way to improve the freedom of information system. First, we can engage in an independent review and genuine consultation with experts and public before introducing reforms to a freedom of information bill. 2, we can remove the anonymous request provision. Instead, consider establishing a mechanism where an applicant can make an anonymous request through an independent intermediary, such as a Commonwealth Ombudsman. 3, we should have to review cabinet exemptions, aligning them in the public interest, not political convenience. These are the kind of reforms that would restore trust, reduce delays and promote transparency. And that's what Australians expect and deserve. This bill, as it stands, sends a dangerous message that secrecy is acceptable, that transparency is optional. So that is the message we will take from the Albanese government, from all the members of government, that transparency is optional, that holding government to account on its decision-making, on the advice it receives, is optional. Already, from others, not even just here in this place, the Albanese government has been described as one of the most secretive in modern history, refusing more freedom of information requests than it fully grants. And this bill doubles down on that trend. It is deeply disappointing, and I cannot in good conscience support this legislation.
And I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that debate for this bill be adjourned.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of debate be made in order of the day for a later hour this day. All those of the opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. Let's have it. Division. The ayes. Two voices. Two. I call the Chief Government Whip.
I declare that the Federation...
Sorry. So, do it again. The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of debate be made in order of the day for a later hour this day. All those of the opinion that say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the Government Whip.
I declare that the Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2025 stands referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration.
And I now call the Clerk. Member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move so much that the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the member for Goldstein moving a motion to refer the following matter to the House Standing Committee on Employment, Workplace Relations, Skills and Training for inquiry and report. The operations of the administration of the Construction, Forestry and Maritime Employees Union, including allegations of corrupt and criminal conduct, including connections to underworld activity whilst in administration, the treatment of union and non-union workers on associated work sites, the impact of CFMEU activity on majority infrastructure projects, the adequacy of the scheme of administration, the relationship between the Administrator, Minister for Workplace Relations and members of the Australian Labor Party. Deputy Speaker, we have a fundamental problem at the heart of the Australian democracy right now, where we have a union that is operating beyond the law. This isn't my opinion, this is an opinion of the whistleblowers of the CFMEU. We know full well that under the administration established more than 15 months ago, that was established by the Albanese government shortly after there were deep, serious allegations of cartel kickbacks and graft connected to Australian organised crime, criminal gangs and bikie gangs on public projects, that the government put the CFMEU in administration because they believed that there was something structurally wrong. There was something structurally wrong deep within the culture of the CFMEU for one reason, because the Albanese government took the CFMEU off the leash as a result of the abolition of the ABCC. Ever since then, we've had a continuing problem with the CFMEU, where we have had issues of corruption directly at the heart of our democracy, and there needs to be proper accountability and responsibility. We've seen this very directly in recent weeks, where there have been a number of whistleblowers who have come out publicly and said that the situation of corruption in the CFMEU has got worse since it's been put in administration. As a consequence, we now have a situation where we have referred the matter to the Senate, a Senate inquiry to properly investigate the issues around CFMEU corruption, and as a consequence, the Minister has been blocking at every point an attempt for an inquiry.
Goldstein, I call the Minister is...
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move under Standing Order 45C that Government Business Order of the Day number 3 be called on immediately.
So I put that question. All those of the opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells.
I do, actually. We've got a policy committee on housing.
Lock the doors. The question is order of the day number 3 be called on immediately, moved by the Assistant Minister. The ayes will pass the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Bean, Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 88, noes 47. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. Call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 3. Environment Protection Reform Bill 2025. Resumption of debate.
If members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible.
Resumption of debate on second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Curtin.
In accordance with the resolution agreed to by the House on 4 November 2025, a general debate is allowed covering this bill and the 6 related bills. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Curtin has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is the amendment be agreed to. The call to the honourable member for Swan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise today to support these bills. I rise to defend nature, and I rise to stand up for the engines of our nation's prosperity on one of the most topics in the country, and that is the land itself. Land that my parents fell in love with more than 50 years ago, a land that I fell in love with, and a land that I worked on, just like my old man. Stunning country. That is how I describe the childhood hometown where I grew up, Campbelda, and my birthplace, Kalgoorlie. The goldfields of Western Australia are not just a source of mineral treasures, they are a source of natural treasures too. The ecosystems are complex and intensely alive, and anyone who's looked at our deserts and only saw red dirt and flies did not look for hard enough. One of the things that I would like to do, Deputy Speaker, as I rise today as a Western Australian engineer who's worked on the mines, is to dispel some myths and falsehoods. And one of the myths is that people that take part in the resource sector do not like nature or like the great Australian outdoors. But also that being an environmentalist means that you're always anti-economic prosperity. We live in a world where we need to both look after the environment and use our resources wisely for our prosperity. We need the critical minerals and we need to look after the land, and the world needs Australia. Not only do we need this legislation, we need leadership. We need leadership from our government, we need leadership from the Greens, and we need leadership from the Coalition. Our goal is to strike the balance and to safeguard what is precious, and for Australia to continue to be an amazing nation. So some may be surprised to learn of the love of the land for those that have worked on the mines. And the mines, of course, run 24/7. And Deputy Speaker, when you work on the mines, you actually plug into the land more than you do in an air-conditioned office. Imagine seeing a mob of kangaroos at the edge of a mine site at dusk, or hearing at dawn the chorus of desert birds. I bring to this chamber 18 years of experience as a chemical engineer, as someone that was born in a gold mining town and someone who grew up in a nickel mining town and who is the daughter of a fitter and turner. I am a woman who followed in my dad's steel-cap boots into the male-dominated resource sector, and I was determined to use my love of science and also harmonise industry with sustainable practices. In the town where I grew up, Campbelda, when the houses were built, they removed the footprint of where the houses would go. But what that meant is that everyone had gum trees in their backyards and their front yards. I also grew up learning how to rehabilitate mine sites. Mr. Woolard was the environmental leader that worked on the mines there, and he taught us as students that you could heal the land after you extracted the minerals that you want. So as someone who has walked, driven and flown across the country to mine sites and commissioned and worked in continuous improvement and even energy efficiency and emissions reductions, what I would say is that I have seen instances where the resource sector has done best practice, and it's been very impressive, and at those times I've been immensely proud to call myself an engineer that's worked on the mines. But there have also been times where there have been questionable practices and sometimes, frankly, sloppy work. And the thing that we're trying to do today is lift the standards, have a new benchmark, set what we expect across Australia. And so this is what this legislation is doing, and we have important structures that we're putting in place. This includes the National Environmental Protection Agency, the Environment Information Australia, and also the Restoration Contributions Holder, and also importantly, a better, faster, smarter approval system. This is a massive effort by a Labor government prepared to do the work to safeguard what matters. Begun by the former Minister for Environment, the member for Sydney, thanks to her hard work, the current Minister for Environment hit the ground running and has not stopped. Forget the term fixer, I think of him as an endurance athlete, because this has been a marathon of consultation, conservation and conversation. I am proud to be part of a Labor government that is determined to keep decarbonisation and housing and nation-building projects moving at the pace required. The pace we need to safeguard not just our prosperity, but our children's prosperity. And you know what? Industry wants clarity. Take it from an engineer. Sometimes that means a quick no, because the sunk costs and waiting on approvals are disastrous for a project. Here's another line. If a project harms our most precious environmental assets, it won't get the green light. don't waste your time. As the Minister for Environment put it, no, you can't mine Uluru, and it shouldn't take a bureaucratic runaround to say a quick no. We're also empowering industry to do their bit by setting standards based in science. A priority one is avoiding harm, and if the harm is unavoidable, we will introduce the concept of net gains. This is an updated offset framework ensures that any environmental damage is more than compensated. A net gain that projects that do harm must leave nature better off than before. Protection statements will make it easier for decision makers and proponents to understand what is required. This bill honours the deadly Australian bush, and like those deadly creatures we all love, this legislation has teeth. Stronger penalties and enforcement powers will ensure that environmental harm is taken seriously. You will not profit from the destruction of nature in Australia. The incentive to move fast while breaking things and cop a slap on the wrist will be history. Put simply, if you wreck our environment, whatever you make from your wrecking, you will pay. There was genuine constructive public debate about finding the right place for emissions. And I'm also thanking the Labor Environmental Action Network, who, like many groups, came to this table in good faith. No one is deluded about climate on this side of the House. Climate change threatens the planet and it indeed is anthropogenic, meaning it is caused by mankind, and we need to act on climate change. This bill requires the disclosure of emissions, both Scope 1 and Scope 2, and aligns with the Australian Safeguard Mechanism. Proponents will also be required to disclose associated emissions and mitigation measures and abatement targets along with their estimated emissions. This supports our climate goals. Environmental approvals must be considered with broader decarbonisation efforts. We have attempted this bill once before, but the teaming up of the Liberals and the Greens blocked its pathway. What a disappointment. The Liberal Party is supposed to be the party of business, the party that wants to, by not supporting this legislation, bring businesses to a halt. It's one thing to stand by a future Labor government or even a future Wilson government, but it will not stand for business. Are the Liberals so far from their values that they can't even remember what to do for business? And as for the Greens, in the last term, we never saw green for go. We didn't even see a yellow for go slow. What we saw was red lights all the way, and what Australia saw at the election were blockers, not builders. And eventually Australia gave them the red light at that election. And so I hope that they have left that blocking era behind them. And so it's getting a bit old and it sounds like a bit like a broken traffic light. And so I want people to recognise that the EPA is nothing to be afraid of. The US, Canada, New Zealand and the UK all have their own versions, and an independent National Environmental Protection Agency will ensure that rules are enforced fairly and transparently. It will educate and guide industry and communities. Companies will be held accountable for the damages they cause, promoting better compliance and deterring future breaches. This is excellent progress. We also want Australians to understand the state of environment. That's why we will also have a head of environment information to improve access to reliable data. We want to support evidence-based decision-making. This aligns with global best practice in environment regulation, and our world-renowned natural wonders deserve nothing less. A streamlined pathway that will reward well-prepared proposals and reduce delays, saving billions across the economy while maintaining strong environmental standards. We want an ecosystem of intelligence, not a pipeline of programs. This is a collaborative approach by a mature government, and we are working with both the community groups and industry. If the industry does their homework and comes to the table in good faith and clarity, we will also reward others with clarity. Efficiency means empowering awareness through our systems. This is very exciting legislation. We can get the balance right. We can do right by future generations. Australians reject extremism and division. We saw this at the last election. Now let's show it in the Parliament. Let's do the work for the country that we all love.
I thank the member for Swan. The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I call the Shadow Minister.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I draw your attention to the state of the House.
Quorum required. Ring the bells. The Chief Government Whip seeking the call.
I'm seeking to speak on the legislation.
We're waiting for quorum. I think, Member for Corangamite, you can sit until quorum's achieved, but it is the opposition's turn to speak. So. Sorry? We have quorum. We have quorum. We have quorum. Stop the bells. Order, order. If members could leave quietly, would assist the House. I call the member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to address the grave concerns many constituents, stakeholders and industries in Capricornia and beyond have about the proposed changes to the Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act. While reform may sometimes be needed, what is before us risks crippling industries that are pillars of our region and our nation, and places too much power in the hands of ministerial discretion, duplicates regulation and threatens fairness and productivity. I speak today on behalf of regions that rely on resource development, mining, minerals, heavy industries. Companies like Boral, Glencore, BHP, QMag, they are not faceless corporations. They are employers. They are economic drivers. They unlock the wealth of our nation and they give back to the community through grassroots community activities. They are telling me clearly that the tighter green tape proposed under this bill is strangling their ability to operate in Australia, let alone compete internationally where other countries offer far more favourable conditions. I back our mining companies. I back them because their success is our success. But under this bill, we risk entering dangerous territory. We risk picking winners and losers by regulation, where those aligned with the government agenda are favoured with subsidies, while others are left to struggle under burdens they never asked for. Deputy Speaker, if we continue down this path, some may ask whether we are edging towards a system where government grants or regulatory favour determine what survives, rather than competitiveness and merit. That risks a chilling resemblance to state-controlled economies, where approvals are less about fairness and more about who has influence. One of my deepest concerns is the proposal the proposal is around unacceptable impact as a legal test in the bill. As per the recommendations from Graham Samuel review, the intention may have been well-meaning to protect matters of national environmental significance more strictly, but the drafting we see is deeply subjective, loaded with ministerial discretion and lacking clarity. A project may be held up or refused not because it fails to meet clear standards, but because someone considers the impact unacceptable, and that test is open to interpretation, which could then attract legal challenges and lengthy delays. For mining companies I've spoken with, the fear is real. What happens when that test becomes a bureaucratic hammer rather than a guidance tool? When companies are being responsible for impacts outside of their control, which they cannot reasonably mitigate? And that is not fairness, that is regulatory overreach. Furthermore, in my consultation with the Queensland Resources Council, they have flagged that the bill's establishment of a federal environmental protection agency with assessment, compliance and enforcement roles duplicates existing Queensland arrangements. That duplication will slow approvals, increases costs and reduces productivity in resource-dependent electorates like Capricornia. In Queensland, we already have a state environmental regulatory regime. To overlay a federal regime with parallel obligations, sometimes inconsistent, sometimes overlapping, is inefficient. It burdens project applications with increased compliance, cost and delay. Any energy-intensive or resource-intensive projects often depend on timeliness and predictability. When timing is uncertain, investment is re-evaluated, jobs are delayed or lost, growth is stunted. Which, Deputy Speaker, is a bit rich from a Labor government that is big on talking up productivity but is actually tying down industry with this legislation. In addition to reduced productivity, Deputy Speaker, Queensland has more projects overlapping with matters of national environmental significance than any other state, because our Great Barrier Reef catchments, our threatened species, our migratory habitat corridors and our floodplains coincide with resource activity. That overlapping raises the risk that even projects which meet high environmental standards could be refused or delayed because of new definitions like unacceptable impact. This is a risk to mining, to infrastructure and to the economic future of regions like Capricornia. Let me also raise a concern around balance and fairness. I draw your attention to Noel Pearson's framing. It is not in the public interest to permanently deny regions such as the Bowen, Galilee or Surat basins their chance for economic development while historically developed or urban areas retain privilege. When legislation adopts blanket tests or criteria that don't consider regional equity or Indigenous participation or adaptive management, we risk entrenching disadvantage outside of our major metropolitan centres. That is why organisations like Queensland Resources Council has recommended that the unacceptable impact element be retained only as a case-by-case assessment guided by standards that factor in regional equity, Indigenous participation and allow adaptive management rather than imposing rigid definitions that may choke off legitimate investment. Another critical point, Deputy Speaker, is the bill gives the Minister and regulatory authorities discretionary power to override or veto approvals. On paper that sounds like speeding things up, giving executive veto power, but in practice it concentrates risk in the office of the Minister rather than in transparent, independent criteria. That creates uncertainty for business and invites political discretion rather than statutory predictability. Projects that comply with best environmental, safety, health and workplace standards and have robust rehabilitation plans may be delayed or refused if they do not align with some subjective view of priority or unacceptable standard. Meanwhile, other projects, perhaps less community supported but more politically popular, may receive prioritised treatment. I point to a concerning example in my own electorate and surrounding regions. Proposals such as the Clark Creek wind farm have raised community concern. Unchecked renewable energy approval may be ticked off under this bill, while mining or infrastructure projects that follow industry best practice and rehabilitation standards may be delayed or blocked. This is not equitable treatment or economic development and environmental protection. The balance is wrong when greenfield renewable proposals are favoured over tried, regulated and best practice industries simply because of political design, not merit. The bill is supposedly intended to speed up approvals, improve environmental outcomes and provide certainty, but as it is currently drafted, it may very well do the reverse. Slow approvals, increase litigation risks, reduce investor confidence and deter capital from regions that most need it. Moreover, our industries are under pressure globally. Mining, energy, critical minerals, building materials, they must compete on cost, quality, timelessness. If other jurisdictions offer clearer pathways, fewer risks, more certainty, companies will invest elsewhere. That cost is paid by regional communities, fewer jobs, fewer royalties, less growth. This is not an argument against environmental protection. We want strong environmental outcomes and resources companies in particular already adopt world's best practice. We want protections for habitat, for water quality, for threatened species, but protection must be fair, transparent and efficient. It must recognise that economic development and environmental stewardship can and must coexist. When legislation shifts the burden onto project proponents in ways that exceed reasonable control, when definitions are vague or subjective, when duplicate regulation slows things down, and when approval power is concentrated in ministerial discretion, we undermine that coexistence. Deputy Speaker, what I would like to see is more consideration given to the following elements: clearer statutory definitions of unacceptable impact, the adaptable management and case-by-case assessment so regional equity is built in, that we, where possible, avoid duplication of assessment regimes between state and federal, recognise existing approval frameworks rather than supersede them. The discretion be limited, that ministerial vetoes do not substitute for predictable, transparent statutory criteria, that projects which meet practice, environmental safety, rehabilitation and community engagement standards are not penalised simply because they are resource-based or operate in regional Australia. If we do not get that balance right, we risk chasing an illusion of perfect environmental protection at the cost of real economic impact, real job losses and real regional decline. I urge the government to listen to those on the ground, to Capricornia, to resource communities, to First Nations and to industries, and to redraft this legislation so it protects the environment and supports sustainable, productive economic development. I'd like to see balance and fairness restored to this legislation. I commend my words to the House. Thank you.
I thank the member for Capricornia. The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Our environment is under pressure. Our laws to protect it are broken. And for too long, those laws have not kept pace with the challenges we face. Whether it be safeguarding our iconic landscapes, protecting our threatened species or nurturing our unique ecosystems, our current laws are not working for our environment. And Australians are concerned, and rightly so. And that's why, Deputy Speaker, these bills, the Environment Protection Reform Bill and the others in this package, are being introduced by the Albanese government. They are practical, evidence-based reforms that deliver real, enforceable and meaningful protections for our environment. They ensure development is handled responsibly while safeguarding our unique ecosystems. And they make decision-making faster, more predictable and more accountable. Deputy Speaker, this reform package is long overdue and, importantly, it responds to all of the Samuel Review recommendations handed down to the former coalition government. In our last term in government, the Albanese government made it a priority to respond to this review, to fix our environment laws, to provide clear, nationally consistent guidelines and to establish enforceable penalties through a historic National Environment Protection Agency. But on this journey, Deputy Speaker, the Albanese government has faced considerable roadblocks. When push came to shove in the last term of government, the Coalition and the Greens teamed up to block reforms that would have delivered clarity for business and stronger protections for the environment. Despite this, the Albanese government was not deterred. We've pushed ahead, and now we draw a line in the sand. Today, we champion these groundbreaking environmental reforms, and we urge both the Greens and the Coalition to be more constructive this time round and back in these bills. Now, Deputy Speakers, the bills establish clear national environmental standards that must be adhered to. Whether you're mining in a culturally significant area or working to build new, much-needed housing, the bills will give clarity and certainty while delivering better protections. These standards are not aspirational. They will be clear rules grounded in science and law. And most importantly, they cannot be weakened over time. The bill makes this crystal clear. The reforms also include a new definition of unacceptable impact, specific to each protected matter. This will set clear and upfront criteria for impacts that cannot be approved and provide a safeguard against impacts that cause the irreversible loss of Australia's biodiversity and heritage. The proposed reforms will clearly define what types of environmental harm must be avoided and cannot be offset. Deputy Speaker, the bills also introduce protection statements for threatened species, providing clarity for decision-makers and proponents. Moreover, the bills strengthen compliance and enforcement powers, making it clear that serious breaches will no longer be treated as just the cost of doing business. And importantly, they introduce the principle of net gain for environmental offsets. The reality is the current offset regime doesn't work. It does not work for our environment, and it facilitates irresponsible development. The Albanese government recognises this, and through these bills we're charting a different course. These bills introduce a new net gain framework, which means projects are required to not only avoid and minimise impacts, but to actively contribute to the improvement of our environment. The principle of net gain will ensure projects leave the environment in a better state than they found it. This can be achieved through direct offsets, such as replanting degraded habitats, restoring wetlands, or funding species recovery programs. It can also be achieved through contributions to a central restoration fund, which can then be strategically deployed to areas of greatest ecological benefit. Restoration contributions can be pooled strategically to achieve maximum environmental benefit, giving nature the chance to recover, regenerate and become more resilient. This bill is about reversing decades of decline, and it's also about ensuring that when a species is listed as threatened or when a habitat is identified as endangered, the law is equipped to protect it effectively. It is about ensuring that development, when it occurs, does so responsibly and in a way that genuinely contributes to restoring the environment. Deputy Speaker, I know how important this is for my communities in Corangamite. They are passionate. They care deeply about improving our unique environments across the Bellarine and Surf Coast, from the land care volunteers who I've worked with over many years, to the school children who ask me questions about the future of our planet, or to the surfers I met this morning who care so deeply about our ocean. This bill is for you. I know just how much you care, and you want our laws to work better for the environment and for future generations. They want environmental laws to work better to achieve responsible development and protection of flora and fauna. Deputy Speaker, the bills also introduced bioregional planning, mapping conservation zones and development zones in advance so that proposed projects can be assessed against bioregional plans and, where appropriate, can proceed while ensuring high-value areas are robustly protected. Bioregional planning will be a game-changer. It will enable a coordinated strategic approach across multiple jurisdictions, ensuring environmental gains contribute to a healthier, more connected landscape over the longer term. That is the essence of the first pillar of this reform: stronger environmental protection and restoration. The second pillar relates to greater robust decision-making to tackle duplication and delays. The bill will streamline assessment pathways, reducing statutory timeframes for compliant proposals by up to 20 days. And a new national interest pathway will also be created, allowing projects that are critical to Australia's future to proceed under strict transparency rules, while still maintaining high environmental standards. The reforms also modernise reconsideration provisions, setting clear timeframes and improving certainty for business, while maintaining environmental safeguards. The third pillar focuses on greater accountability and transparency in environmental decision-making. To achieve this, the Albanese government is establishing the National Environmental Protection Agency, Australia's first national and formidable independent environmental regulator. The EPA will oversee compliance, enforce the law, hold serious offenders to account, provide guidance and education to business, and monitor, audit and report, giving communities confidence that the law is being applied, enforced and taken seriously. Alongside the EPA, Environment Information Australia will consolidate environmental data into a single authoritative source. For too long, environmental information in this country has been fragmented, inconsistent and hard to access. The EIA will collect, consolidate and publish data about the state of our environment, improving decision-making for government and business. It will make it easier to identify emerging threats to our natural world. The reforms also enshrine First Nations engagement in the system, ensuring that decisions affecting land, water and heritage are informed by those who have cared for these places for generations. First Nations perspectives will guide the protection of country, and their expertise will be recognised in decision-making processes, from species conservation to bioregional planning. Deputy Speaker, these bills will deliver tangible and lasting benefits. They will help protect threatened species such as the eastern curlew, the leadbeater possum and the hooded plover. And they will safeguard forests, rivers, wetlands and grasslands, and will ensure Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions are reported by proponents. And the safeguard mechanism will provide the necessary guardrails to achieve emissions reduction targets for our biggest emitters. Deputy Speaker, these are the environmental protection laws Australians have been waiting for, and they continue a proud Labor tradition. Labor has always acted to protect our environment. We have delivered landmark reforms throughout our history. Programs such as Land Care have empowered communities to restore and care for their local landscapes, from the smallest waterways to the largest forests, engaging volunteers, schools and local groups in the hands-on work of regeneration. And it's Labor that saved the Franklin River from destruction, protected Kakadu, the Daintree and countless other sites of ecological, cultural and historic significance. We have built the largest network of marine parks in the world. We have championed initiatives that address the urgent threats of biodiversity loss, habitat destruction and the broader impacts of environmental change. We have done this while balancing the needs of communities and the economy. This bill is the next step in that legacy. So I say to the Greens and the opposition, will you stand in the way? Deputy Speaker, at the last election, the people cast their vote, and the message was clear. They want a system that works for the environment, for communities and for business. They want a national EPA that has teeth. Under these laws, serious environmental harm will carry serious consequences, and those who profit from destruction will be held to account. Deputy Speaker, these bills are not just about law reform. They are about restoring trust in the laws that protect our environment. They balance protection with progress, and they are built on many years of consultation. In closing, I'd like to recognise our Minister for Environment and the former Minister, the member for Sydney, for all the work they have done to deliver these groundbreaking reforms. It's now vital that these bills pass and that together we leave a legacy that protects what we all hold dear: our nation's amazing coastlines, rivers, bushland and cultural heritage. I commend these bills to the House.
I thank the member for Corangamite. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Forrest.
Deputy Speaker, I draw your attention to the state of the House.
Quorum required. Ring the bells.
Tell me about getting the guns into the gantry. You'll do something about the pigs. Yeah. Okay. And the only way to do that is to shoot the bastards.
Quorum's achieved. Stop the bells. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Forrest.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and those opposite refer to the EPBC reforms in front of the House as groundbreaking. But the very real concern that I have representing the electorate of Forrest is that they'll lead to no ground being broken at all. So before we dive into the bill in some detail, I want to outline to the House my three areas of primary focus when it comes to considering the legislation proposed by the government. The first is what benefit there is for industry in these reforms, because as much as we hear hyperbole from those opposite that this is a great thing for industry in our country, the devil is in the detail, and that is of grave concern to many stakeholders from the great state of Western Australia, because it is the mining and the resources industry that underpin the prosperity that we enjoy in this country today. Secondly, there are conflicting and uncertain statements on unacceptable standards within the bills, and these pose a grave risk to the ability of proponents to get a project up and established in this country, which again, in an era of declining productivity and declining standards of living, is simply unacceptable for the coalition to support. Thirdly, when it comes to bilateral assessment and approvals, the great state of WA should receive both immediately and simultaneously. We can't afford for there to be delay, prevarication or consideration of the need for a one-stop shop when it comes to these approvals. So without diving into the detail just yet, they are the three areas of concern that, on behalf of the electorate of Forrest, I find myself unable to support the current proposal. At the end of the day, the bounty that our nation enjoys really stems from the investment and approval decisions through the 2000s, i.e. the mines that were first explored, discovered, and then progressed through development to production date back to the mid-2000s in reality. So we enjoy today the bounty of decisions that were made under the existing laws some 20 years ago. So the question on my mind is, will these current proposed EPBC reforms unleash a new wave of mining investment in our country? And the reality is that they won't. So what's the impact of that? When you consider that mining and the resources industry has spent some $242 billion of capital expenditure in the last decade and generated some $395 billion of taxes and royalties in the same period, it should be clear to every Australian that it is our ability to pay for a social security net in this country that comes from industry. At the end of the day, without that capacity to pay as a nation, it is our most vulnerable and our most disadvantaged who pay the greatest cost. Mining and resources isn't the end of the story, of course. Oil and gas as an industry in the last financial year alone paid some $21.9 billion in taxes and royalties, which is equivalent to the entire cost of the pharmaceutical benefit scheme. When mining does well, when industry does well, Australia does well. So, importantly, if we curtail the extraction of resources domestically, we're pushing that production of resources to overseas jurisdictions who have lower environmental standards than those considered by environmental law here in Australia, who have lesser safeguards when it comes to workplace health and safety and the use of labour. And so ultimately we don't change the consumption of resources globally, but we move it. We move it away from Australia. We deprive Australians of the benefits of the taxes and royalties that are paid for the extraction of our resources, and we see greater environmental harm accordingly. So what I'm looking for is legislation here in Australia that'll help our industry dig, baby dig, because that's what benefits all Australians. When our industry does well, we all do well. So let's turn to some of the main areas of concern that I have with the EBPC legislation in front of the House. Firstly, when it comes to accreditation, those opposite have been very quick to point to the benefits of streamlining approvals through effectively a one-stop shop in licensing state-based EPAs to conduct approvals and assessments. And the great shame, really, is that those opposite who are part of this government had the opportunity to support such an important reform in this place in 2021. Imagine where we would be as a country if we had knocked the red tape, the restriction, the regulation that's contemplated by that almost 5 years ago. So I won't be lectured by the government on the importance of this because, like I say, they had the opportunity to get behind that almost 5 years ago and failed to do so. In fact, just early this morning upstairs in a committee room not far from here, we were discussing the gallium project in Western Australia, which the Albanese government have been keen to trumpet as a great success story. Now, as a brownfields project, it is not impacted by the EPBC Act. Importantly, the proponents of that project just articulated that if it was, the reality is this project would be some 5 to 10 years away. So that's where we need to call out the failure of EPBC in Australia, because we are so bound up in red tape and regulation and restriction, so bound up in environmental lawfare, that our industries that generate the prosperity for us all to enjoy and benefit from are simply lagging behind. This bill, in its current form, does not suitably address that. And I say again, Western Australia and its EPA should be accredited immediately and without delay under these reforms. That would be something that I could certainly support. In terms of the prospect of a net gain, which is principally what Labor used to call nature positive until that became politically difficult for them, there's no clear guidance on how this will be applied and how this will be measured. And it simply can't be put into legislation where when inevitably we discover there are unintended consequences or difficulties in the implementation, the reality is that we would then have to be back here debating the legislation once more in the House. If it was pushed off into the standards, we would see the ability for those net gain principles to change over time in a nimble and agile way, as I think at its heart the government really sees some benefit in. So what they need to do is listen to stakeholders and actually respond accordingly, because there are simply mad examples that abound in our country of offsets that are out of control. You know, one tree with a couple of black cockatoos involved requiring the offset of some 1,000 trees elsewhere. And this is in the way of housing developments, for instance. We wonder why we can't get housing supply to market. We wonder why the government's Housing Australia Future Fund is simply unable to do that. It's because of these sorts of restrictions and this madness. When we get to unacceptable impacts, the criteria are just too low. And businesses from WA are telling me that it is a real risk to future projects. There's more than 5,000 FIFO employees in Busselton alone that depend on the mining industry for their jobs. So when I hear those industry participants telling me in private rooms that this is a key risk of the bill, I'm urging the government to follow the Samuel Review and put those into the standards, not the legislation, for the same reasons I just mentioned earlier. Importantly, in this place, we should use the powers of retrospectivity very, very cautiously indeed. And it is unacceptable to me on a first principles basis, and it is unacceptable to many that I talk to home in Western Australia, that conditions could be imposed under this reformed legislation retrospectively. You can't go shifting the goalposts when it comes to capital investment decisions that amount in the billions of dollars. So if the government is upfront and honest with Australians that there is no intention at all to retrospectively alter the environmental conditions attached to projects, they should be clear about that. It's very simple for them to say, no, we will not impose retrospective alterations on industry in Australia under these reforms. They've failed to do so to date, and until they do, I certainly could not vote for this legislation. When we come to environmental protection orders, the threshold is too low, in my view, but it's not the main issue with it. The main issue with the way the legislation is drafted presently is that there's no appeal process. There is no right to natural justice for someone impacted by an environmental protection order to seek remedy, to have their day in court and to be heard in that way. That is a severe failing of any legislation contemplated by this House. It would be quite simple for the government to fix. And whilst that single biggest issue relates as a barrier to the effective implementation of environmental legislation that would have the right balance between the environment and industry in Australia, well, again, I simply can't afford to support it, because my state's prosperity, and indeed that underwrites the prosperity of the country, depends on getting this stuff right. And it's worthy of reflecting of how we've got here, because yes, the Samuel Review was commissioned under the coalition government, as we've heard, but the reality is that since they came to power in 2022, the government have been shrouding this legislation in secrecy. Stakeholders have been forced to sign non-disclosure agreements. They've been drip-fed little bits here and there. And now, well, it seems like the minister's in some sort of rush, because we've got extended sitting hours this week, and all of a sudden the government are using their numbers in the House here to move around the order of business and have us talk about this stuff until 10 p.m. each night. And yet, at the same time, the reporting date for the Senate inquiry is March next year. So if there's not some dirty deal at play here, if there's not some sort of stunt in the works, what is the tearing rush? Because the reality is that this legislation represents a quarter-century reform. It needs to be considered. It needs to get the balance right, and its current form, it doesn't. Anyone that thinks that 1,500 pages of legislation could be suitably considered and scrutinised in this place in just a matter of weeks is honestly delusional. The reality is the Australian people need to understand what these reforms mean. Industry needs to have the opportunity to have their say, as do environmental stakeholders. I mean, there are two sides to this, and it is a matter of getting the balance right. So what is the problem with allowing this process of inquiry through the Parliament to take place, to allow the issues, the unintended consequences to be fixed through suitable amendments? That's ultimately what we are calling for. We're not being obstructionist. We have committed, of course, to be constructive where we can. And it is a genuine desire on the part of the coalition to respond to feedback from industry that these laws do need improvement. But in their current form, for those reasons I've just articulated, the reality is that we simply can't support them. I mean, colleagues have taken some time to step through the concerns and the issues that we're highlighting in the legislation. But what I'm hearing back from the other side of the chamber is that the government is determined to press ahead with this legislation. We're not hearing responses to the criticism. We're hearing government talking points, just repeated ad nauseum, one member after another, chewing up time in this place without constructively engaging in what should be a really important national debate. So, I guess it reflects a government that says one thing and does another. And I mean, I always urge people in this place to look at what Labor does rather than listen to what it says, because we can't afford to get this wrong. We've seen the consequences of legislation like this going wrong in the past, and then there's a mad scramble to try and fix it up. I mean, they crunched through all sorts of legislation in Home Affairs and made a terrible mess and then had to fix it up multiple times. This stuff that underpins our national prosperity as a country simply can't afford that sort of risky behaviour. So all we're asking for is the time to consider this legislation appropriately, responsiveness on the part of the government to genuine concern from environmental stakeholders, from industry groups and from project proponents themselves, across the entire spectrum of activity in Australia, whether it's housing development all the way through to our largest mining and oil and gas projects. That's what's at stake in this place today and indeed this week, and that's why we can't support this legislation in its current form.
Is it on this, Prime Minister? Yep. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. I call the Prime Minister.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. For our government, the 6 months since the election have been all about delivery. Delivering the policies that the Australian people voted for on the 3rd of May. Cutting student debt by 20%, making it easier to buy a home with 5% deposits, protecting penalty rates and overtime pay, delivering real help with the cost of living through cheaper medicines, and starting, of course, last Saturday, the biggest boost to bulk billing since Bob Hawke's government created Medicare. Right across the board, delivery is what drives our government, and these reforms are all about delivery. Building new homes, connecting new energy, creating new jobs, providing the certainty to catalyse new investment, unlocking our critical minerals and rare earths, not just to dig up and export, but to refine and process and make more things here in Australia, boosting productivity across our economy, and all of this while protecting and restoring our environment for future generations. Because Australia doesn't have to choose between a strong economy or a healthy environment. We don't have to choose between creating jobs and cutting emissions. We can do both. Indeed, we must do both, because each one depends on the other. Mr Deputy Speaker, these reforms are central to meeting the challenges facing our nation here and now, and they're vital for Australia to seize the profound opportunities that are right ahead of us. The starting point for this legislation is a simple fact that people across this parliament know and understand and have said is the case, and people outside the parliament know, whether that be environmentalists concerned about the state of our natural environment or business trying to get things done and create jobs, they all say that the current laws are broken. They were written by the Howard government for a very different Australia, and they haven't just become obsolete, they've become an obstacle. They're not working for the environment and they're not delivering for business. They are a barrier to jobs and investment across our nation, and in many cases they overlap or duplicate state and local government processes. Now, all of this costs money. It creates uncertainty and it wastes time. Back in 2000, the median wait time for project approval was 48 weeks. Today, it's 118 weeks. Far too often, those delays mean investors simply walk away. Regional and remote communities miss out on good jobs. Growing suburbs don't get the new homes they need. And business and industry and households miss out on cleaner, cheaper energy. Projects get passed back and forth between different levels of government or tangled up in layers of process. Now, this problem isn't new. It has been 5 years since the Leader of the Opposition, the then Environment Minister, received the review that was commissioned by the former government into the EPBC Act. That was commissioned, of course, from Professor Graham Samuel. Now, Professor Samuel's review laid out a clear plan for changes that would deliver better outcomes for our environment and better outcomes for our economy. On receiving the review, the opposition leader said this: "It is time to find a way past an adversarial approach and work together to create reform that will protect our environment while keeping our economy strong." Now, that's precisely what this legislation does. And Professor Graham Samuel has been very clear about his support for this legislation. He said this just last week: "At long last, almost 5 years to the exact date of delivery of the report, Minister Watt has produced legislation which implements the totality of the report in substance in a way that I could not possibly have imagined back in 2020. I cannot possibly imagine why anyone would want to now oppose it." But of course, we have circumstances where the now opposition commissioned a report. They received the report. You have legislation that's based upon the report, but of course now they're opposed to it. We got an insight, perhaps from the member for Wright, just this week into why that's the case, when he said, in justifying not even having a housing minister or any housing policy for most of the period they were in office, it wasn't needed. It wasn't needed at that time. They think that everything that happened prior to 2022 is just forgotten. There weren't issues there until the change of government by the Australian people in 2022, when in fact Australians know, for example, when it comes to housing approvals, that if you have a major project that is delayed for year after year after year, and there are examples of projects that have been delayed for more than a decade, that increases costs. It reduces supply, and someone pays the bill for that delay because the asset is held, but the capital is not spent in improving the value of that asset, and someone has to pay. And who pays? The consumer. Who pays? The entire Australian public, because that is one of the things that boosts inflation. Now, you can't say you're concerned about any of these issues and then vote against this legislation. Vote against this legislation, because this legislation does deliver on the vision of Graham Samuel. This bill is about driving better, clearer and speedier decision-making, making it easier to get an answer from government sooner, a quicker yes or a quicker no, providing that certainty. That is the key to encourage investment in our economy. And every bit as important as encouraging investment in our economy is ensuring there's a better system of protections for Australia's precious and unique natural environment. Firstly, by giving the Minister the power to make national environmental standards, which simply aren't there at the moment. Clear, enforceable expectations around offsets, engagement with traditional owners and matters of national environmental significance. This isn't just about conserving our natural heritage and assets, it's also about repairing any damage which is done, either directly through delivering an offset, such as planting more trees, providing essential habitat for unique Australian species, or by contributing to a restoration fund managed by an independent statutory officer in the department. Now, this idea of an independent fund, a restoration fund, to build not just what was there, but to build back better, to make an improvement to our natural environment, makes enormous sense. It's a practical measure going forward, so that rather than doing, for example, 10 trees here, 20 trees somewhere else to make a difference and alleviate the impact of a project, by having a national restoration fund managed independently, you can pool the contributions and do something really significant that makes a much bigger difference to our environment, a net gain for Australia's environment. This bill will give clear guidance about protecting threatened species and important habitats, not there in the current laws, and it will impose tougher penalties for significant breaches of environmental law. Mr Deputy Speaker, in order to build confidence in these decisions and strengthen the enforcement of these laws, at the centre of this legislation is the creation of Australia's first National Environmental Protection Authority, honouring a commitment that the Australian people have voted for, not once but twice. The independent national EPA will have stronger powers to impose tougher penalties. But importantly, of course, the final responsibility will remain with the Minister of the Day, because in our democracy, ultimate responsibility should belong to the elected representatives. Mr Deputy Speaker, the government has worked tirelessly to consult about these laws across the community. The broad engagement we've undertaken is reflected in the broad support for these reforms, from the Property Council to the Australian Industry Group to the Smart Energy Council. The opposition and the Greens political party in the Senate both acknowledge that the current laws are broken, so their choice is very clear. We had legislation in the former Parliament that couldn't receive support in the Senate, so the existing laws just carried on. I want to make this very clear. The government's determined to have this legislation carried this year. If that doesn't occur, the opposition and the Greens political party will both be responsible for the existing laws that they themselves say are not fit for purpose continuing on. That is what we are dealing with. That is the choice that people have. We have said we're up for dialogue and up for sensible propositions if their improvements can be made. But this is the time. This has gone on for long enough. 5 years after the reception of the report from Graham Samuel, it is time to get things done. So their choice is clear. They can talk about the problem or they can vote for the solution. That is the choice that will be before the Senate. The government's position is clear. This week we'll pass this legislation through the House of Representatives. We'll be voting for jobs, we'll be voting for housing, we'll be voting for new energy. We'll be voting for new projects and new industries across regional and remote Australia. And we'll be voting to pass on a better environment to our children and our grandchildren for a stronger economy and a healthy environment. And that's why it's not surprising that people being asked to leave the House, to leave the chamber, so that political games can be played, rather than actually engaging in debate. I say this to the opposition and to the Greens political party. This is good for jobs, good for industry, but it is also good for the environment. You have an opportunity to be part of the solution, then to continue to be a part of the problem. The Australian people had something to say about the no-alition and the tactics of blocking.
The Speaker's ruled that term's not to be used.
Consistently, he has not. He has said the no-alition can't be about a specific party, and it's not. It's about all of them. It's not about any individual. And the no-alition is when you have people combining from different ideological perspectives to form something new, something that's about blocking, not about advancing. And that is precisely what people in the Coalition or in the Greens have the opportunity, either of them, have the opportunity to be a part of something positive, being a part of going forward rather than simply blocking. I say it is time. The Senate will have the opportunity to pass this legislation in the last week, or we'll move on, and it will be the responsibility of those people who don't support this legislation, the consequences of it, and they'll be held to account just as they were held to account for the actions of the no-alition on May the 3rd.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Berowra.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the government's latest attempt to rewrite the approvals framework that underpins jobs, investment and certainty in our economy. In 2024, I had the honour to deliver the Garfield Barwick oration. Barwick is a hero of mine, a former member of this House, former Liberal Attorney-General, former Chief Justice of Australia and the founding President of the Australian Conservation Foundation. In my address, I spoke about Barwick's approach to the environment, which was balanced, prudent and realist. Recognising the complexities of modern life and the demand for raw materials, it envisaged that advanced development and conservation could exist peaceably. When Barwick was President of the Australian Conservation Foundation, he commended the Foundation at that time for doing a great deal to introduce a sense of balance into the consideration of the protection of the environment. Explaining what he meant by balance in 1970, he said, "We realise this generation must have access to resources and must use the technologies which are available to make the life of the ordinary man better. But resources can be used and technologies employed without doing avoidable damage to the environment." This balance is what this bill should be about, but unfortunately it's not, and it gets the balance wrong. This bill doesn't make small changes or amendments. It's almost 1,500 pages of legislation and explanatory materials that reaches into every corner of the economy that builds, digs, grows and manufactures. It will determine whether projects are approved in months or in years. It will determine whether capital comes here or goes somewhere else. It will determine whether Australians get a system that's workable and provides certainty to the private sector, or one that is slower and more complex. And what has the Albanese government chose to do with something that's this significant? And we heard the Prime Minister say it just then. They want to rush it through the Parliament in 1 week. The bill was introduced into the Parliament on October 29. Stakeholders have immediately asked for more time to consider the bill. The Senate has already had to step in and refer it to an inquiry reporting on the 24th of March next year. Now, according to the Prime Minister's timetable, the bill will be passed in the Senate before the Senate's had a chance to even consider this properly. And this is outrageous because 1,500 pages takes time to read, weigh and consider. The member for Watson has carriage of the bill in this chamber and he knows this. When he sat on this side of the chamber, he regularly decried rushed legislation. In 2014, in relation to a piece of legislation, he said, "The timing of this bill has precluded members of Parliament from doing their job." Is the timing of this bill not only precluding the Parliament, but stakeholders from doing their job to ensure the final bill is passed is in the best interest of all Australians? Or should we look to 2019, when Minister Burke said, "There's only one reason why the government have decided that they want this legislation to be rushed through tonight, and that's because they've decided to play the game." So this is now the game the Albanese government is playing, acting in the same vein they accused the former government of doing. Today they're doing precisely what they used to decry, and on such a large and far-reaching piece of legislation from their own government. This matters because rushing this legislation will have real consequences for Australians. This bill updates the 1999 EPBC Act. As Environment Minister, the Leader of the Opposition commissioned Professor Graham Samuel to undertake an independent review. The former coalition government introduced reforms including streamlining pathways. It's no surprise to anyone that Labor in opposition blocked them at the time. The Labor government now has presented its own model, but at what cost? Minister Plibersek attempted to make these reforms in the last parliament. They were withdrawn under internal pressure. Labor promised an Environment Protection Agency at 2 elections, and 4 years on it hasn't delivered what it promised. This is all too familiar from those opposite when it comes to energy and the environment. Let's not forget that they promised Australians would see a $275 reduction in power prices. 4 years on, they haven't delivered. The Prime Minister said life would be cheaper under his government. 4 years on, the government hasn't delivered. Deputy Speaker, the issue I particularly want to speak about in relation to this bill is very simple. It's about the transparency which this government is allergic to, and it's about scrutiny. This bill, as I indicated at the start of my remarks, is the perfect exemplar of this government's approach to transparency and scrutiny and allowing the Parliament to do its job. Dumping 1,500 pages of legislation sight unseen with economy-wide ramifications and then demanding the Parliament pass them without properly looking at them is not the action of a government that wants the Parliament to do its job. And indeed, we as legislators would be failing in our job if we don't scrutinise the legislation properly. Many of my colleagues have already made this point. The legislation contains a range of extraordinary changes which need to be properly weighed. But instead we've seen this petulant demand that we heard just from the Prime Minister a few moments ago to pass this bill that's more reminiscent of a toddler than it is of a government acting in the national interest. More importantly, this bill says something very important about the government's approach to transparency and accountability. This is a government that talked a big game on transparency before they came to power. They promised to be so much better. Prior to the election, the Prime Minister promised the Australian people if they elected him and the Australian Labor Party to office, he and his ministers would deliver transparency, integrity and accountability in everything they did. Those are the standards he told the Australian people he would uphold, and he wanted them to judge him by it if he was elected as Prime Minister of Australia. Transparency, integrity, accountability. And now we know these standards are not the standards the Albanese government and the ministers are holding themselves to. The former Attorney-General, the member for Isaacs, loved preaching about accountability and integrity, but his government has done the exact opposite. He said appropriate, prompt and proactive disclosure of government-held information informs community, increases participation and enhances decision-making. It builds trust and confidence required and permitted by law and improves efficiency. The point they made in opposition was transparency actually promotes better government, but that's not what we're seeing in this bill. What about the Minister for the Environment, who's responsible for the procedural mess we're dealing with today? What did he say when he was in opposition? He said, "We deserve answers and transparency." He also said it's not negotiable, and it should not be negotiable, for the Prime Minister to comply with the standing orders and properly answer questions. Clearly he's changed his tune in government. And what about the Prime Minister? In his forward to a code of conduct signed personally by the Prime Minister, we get this sort of sanctimony. Australians deserve good government. The Albanese government is committed to integrity, honesty and accountability in ministers and government, and my ministers will observe the standards of probity, governance and behaviour worthy of the Australian people. In making all the fanfare that he did in relation to his code of conduct at Clause 4 under responsibility and accountability, he said this: "In response to any reasonable and bona fide inquiry by a Member of Parliament or a parliamentary committee, Ministers are required to provide an honest, comprehensive account of their exercise of public office and the activities of their agencies within their portfolios. Well, that's exactly what we should be seeing with this bill. But instead, we've seen a very different tune from this government. Instead of transparency, accountability and openness, we've seen the approach demonstrated by this bill, and where we have a government that is demanding that it be rammed through without proper consideration. More important than that, the approach to this bill is part of a very disturbing pattern around secrecy and opposition to scrutiny. There's overwhelming evidence that the resistance to scrutiny which we're seeing in the approach to this bill is endemic. We've seen it in other areas, in the surge in FOI refusals. The Office of the Australian Information Commissioner, the watchdog of the FOI system, said that the proportion of FOI requests being completely refused shot up 27% in the December 2024 quarter. And by March 31 this year, the proportion of requests completely refused by government, according to the OAIC dashboard, shot up to 31%. We've seen it in this government's approach to consultation, which extraordinarily made non-disclosure agreements a condition of participation in too many areas. We saw it in the secrecy in relation to workplace relations reforms. They gagged small business and employers and industry groups that were directly targeted. They got people to sign legal gags and try to enforce it is because they wanted to lock them out of consultation. This government should hang itself in shame. This is the same government that drafted a secret manual directing officials on how to avoid answering questions in Senate estimates. It's a government that was exposed because of a leak called Approaches to Senate Questions on Notice, asked by all or multiple agencies. It was circulated among agencies, and the involvement of the Prime Minister's office is very murky. This is a government that has repeatedly flouted orders for production of documents. In fact, this government is now so egregious that the Senate has been forced into extraordinary procedural steps, like extending question time, just to ensure basic standards of transparency. The Centre for Public Integrity has made clear that compliance with Senate orders for production of documents has fallen to the lowest level since 1993. For a whole generation of Australians, no government has been worse than this one in actually producing documents for scrutiny. And claims of public interest immunity, a claim used to oppose the release of documents, have trebled among this government, and we're seeing them be made every single week. We're seeing this in the malicious and petty slashing of staff from all those in opposition on the crossbench, whose job it is to help hold this government to account. This government broke with decades of bipartisanship to reduce the number of staff. And we're not talking about electorate officers, we're talking about staff whose job it is to help us scrutinise the government. And that brings me back to this bill, which, as I've said, is just one more data point in a long line of data points that illustrate this government's addiction to secrecy. It's the sort of petulant approach, as I said, you'd expect from a toddler. This government has now brought this bill into this House. The Senate rightly sent it to committee. Stakeholders want time to look at it. They want time to consider it. They want to have the chance to tell us as legislators how it will affect them. Instead, this government tried to rush it through. The Business Council of Australia has been clear. Without significant changes, we risk embedding a system that is slower, more complex and lacking the clarity and certainty needed for investment. That's the Business Council, not the Coalition. It's a serious concern. We should be examining those concerns in committee. Are those concerns borne out by evidence? Are changes required? What do the changes look like? Does this bill actually provide a solution to a productivity problem, or does it do the opposite, as industry's been telling us? I want to be clear, there are reform options which the Coalition supports, but there are also serious issues with the legislation we're being asked to consider. And my colleagues have spoken at length to those issues. I want to talk about scrutiny in this government's approach. As I said, this bill has already been referred to committee. Those opposite should be well aware of the importance of the committee's procedures and why we have committees in this place. And it's worthwhile reminding people what practice says about the importance of committees in the function of our parliament. It says, the principal purpose of parliamentary committees is to conduct inquiries, performing functions which the houses themselves are not well fitted to perform. They find out the facts of a case or issue, examine witnesses, sift evidence and draw up reasoned conclusions. Because of their composition and the method of procedure, which is structured but relatively informal compared with that of the Houses, committees are well suited to the gathering of evidence from expert groups or individuals. In the sense they take the Parliament to the people and allow direct contact between members of the public and representative groups of members of the House. Not only do committee inquiries enable members to be better informed about community views, but by simply undertaking an inquiry, committees may promote public debate on the subject at issue. The all-party composition of most committees and the propensity to operate across party lines are important features. This bipartisan approach generally manifests itself through the conduct of inquiries and the drawing up of conclusions. Committees oversee and scrutinise the executive and are able to contribute towards better government. They also assist in ensuring a more informed administration and public policy making process in working with the executive on proposed legislation and other government initiatives. So this is what the purpose of the committee is in our system. This is why a committee inquiry into this bill has been established. This is why, because of the complexity of this bill, a reporting date for this committee has been listed as March next year. But instead, we have, as the Prime Minister said, a rushed attempt to bring this bill into this House and have it debated today without the benefit of a committee inquiry. The Prime Minister standing over the Senate and saying to the Senate that they will pass the bill in the next week of sittings of Parliament without the benefit of that sifting and weighing process which is vital to the committee processes of this Parliament, which is vital to the legislative scrutiny that all of us who are not part of the executive, and this includes members opposite, have an absolute responsibility to do in a bill with such economy-wide ramifications as this one. It is about whether the Parliament should be allowed to do its job and whether all of us should benefit from the deliberations of the committee process and the weighted consideration that such a committee would give a bill as complex and economy-wide as this. What we have in this bill is an arrogant government that is instead trampling all over the committee process. It's clear by suspending standing orders to rush the debate today, the government's abandoned the long-standing position of the importance of proper consideration of legislation. They've also abandoned due process that must take this matter through a committee process. They've ignored the committee benefit and the national interest in scrutiny and transparency and the use of the parliamentary process to deliver the best possible legislation in the national interest. Labor's taken this silly, entirely political approach, attempting to ram 1,500 pages of law and explanatory materials through the Parliament without notice and with urgency. I want to make a couple of closing comments to put the bill in context. Australians are dealing with a productivity problem. We can't afford to hardwire delay, confusion and litigation into our approval system. The bill before the House is being sold as a productivity measure, but there are clear and present concerns that far from improving productivity, this bill as presented would actually do the opposite. Parliament's duty is to write laws that work. Australians expect us to have genuinely considered the legislation that the government has put before us. They expect that laws are clear, proportionate and practical. This government does not respect that understanding. They do not respect the Parliament and they do not respect the Australian people.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Newcastle.
Thank you, and I rise today as the federal member for Newcastle, a city deeply proud of its historical heart, which sits alongside our world-class beaches, our internationally recognised wetlands, to speak in very strong support of this Environment Protection Reform Bill of 2025. This bill's about far more than legislative reform. It's about the kind of future we want to choose for our children, our grandchildren and generations to come. Newcastle's no stranger to transformation. We've evolved from our foundations in steelmaking, shipbuilding and heavy industry to a city of innovation, creativity and resilience. We know what hard work looks like, but we also know that the health of our environment underpins everything. Our harbour, our wetlands, our coastline from Merewether to Stockton, these are not just beautiful backdrops. They're part of our city's identity. They sustain livelihoods, tourism, recreation and community wellbeing. They provide the critical habitats for biodiversity, all the threatened shoreline, international migratory shorebirds, and of course the green and golden bell frog. Every worker who clocks on early in the morning, every family that walks the foreshore, every child who plays in our parks and beaches, they all deserve clean air, clean water and a safe environment. And this bill offers that better future. The Environment Protection Bill 2025 is the most significant overhaul of Australia's national environmental laws in a generation. It creates a streamlined, efficient and effective framework that cuts duplication, reduces the delays and restores trust in the system. For too long, approvals have been bogged down by complexity and inconsistency, frustrating businesses and communities alike. This bill replaces that patchwork with one clear, strong set of rules, legally enforceable national environmental standards, the first of their kind in Australia's history. So let's not hear this nonsense that these laws are not profound enough, or that they're too profound for some members opposite. No longer will polluters be able to shop around for the weakest rules. No longer will Australians be left guessing which government is responsible when things go wrong. It delivers one system, one set of rules and one national approach, underpinned by a tough, independent National Environment Protection Authority with the powers and resources to enforce the law and hold offenders to account. For Newcastle, this reform means real, tangible outcomes. It means a cleaner harbour and waterfront. Our port activity is vital to our regional economy, but our community also deserves clean water, safe recreation and restored shoreline amenity. Stronger standards and a tougher EPA means better monitoring, less pollution and healthier waterways for everyone. It means stronger protections for our industrial zones as they undergo transition. The Hunter is at the forefront of the clean energy revolution. Green hydrogen and ammonia, battery manufacturing, a clean energy precinct at the Port of Newcastle and a net zero manufacturing centre at Ties Hill TAFE. We need a framework that supports that transition, not one that rewards inaction or delay. It means investment certainty for the renewable energy and clean technology sectors. Investors want clarity. I do not understand how the coalition does not get this point. Investors want to know that environmental approvals will be handled efficiently and transparently. This bill gives them that confidence, unlocking new projects, cheap, clean energy and new jobs, very important in regions like Newcastle and the Hunter.
Really important.
It means safer, healthier communities, stronger air quality standards, better land use planning, cleaner waterways, as well as greater resilience in the growing impacts of climate change. But this bill doesn't just tighten rules, it streamlines processes. For too long, approvals have been mired in duplication. This bill creates a single, consistent framework with efficient, transparent decisions. For too many builders, it takes a long time to get approval for a home to then just to build one. Building on the Australian Labor government's ambitious $43 billion housing agenda, the government announced in August that it would fast-track 26,000 homes currently under environmental assessment. But the measures in this bill tackle the underlying cause of delay while delivering stronger protections for nature. In crafting these reforms, we have looked into three pillars. Firstly, stronger protection and restoration. Secondly, efficient, robust assessments and approvals. Thirdly, accountability, including the National Environmental Protection Authority. When it comes to housing, the Greens choose politics over progress every single time. They worked with Peter Dutton in the last term to block progress here in Canberra. They blocked housing in their local communities, and they offer fantasy fixes that make the housing crisis worse. The Australian people have shown that the Greens that they have a pretty dim view of opposition for opposition's sake. It's time they heeded the message and work constructively with government.
That's right.
You've got an option. We can work this way, we can work that way. You all should be on board, quite frankly, in the national interest to begin with. But review after review has told us that these laws, our current environmental laws, they're not fit for purpose. We all know that. If you were all honest, you would all admit that yourselves. And in 2020, Professor Graham Samuels delivered that review and made it very clear to all that the current system was broken. It's too slow, too complex, too weak. He called for strong national environmental standards and a tough independent regulator to enforce them. Yet since then, we've seen delay after delay after delay. and that is fuelled not only by community but political people who take advantage of political games. Graham Samuel himself has warned that the ongoing obstruction by the Coalition and disappointingly by the Greens is a betrayal of the Australian government, and he is right. This is our one shot for a once-in-a-generation opportunity to fix a system that has failed both business and nature for far too long. The Greens want to frame this legislation as a tug-of-war between the environment and the economy. They assert a false choice that you can have one but not the other. And that is simply wrong. You don't have to choose between the environment and jobs or business. You can protect and grow both. Rather than petty political stunts, the Greens should learn their lessons and work with the government to deliver what the Australian people want. The Australian people have voted not once but twice for this legislation. Let's get this done. Because this is the same Greens party that teamed up with the Coalition to block the carbon pollution reduction scheme in 2009, setting the stage for a decade-long, indeed decades-long, of climate inaction. They also teamed up to send more of Australia's rubbish overseas, missing an opportunity to create jobs here and protect our environment. Whether it's the climate, housing or environment reform, the Greens have too often put their own political interests above the national interests. And if the Greens now choose to block this legislation, they will only have themselves to blame for the lack of progress on environmental law reform. This bill's not about choosing between the environment and the economy. The two are inseparable. Strong standards provide certainty for investors and fairness for responsible operators. In Newcastle, we've always understood that balance. Prosperity through innovation while protecting our coast and waterways. This bill reflects that legacy. This is nation-building reform. It creates a modern, trusted system of environmental protection. For the first time, the environmental information will be public in real time. For the first time, the Commonwealth will set binding standards. And for the first time, there will be an independent national EPA, a strong cop on the beat. And this is what Australians expect, and it is what Labor is delivering. This is a moment of decision. The people of Newcastle expect us to protect both jobs and the environment. We can deliver the renewable energy and the housing we need while safeguarding nature. Let's pass this bill. Let's protect our environment, build our economy at the same time. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Monash.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the member for Newcastle because while we differ on a number of aspects of this bill, as a new person to this place, I do appreciate the real sense of collegiality that she has shown towards me in the last 6 months, and I'd like to record my sincere appreciation for that. It's a pleasure to rise to speak on this bill. And I want to reflect that next week indeed is the 50th anniversary of the dismissal and then the election of the Fraser Liberal government. And there are some milestone achievements that were part of that government that have been reflected in the Parliament this week. We have, of course, the Freedom of Information Act, which was a crowning achievement of the Fraser Liberal government. It is disappointing to see the watering down and undermining of that bill this week, but it is a crowning achievement of a Liberal government. And there were many other milestones that the Fraser government implemented in respect to the environment. We had, of course, the National Parks and Wildlife Conservation Act, 1975. The Great Barrier Reef was declared a marine park. We had sand mining in Fraser Island ended. We had the declaration of Kakadu National Park. We had the ending of whaling in Australian waters and prohibited oil exploration and prohibited drilling in the Great Barrier Reef, and a number of internationally important conservation agreements, including a convention against trading endangered species, a convention on the conservation of seals in the Antarctica, and a convention on the international importance of wetlands. Where I come from, Mr Deputy Speaker, I come from the Monash electorate, which is part of the Great Gippsland region, which is the size of Switzerland. And if you look at that entire regional area, we've got some very important biodiversity and environmental aspects to that place. We've got, in my good friend, the member for Gippsland's area, we've got the largest inland lake system in the Southern Hemisphere, around Lakes Entrance. My good friend, the member for Leichhardt, has some family connections to central Gippsland, which is known for its clean, green horticultural produce. We've got in my electorate Phillip Island, which, Deputy Speaker, prior to COVID attracted over 1 million international ticketed visitors a year, which I'm very proud of, right up there with Kakadu National Park, the Great Barrier Reef and other attractions. We also have some very special biodiversity and native wildlife species. We've got the orange-bellied parrot, which has its migratory flight path from King Island in Tasmania through our region to South Australia, also known as the Neophema chrysogaster. And so environmental conservation and protection is something very dear to my heart. And so I turn my remarks to debating this bill, the Environment Protection Reform Bill, the first in a series of 7 bills now being considered separately as part of the government's overhaul. Now, from the beginning of this process, the Shadow Minister for the Environment, the member for Moncrieff, has said one thing very clearly, Deputy Speaker, and that is environmental reform is too important to get wrong. And as I referenced earlier, the Liberal Party have a very proud history and heritage on this issue. Australians deserve reform that really tackles a number of imperatives, that it protects our environment, that it supports jobs and investment and productivity. And there should be room for all of those imperatives in the way that we approach policy and legislative reform, and unfortunately this bill falls short on those areas. And in fact, we've seen 3 years of promises and delays. The government's now finally brought forward a 1,459-page legislative package, and it's expecting industry stakeholders and parliamentarians to digest it in just 3 weeks. That's not consultation, Mr Deputy Speaker, that is chaos. And we've seen far too many examples of that recently. We've seen the rushed approach to the FOI legislation. We've seen the under-resourcing, for example, of cutting opposition staff members, which play a really important role, I think, in making sure we can respectfully and robustly have a contest of ideas in this place that lands somewhere on balanced, reasonable legislation. So even the minister himself has at one point said that these reforms would take 12 to 18 months to finalise. Now, that's a pretty reasonable approach to take a considered, methodical way forward. So I have to ask, Mr Deputy Speaker, why the rush before Christmas? Why force through some of the most significant environmental reform in an entire generation with barely enough time to read through it? I don't think that that's good for the democratic process. I don't think that that helps us mould a better legislative and regulatory reform process, and I really don't think that that's doing justice to Australians, to regional Australians who I represent, and to the environment. Stakeholders have been pretty clear on this, Mr Deputy Speaker. This legislation in its current form is completely unworkable. Business groups, environment groups, local communities are all saying the same thing. This process is rushed, it is inconsistent, and it is overly complex. And we see too many examples right now of state and federal governments, Labor governments, just riding roughshod over local communities, over regional communities. At the moment, we've got yet another rushed renewable project in West Gippsland in Darnham, which I'm very proud, Deputy Speaker, to represent a region that contributes 23% of the nation's milk output, 26% of Victoria's beef. We've got the best soil anywhere in Australia. It's prime agricultural farmland, and yet we've got a big battery energy storage project that's just being lumped on paddocks in that community. Lily D'Ambrosio, the Victorian Energy Minister, has scant regard for the views and other productive activities of regional Victorians. And so that's an example of where Labor again are just riding roughshod over local communities. I also have real concern about productivity that this bill will undermine. The government loves to talk about productivity. It had kind of a 2020 talk fest, took the idea from Kevin Rudd's 2020 roundtable on productivity recently. So it certainly talks about productivity, but it's not really serious about implementing steps that are practical that enhance productivity measures. And in fact, this bill will take productivity backwards. We've already got a serious productivity problem. We're ranked second last in the OECD, just above Mexico.
Order. Just keep it down a little bit. Thank you.
Just above Mexico, Mr Deputy Speaker. And, you know, Australia used to be top of the pops, near the top of the pops on productivity across the OECD, but under successive Labor governments we've seen that decline and whittle away, and this bill is just another spoke in the wheels of productivity in this country. In their first term alone, more than 5,000 new regulations were introduced. I don't think this government's ever met a regulation it didn't like. I talk to a lot of businesses in my electorate that are drowning in a quagmire of green tape. It does not serve the environment, it does not protect regional jobs, and it does not enhance productivity. So this is not reform, this is regression. And economists have been tolling the bell on this. They have warned that underinvestment in research and development is already dragging our productivity down. And that is, you know, we invest a lot in research, particularly in the agriculture sector in my region. I'm very proud that Monash hosts the Darnham research facility on dairy. We are trying our best to lift up productivity, to kickstart innovation, and this bill just really runs counter to all of those principles. So without balanced reform, we're going to risk pushing that investment offshore, and that means fewer jobs, less growth and a weaker economy. Now, let's not forget Labor's history in this area. Under former Minister Plibersek, the government promised a complete EPBC overhaul by the end of 2023. And that was failed to be delivered. It was a friendless proposal which collapsed under its own weight. Now, Minister Watt, the Prime Minister's so-called Mr Fix-It, has inherited a mess, and to his credit, he's tried to work through that mess. He claims that this new package is balanced reform, but stakeholders have been telling the coalition otherwise, and those stakeholders include environment groups, local community groups from metropolitan areas and regional areas like mine. They tell us otherwise. We've even had Western Australia's Premier had to step in to stop Labor's last attempt at this bill. That's how bad it was. There are a number of Labor premiers at the moment, from Chris Minns in New South Wales, who's very sensibly had some words to say about excise tax, to the WA Labor Premier, who really are running counter views to a number of things that this federal Labor government are trying to achieve. So after 3 years and 2 ministers, the government's produced a reform that's really worse than the 26-year-old law that it's seeking to replace. And the key reasons for that are that it's unworkable and it's massive overreach. There is a glaring issue, and that is the Environment Protection Authority itself. Now, this government came to its administration saying that they wanted to streamline regulation, that where possible it's always preferable to harmonise and streamline regulation, and where you're able to meet the intention of an agency or a bill or a piece of regulation, there's no point asking businesses, community groups, environment groups to have to grapple with overlapping state and federal regulatory burdens. And that's what we've effectively got with now 2 levels of EPAs at a state level and at a federal level. Now, the Graham Samuel review, which was commissioned by the Coalition, it never recommended an EPA because we've got that state-based compliance structure. What it recommended was a compliance commissioner, not an approval authority. Now, I speak to a whole range of businesses in my electorate, mainly small to medium businesses, from agriculture, meat processors, dairy processors. They are really up against it right now. They are really up against it. There's a whole lot of uncertainty in international markets, productivity is declining, but red tape and green tape is just killing regional businesses. And this is going to be another spoke in the wheel for those businesses. There are no clear performance indicators. There's no binding statement of expectations. There's no ministerial accountability for the CEO. So under the bill, the CEO can only be dismissed by the Governor-General, and that's just absurd. Any government body wielding this much power should answer directly to the minister. That is, respecting the primacy of that office and the Parliament, as well as the function and role of the executive. We've also, as I mentioned, we've got duplication, and that really is a huge point of frustration for many businesses that I speak to. The bill needlessly repeats existing Scope 1 and 2 emissions reporting requirements, and that's already covered under the safeguard mechanism. Now, Labor claims to be cutting red and green tape, but this bill is creating more of both. It also contains 37 separate definitions of unacceptable impacts. 37. How can a business possibly operate under that kind of confusion? And I address my remarks particularly to small and medium business operators because, unlike big corporations, they don't have a whole compliance department. They don't have a whole HR department. If you're a small business owner, you're the compliance officer, you're the HR officer, you're the marketing manager, and you've got to find time at the end of the day to be able to deliver for your customers. And I just don't think, with respect, that's a concept Labor understands, respects, or can relate to. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I've got a number of issues with this bill. I do not think that it in any way meets those ambitions of protecting the environment, addressing productivity issues that we have in this country in a really reasonable way. And I was quite pleased to listen to the previous contribution respectfully, and I'd encourage others to perhaps reflect on doing the same. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for McNamara.
Well, thank you, Acting Speaker, and I thank all of my colleagues who clearly have given up a bit of time in their day to come and listen to the contribution on the EPBC bill. And I'll start my remarks also by saying that I'm very fond of the member for Monash and hold her in high regard, but her comments around rushing this bill through the House is actually quite ironic. Because a bit of history for the member for Monash is that when the Leader of the Opposition was the then Environment Minister, she too brought a bill that was meant to be the then federal government's response to the Samuels review that they commissioned. And what did the Leader of the Opposition do? She brought in a bill that undermined the key principle and the key recommendation of the Samuel review, which is that the federal government and that this place needs to have strong federal national environmental standards that are upheld by the federal government and by the Parliament. And what did the then Minister for the Environment, now Leader of the Opposition, do? She brought in a bill that would have given all of the powers to the states and completely taking the federal government away from environmental standards and away from environmental decision-making. And worse than that, when the member for Monash talks about rushing through, I look at this speaking list and there is ample opportunity for any single member on that side of the House to contribute their views to this debate. And in fact, we welcome the contributions of those opposite, and we've extended the sittings to ensure that every member of this place gets a chance to contribute to this debate. Of course, that wasn't the approach of the former government. That wasn't the approach of the Leader of the Opposition when she was the Environment Minister, when Christian Porter, who was the then Leader of the House, used the numbers of the Morrison government to crunch debate and to ensure that members didn't get a say on their environmental approvals and didn't get a say on their proposed environmental laws that were a complete ignoring of the Samuels review that they commissioned. And then, thankfully, the Senate decided to throw their environment laws in the bin where they belong. But never forget that their attempt to ram through environment laws was a last-ditch attempt by a government that was on its last legs, by a person who's now the Leader of the Opposition and who ignored the very recommendations that her government asked for. But that is not the approach that we have taken. And this bill and these sets of bills sets out a strong regime of environmental protection that this parliament should absolutely vote for. The EPBC reforms contain a number of huge steps forward, including setting out federal national environmental standards, something that will be made possible by this bill. This bill also creates an environmental protection agency. This bill responds to a number of the recommendations of Professor Samuels, and this bill also creates a whole range of different policies that will ensure that the environment benefits from potential applications, including a net gain principle. This bill will speed up approvals. This bill will ensure that there is transparency and accountability in environmental decision-making, including for the very first time for proponents to submit the amount of emissions that will be included as part of any proposal and any application for federal environmental approvals. This bill is something that seeks to do the genuinely difficult thing of balance the interests of businesses with the absolute essential responsibility that we all have to ensure that our environment and custodians of our environment are adhered to in a way that upholds our great national traditions. The EPBC reform package that is before the House is one where every single member of this parliament should be voting for it. And I know that those opposite are in disarray. I know that the Liberal and National Party don't know whether they're Arthur or Martha at this moment. But one thing that would be a great signal for the people that they are clearly making absolutely no sense to now is to say that instead of walking away and just saying no and killing off the environmental protection reform bills, that they are actually willing to be sensible and deal in with the government and deal in with us to ensure that these bills can pass both parliaments. But I am not hopeful, Acting Speaker. I am not hopeful the Liberals and National Party are coherent or cohesive enough to actually form a position on anything, let alone something as important and as complicated as environmental approvals. Obviously, we will engage in good faith with the Coalition and the Greens to try and ensure that there is a strong set of bills that pass through the parliament. But I am not hopeful of, given the state of the Liberal and National Party today, where lots of meetings are happening at clandestine restaurants in Kingston, as opposed to actually coming together and forming some sort of coherent policy, on this bill. Speaker, I represent the wonderful people of Macnamara, and everyone knows in this place that the people of Macnamara stand for strong climate action, and the people of Macnamara stand for protecting our environment. I have some of the most extraordinary environmental and community groups that I'm so proud to represent, and we even have our own nature project, one of the largest projects of urban renewal in Australia's history, of inside a city, where we turn the old Elstonwick Golf Course into the Yallourn Nature Reserve, where we are seeing endangered species come back. We're seeing growling frogs, grass frogs come back. The community is building habitats for them, and seeing the natural wildlife developing around this incredibly beautiful part of our local community is just inspiring. We have the Port Phillip Eco Centre, which of course we're proud to support as well, which is a hub of citizen science, of community engagement, and of environmental lessons and education, which engages a lot of our local schools and so many different parts of our community as well. The people of Macnamara want to see John Howard's old environmental reforms updated. And I want to see John Howard's old environmental reform and EPBC bill updated. Acting Speaker, the recent State of the Environment report found that most indicators of of the state, and trend of plants and animals show decline, and the number of terrestrial and marine threatened species has risen. We have a responsibility to act right now. And that is why we have picked up the recommendations made by Professor Samuel that were completely ignored by those who asked him to do that work, and put together a set of reforms that will improve the environmental protection, that will ensure that businesses have timely responses. If it's a no, it's a quick no. If it's a yes, it's a yes, and to work through those conditions. But more importantly, it's to ensure that the environmental standards that we want to leave for the next generation are strong and are adhered to, and that the federal government is right in that, in ensuring that there are national standards. Professor Samuel's recommendations were important, and he said himself, there is no variation in any significant or in any small way from the recommendations of the review, and that's why I'm satisfied after 5 torturous years. We're going to set up a National Environment Protection Agency, one that is going to be a tough cop on the beat to ensure that environmental standards and environmental approvals are adhered to, and the conditions are adhered to. And if someone's doing the wrong thing, that there will be consequences. And I want to take this opportunity to give a shout out to the incredible Labor activists of the Labor Environment Action Network who championed the EPA. The National EPA is one that is an agency that Lean members have fought for many, many years. And they have been critical in ensuring that it doesn't fall off the agenda. When the Liberals and the Greens teamed up to block a federal EPA last Parliament, it was Lean members who fought hard to ensure that we recommit to that and that we ensure that the EPA is in this bill. And when, and I hope these bills pass through the Parliament, it can be Lean members who can be very proud of themselves to ensuring that they have made this fantastic contribution to our environmental agencies and to our environmental regime. There are so many other parts of this, Acting Speaker, that I'm very proud of. Having national environmental standards for the first time being able to be prescribed by the Minister is one that this bill will make possible, and one that we will hopefully be able to see made a reality. I also want to take this opportunity to reaffirm the Minister for the Environment's commitment that the RFAs, the regional forestry agreements, will have to adhere to our national environmental standards, something that is also been fought for a long time, and one that will ensure that our RFAs are actually held against federal standards, and one that many activists have fought for a long time. Acting Speaker, it's pretty simple. These bills are an opportunity, and one that won't come around very often. Last Parliament, we saw the Liberals and the Greens team up to block the EPA time and time again. Last Parliament, we saw the Liberals and the Greens team up to block a whole range of policies. And right now, they can work together to block these environment bills. It would be unsurprising if the Liberal Party did that, and it would be a complete neglect of our environmental standards if the Greens were to work with the coalition to block these set of reforms, including these strong environmental approvals. This Parliament has a chance, and yes, of course, there can be negotiations and amendments to bills, and of course that is what will happen. But right now, we as a Parliament need to take this opportunity to update our environmental protection bills. We need to ensure that there are strong environmental standards, and we need a partner in doing so. And I say to all members of this place and others, now is the time to improve our environmental regime. It will be a great reform that we leave on to the next generation because, as Professor Samuel said, it is bitterly disappointing that there are potentially political games being played or posturing which should be put aside, and that is exactly what should happen. We should put political games aside and get this done for this generation and generations to come as well.
And I give the call to the Assistant Minister.
I move that the debate for this bill be adjourned.
The motion is that the debate be adjourned and that it be made an order of the day for a later hour of the day. All the opinions say aye. All those against, no. The ayes have it. I have received a report from the Federation Chamber. I have received a report that the Federation Chamber has been unable to complete its consideration of the Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2025 and has returned the bill to the House with an unresolved question. I present a certified copy of the bill together with the schedule of the question which the Federation Chamber was unable to resolve. I understand it is the wish of the House to consider the bill immediately. The unresolved question is that the amendment moved by the member for Wentworth to the amendment moved by the member for Curtin be agreed to. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. All of that, I will now put the question. All of their opinions say aye. All those against, no. No. The noes have it. The question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Curtin be agreed to. I will put the question. All of their opinions say aye. All those against, no. The noes have it. The question now is that the bill be read a second time. I will put the question. All of their opinions say aye. All those opinions say no. The ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Almost.
No, it's not. You guys were meant to... Oh, yeah. You were voting.
It's the second reading. It's the second reading. It's the second reading. Yeah. We got all the way through to the second reading.
Lock the doors. The question is the bill be read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 86, noes 47. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to access to information and for related purposes.
Call the Attorney-General.
Speaker, I move that further consideration of the bill be made an order of the day for a later hour.
The question is that the further consideration of the bill be made an order of the day for a later hour. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Call the Leader of the House.
I declare the Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2025 stands referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration.
Members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. We shall call the clerk and move to the next order of business.
Government business. Order of the day number 3, Environment Protection Reform Bill 2025. Resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Curtin.
All right, if members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Curtin has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendments be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We must balance the economy and the environment, and the member for McNamara previously said that his side is allowing debate, and I thank him for that. But our environment deserves more than slogans. It deserves action that's practical, balanced and accountable. In the electorate of Cook, we know this better than most. From the seagrass beds of Botany Bay to the dunes of Cronulla, our community treasures its coastland and its bushland. We see first-hand what happens when environmental policy loses touch with local realities and industry. Yes, we want policies that protect our coastline, not bureaucracy that strangles investment or paralyses progress. And we certainly don't need another 1,500 pages of red tape from a government that's all talk and not delivery. I remember Winston Churchill once said, "This report by its very length defends itself against the risk of being read." Well, this 1,500-page bill by its very length defends itself at the risk of being read. And that's unfortunate, because right now this government has actually alienated both industry groups and environmental groups, and that's hard to do. By trying to ram this bill through, all 1,500 pages of it, something that the Parliament cannot possibly engage in such a short time, without proper consultation with neither industry nor environment, is actually hurting democracy, risks hurting environment and hurting industry. During the last term, the Environment Minister promised to deliver a full overhaul of the EBPC Act by the end of 2023. The Environment Minister missed that deadline, and nearly 2 years later we're still debating a bill riddled with uncertainty. Industry and environmental groups alike agree this bill fails both business and the environment. I'll take the interjection. I know a fair bit about business. What do you know about business over there in your unionised spot? What's your business experience?
Order.
What's your business experience?
Order. I remind the Speaker to address people by their appropriate titles.
Thank you. Well, maybe they would like to do the same. But industry and the environment groups agree alike. The bill fails.
Order.
You looked better when you're up the front.
Order. Again, Speaker.
Industry and environment groups alike agree. The bill both fails business and the environment. It won't speed up approvals or create confidence. It will simply tie up investment in the process while doing little to improve outcomes. The Coalition supports strong, clear environmental standards, but they must be practical. The concept of unacceptable impacts should sit within the environment standards framework, as Samuel Review recommended, not be buried in legislative grey areas. What was the interjection?
Order.
I'll enjoy this.
Order.
Sorry, I can't hear you. You're so far back. I think you've been bulleted to the back of Parliament. It's hard to hear you from back there.
Order.
Well, you can stop the interjection or you can sit me down.
Order. I just remind the Speaker at the dispatch box to address people by their appropriate titles. Continue with your contribution, and I'd remind members of the House that the Speaker will be heard in silence, as we afford the courtesy to all members of this place when they are speaking, including from the dispatch box.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Understood. Industry and environmental groups alike agree. This bill fails both business and environment. It won't speed up approvals or create confidence. It will simply tie up investment in process while doing very little to achieve practical outcomes. The Coalition supports strong, clear and environmental standards, but they must be practical. We have a proud history of doing this, whether it was John Howard creating the marine parks that surround our beautiful continent, that keep our sea life, our coral reefs protected and enshrine them for generations to come. Whether it was the Morrison government or the Abbott government in actually bringing this government to sign up to Paris, or it was Abbott actually, but I thought you might know that, having spent so much time here.
Order.
Well, if you're going to interject, if they're going to interject, Deputy Speaker, I'll be responding to it. The Coalition supports strong, clear environmental standards, but they must be practical. The concept of unacceptable impact should sit within the environmental standards framework. As the Samuel Review recommended,
Member for McEwen.
And not be buried by legislative grey areas. We also believe the new Environmental Protection Agency must be accountable to the Minister, not another layer of unchecked bureaucracy. When unelected officials make decisions that affect jobs and investment, someone in government must answer for them. In Cook, my community lives on the front line of environmental change. Locals care deeply about our beaches, about our dunes, about our bushland and our marine life. We're surrounded by the Hacking River in the south, the Georges River in the north, and the beautiful beach of Bait Bay in the east, and we're surrounded by National Park. We care about this area. And we've seen what can happen when pollution and erosion goes unchecked. Beaches narrow, ecosystems decline, and our coastal identity suffers. That's why I support strong action in building up our beaches. We've got a fantastic local organisation there called Sea Care. Sea Care was just 3 local surfers, that's how it started, who watched our beaches erode. They came together to form community around my local electorate in Cook and lobby the federal, the state and the local government to stop erosion action. I'm pleased to see and I congratulate the Sutherland Shire Council for listening to these grassroots community groups, to listening to the almost 1,000 people who signed up to the petition we put out, and they have started to rebuild those dunes. But unfortunately, the Bait Bay needs long-term solutions. In storms, this sand will continue to erode, and we need to do more to protect the beaches. We also need to do more to have strong action against plastic pollution. Now, the Sutherland Shire has been a leader in this area. They've had plastic-free Cronulla, where the business community self-organised to rid Cronulla of plastic. Plastic plates, plastic cutlery, plastic takeaway. Now, the practical industry-supported measures that keep plastics out of our oceans and out of our food chains. I'd also like to acknowledge Councillor Cal Glanzig for his efforts in doing that, as well as also the Surfrider Foundation of Cronulla and Joe Glendenning for the work he has done. My community wants rules that protect the beauty of Bait Bay, of Cronulla Beach, of Port Hacking and the Georges River, as well as our bushland. We want beauty that protects Towra Point and Botany Bay and the UNESCO wetlands that surround my beautiful electorate. What they don't want, though, is new layers of bureaucracy that delay dune restoration or restoring local habitats or penalise industry. This government talks big about biodiversity but has ignored the basics. While it might fund activist groups such as the Environmental Defender's Office, which was judicially criticised in a federal court case for witness coaching and presenting evidence found to lack integrity, 39 species have gone extinct under this government's watch, including the Christmas Island shrew. That's a failure wrapped in self-congratulation. Under the coalition, Australia has led the world in rooftop solar, and I'm pleased to see the government is still pushing this forward. In waste reform, our Recycling Modernisation Fund helped transform the recycling sector, some of which is also in my electorate of Cook, as the Breen Group looks at recycling and waste disposal. We looked at cutting plastic litter, expanding batteries and food waste recycling programs as well. We backed Remade Australia, the initiative to give consumers confidence that recycled products were made here at home in Australia, because we really do believe in a future made in Australia, not a future bailed out in Australia. When it came to coastal care, our focus has always been on local action, dune restoration, habitat grants and community clean-up programs. And there are a number of community clean-up programs every weekend in the electorate of Cook, be it the community organised ones, the Surf Rider organised ones, or the Sutherland Shire Council organised ones. They are fantastic. Now, that's the balance we believe in, protecting the environment, but critically we must support jobs, tourism and recreation. The Coalition wants an environment law that actually works, that protects our beautiful beaches across Australia and across Cook, that protects our beautiful bushland, like the Royal National Park on my electorate's doorstep, that supports local jobs and the tourism that exists in Cook, but also the local businesses, many of whom have gone plastic-free, but also restores confidence in investors. We will fight for a bill that's simple, that's strong and that's workable. One that cuts plastic pollution, safeguards our coastline, but doesn't punish the people and the businesses that build Australia and my electorate's future. In Cook, we are proud to be coastal custodians. We need a government that can match that pride with policy that works, and until it does, we'll keep holding it to account. Now, some of the issues in particular that we have with this bill are that the CEO of the EPA must still be accountable to the minister, that the definition of net gain needs greater clarity with guardrails in place to ensure certainty, not just for industry but also for the environment. Now, Labor is completely divided on whether they support jobs or the wealth created by our nation and its resources sector. They put off a decision on the North West Shelf until after the election, and then they sacked the minister responsible. Now a new minister has come in, providing preliminary approval for a project, while the Prime Minister has recruited a Greens defector who is vehemently against the project. Industry and business need certainty so that they can invest in Australia with confidence, creating jobs and boosting our economy. Now, earlier I spoke about the extinction, the 39th extinction. We've got that extinction, but a growing number of animals that are now on the endangered list that also previously weren't. The 39th extinction came after the government's international commitment to prevent extinctions, and it came only months after that, and it's a monumental government failing. It's a truly sobering statistic to have lost Australia's only shrew, and it's the latest litany of broken promises by this government. The algal bloom. Australia should be disappointed with the Albanese government's failure to act on the algal bloom that has been blooming for months and has significantly affected the South Australian coastline. The Albi government has failed to listen to scientists as much as 18 months ago. They failed to listen to scientists 4 months ago when dead fish were washing up on those beaches.
Order.
Today, more than 14,000 marine animals... Today, more than 14,000 marine animals have died because of the Albanese's government failure to listen to these scientists. Today, local fishing and tourist businesses are hurting because the Albanese government failed to respond sooner. South Australians, all Australians, should be disappointed by this Labor government because of all of this should have been addressed much sooner if only they had listened to the advice. Our plan, and on Minister Plibersek, when she tried to introduce these reforms into the last parliament, they were seen as too left-wing for the Labor government, which is why the Western Australian Premier had to step in and contact the Prime Minister, and just like that, overnight the bills were stopped on the eve of the election. Labor have promised in 2 elections to deliver an environmental protection agency, and after 4 years they have still not delivered on that promise. Labor have now introduced the proposed reforms into this chamber. However, in trying to ram through these bills that have already been sent to a Senate inquiry that's due to report back on the 24th of March 2026, although Labor wanted it to report back within weeks to allegedly try and pass the bills this year. That is not scrutiny, that's scandal. This set of bills and the explanatory memorandum are too long for us to consider in that time, and the Senate inquiry needs to be given the time to run. The minister is looking to deal with either the Coalition or the Greens by calling these back from the Senate inquiry porous to rush these through by the end of the year. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Dixon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank goodness that speech is over and done with. What a bunch of rubbish was coming from the member for Cook. I believe the Moreton Bay region is the very best place to live in the world. Moreton Bay, just north of Brisbane, is home to native platypus, turtles, frogs, lizards, snakes, and many species of birds. We have flying foxes, native eels, and a significant koala population, as well as powerful owls, which we know are vulnerable to extinction. Recently, I was talking to students at a school in Launton, and I looked to my right, and up there in the tree was a koala outside the classroom. There are very few places in this country where this could happen. Moreton Bay is also home to one of only a handful of urban platypus populations in Australia, and it's found right on the South Pine River. We have wet and dry eucalypt forest, rainforest, creek systems, and coastal and wetland ecosystems. Nearly 30 years ago, our local council had the foresight to preserve some of our precious Moreton Bay rainforest ecosystems after local residents petitioned the council to save the land around Eaton's Hill from residential development. Kombucha Sanctuary is now a wonderful place to discover and appreciate Moreton Bay's rainforest ecosystems. The sanctuary is an important wildlife highway, providing a safe place for wildlife to move from the state forest to the river. This rare pocket of untouched rainforest has 6 kilometres of walking paths throughout the forest and near the river. Saving this land is the only reason we have a unique urban platypus population. And that is why the Albanese Labor government has committed $1.6 million for new improved facilities at the sanctuary to ensure this important land holding is maintained for future generations. I also acknowledge the support of local councillor Kath Tonks in ensuring the sanctuary is a priority for the council and the Moreton Bay region. At the mill in Petrie, koala populations have grown by 22% annually since 2017. But we all know, overall, our koala populations have been severely impacted over time by development and much-needed housing. But the message from my community and across the nation at the election was clear. We want laws that protect the environment, our unique habitats, our koalas, while giving certainty to those who invest, build and create jobs. For far too long, Australia's environmental laws have been broken, outdated, complex and failing both nature and business. Today, we have the opportunity to fix them. The EPBC Act is last century. These laws were introduced in 1999, over 25 years ago, and they do not reflect modern environmental science or community expectations for nature, protection and sustainability. It is clear that the need for change is urgent. The Environmental Protection Reform Bill 2025 represents the most significant overhaul of environmental law in a generation. It is an opportunity for important change, and I urge the opposition and the Greens to take up that opportunity. You may not get everything you want, but I think we can all agree that the current laws are archaic and do nothing to protect the environment. This bill delivers strong protections, faster approvals and greater accountability through the creation of Australia's first ever independent National Environment Protection Agency. This bill is about getting the balance right between protecting our environment and delivering fast approvals for good projects, particularly for housing and transport infrastructure in fast-growing regions like mine. Deputy Speaker, Moreton Bay is one of Australia's fastest-growing regions. In the next 20 years, it is expected there will be 210,000 new residents. That's almost the size of Hobart. From young families priced out of Brisbane, for others looking to retire, or for others coming from the south to a greater weather and lifestyle. Outer urban centres like Moreton Bay are and will continue to be the most impacted by growth. It's only fair that we deliver a strong framework that will protect communities like mine from development in the wrong places while encouraging it and making it easier in the right places. For too long, the grey area between federal and state systems has meant confusion, delay and frustration for communities and businesses. The measures in this bill will tackle the underlying cause of delay while also delivering greater protections for nature. Under these reforms, we will remove duplication through new agreements between the Commonwealth and states. faster approvals for good projects, particularly in housing, clean energy and regional infrastructure, while ensuring that environmental safeguards are not compromised. The National Environment Protection Agency will be an independent environmental watchdog with real teeth. The new laws will introduce national environmental standards, clear enforceable rules that cannot be ignored or watered down, and they will empower an independent regulator to act when those standards are breached. Mr. Deputy Speaker, 5 years ago, the Samuel Review, commissioned by the opposition leader, found the current EPBC Act benefited no one, not business, not the environment. The review gave the government a framework for these laws, and they promptly shelved the recommendations. Those opposite claim these laws are too rushed, but they have been aware of and had the scaffolding, the roadmap for these laws for 5 long years. They have had 5 long years to consider these issues raised by Dr. Graham Samuel. The member for Cook mentioned all talk and no action. Well, the member for Cook should take a look in the mirror. You talk about protecting the environment while at the same time your coalition wants to dump net zero and opposes this bill. Everyone in this place has known that we made a commitment at the election to establish a federal Environment Protection Agency and undertake national environmental law reform. Labor is the party for major environment reform, but we are also the party for workers, for jobs, for housing. The bill is about getting the balance right. Laws that are good for business and good for the environment. We can and we must do both. Mr. Deputy Speaker, from the beautiful Great Barrier Reef to the rare platypus in the South Pine River, our natural environment is too important to risk. Thousands of jobs in construction, agriculture, tourism to clean energy projects, delivering our renewable energy transition and a future made in Australia. This is what this bill will deliver. We cannot afford to wait for another review, another inquiry, or another election cycle. The time to act is now, because every delay not only costs us precious biodiversity, it also costs us jobs. Our environment and our economy are too important. Jobs that could be created today in the outer suburbs and regions where economic opportunity must be matched by decisive leadership. It is possible to grow our economy, build homes and create jobs while protecting the natural wonders that define our national identity, and only the Labor government will deliver this important change. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Parkes.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I rise to speak on the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act bill. Deputy Speaker, after having years to approach the matter of a much-needed overhaul of this Act, the EPCB Act, we're here in this place forced to deal with this extremely complex piece of reform in a pre-Christmas flurry. Perhaps the Albanese government is hoping that we don't have enough time to dissect the 1,500 pages to take a close look at the fine print. This is a piece of work Labor promised would be finished by the end of 2023. This shows a lack of respect from Labor, who first tabled these 7 bills separately to make up what is the revised EPCB Act. And then yesterday, when debate started, the first order for Labor was to gag debate and use their numbers to bundle all the bills together so we could have a debate faster. This is for no other reason than to rush this reform through by the end of the sitting week. This reform is far too important for all of Australians to rush. Even the Environmental Defender's Office, in a release less than a week ago, issued their first impressions, while their lawyers pored over the detail of the hundreds of pages. This is a very important act, an important impact eventually on all Australians. and it requires thorough examination. This should not be done at the end of years of delay in such a big hurry. One thing just about all stakeholders do agree, from the environmentalists to the developers, is that they do not like what they've seen in this piece of reform. Part of the concern is the amount of control that falls into the states and territories' hands. Through the net gain clause, along with the federal government, now the state and territory ministers can write their own increased checks on the cost of biodiversity impacts. This will have devastating effects. How is it better? How is it cheaper? And how is it fairer? Deputy Speaker, how can anyone embarking on a development have any certainty about what they can or can't do when the rules change from case to case and from state to state? And let's get to the crux of another matter. How on earth are we able to measure and implement these increasing escalation of biodiversity offsets that would now be calculated by some mysterious formula called net gain? How can we debate the issue when we have no clarity on what net gain means? Net gain is a concept that will take more agricultural land out of food production and will cause biodiversity offset costs to skyrocket even further. We also have no clear definition on what makes up the unacceptable impact. And if we don't know that, how can developers, how are they able to go and work out what it is for them? The concept of national interest is another pitfall waiting for a shallow future to swallow a future of development that will never see the light of day due to these reforms. The Albanese government claimed they want to speed up approvals and get productivity moving. Deputy Speaker, we're going in the wrong direction. Nobody denies people are doing it tough right across regional Australia, particularly in my area of the seat of Parkes. Our country is in a grip of cost of living crisis. We are in the grip of a housing crisis also. The Albanese Labor government has committed to address housing shortage by building new houses. The National Housing Accord target is 1.2 million new homes over 5 years. And yet, here we are, with the Labor government trying to dress up the unworkable act by not only failing to impress those who have environmental concerns, but also shackling developers even more. This is another move that is not cheaper, it's not better, and it's not fairer. Deputy Speaker, already across the Parkes electorate I'm hearing horror stories of unwieldy monster that is called the Biodiversity Offset Scheme. Let me tell you a story of the Wilkenia Weir, the much delayed and very necessary piece of infrastructure needed to ensure the water supply of a remote town with a majority of Indigenous population. The new weir was originally costed and funded at $30 million back in 2022. Now, just 3 years on, the cost for that same weir has blown out to over $100 million. And I'm advised that $17 million of that original price is going in biodiversity offsets. That's more than half of the original cost for that project. Again, not cheaper, not better, and certainly not fairer. And still no weir. Here are some more eye-watering examples of the biodiversity offset scheme at work. These are projects that have not gone ahead or have been seriously downscaled, with the offset costs a major contributing factor. A new residential subdivision of 600 homes planned for Moree Plains Shire to capitalise on the Inland Rail project. This carried the biodiversity offset scheme price tag of $120 million. That is more than $90 million value of the entire project. Also in Moree, a 300-student agricultural college with an offset price tag of $3 to $5.5 million was stopped. Project was lost. A 40-bed residential subdivision planned for Armidale with a $3 million offset. The price was reduced down to 10 homes. The project to 10 homes. In the Parkes Shire, 40 new homes attracted a $2 million biodiversity offset project, and that project didn't go ahead. In Tamworth, this is an extremely sad story in a housing crisis. A 46-lot residential estate lost because of a $16.2 million offset cost. A 96-lot residential subdivision lost for a $19 million offset cost. A 24-lot subdivision lost for a $3 million offset cost. A 50-lot subdivision north of Tamworth lost to a $6 million offset cost. A 28-lot subdivision lost for a $2.8 million offset cost. That's a total of 244 new homes lost to offset costs in the Tamworth area alone. And it will get worse under this revised Act because of the net gain clause. Where is the transparency behind this enormous offset price tag, and where is the cost to our housing, our jobs, our infrastructure and so much more? And where is the evidence of all of this wonderful environmental offset that have been paid for and by others, millions and billions of dollars that have come out of the offset schemes right across our great country? So we have a government who is committed to approvals and committed to productivity, but who's taking the oversight of the scheme, and where the offset costs are sometimes higher than the value of the actual project. Something here doesn't add up. In addition, the Inland Rail, a critical driver for investment, growth and job creation, is facing an offset cost of $1.375 billion. Something's wrong. In Narromine Shire, a requirement to build a small part of a new road under the Newell Highway, disturbing a minimal 36 hectares, carried a $20 million offset cost that somehow was revised down to 10. There is a $500 million biodiversity offset on a project to raise Wyangla Dam, the wall of Wyangla Dam, to drought-proof and to flood-proof the whole of the Central West. That project is still under assessment. And the Transgrid project is still at $1.2 billion cost for biodiversity offsets for the Hume Link transmission line between Wagga and South Australia, a massive amount that will increase power costs even more. This change to the Act will not improve it, it will make it worse. There is not a matter of not caring about the environment. As I've said, there are voices from each side of the debate chiming in over these reforms. This is a case where reforms are long overdue. This is a complex case where reforms are being crammed through before Christmas. They have far-reaching implications on housing, on productivity, on the cost of living, on livability in regional Australia. More time, more consideration, more transparency is needed in this place. Better, cheaper, fairer. Labor proposed reforms for the EPC Act will have long-lasting negative impacts if the Albanese government continues to ram these through this House. Deputy Speaker, these reforms are not better than what we've got now, and they're certainly nowhere fairer.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Reid.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. For people who care about our natural environment, there is always an origin story, a time when they were struck by the awe and wonder of nature. And that moment came for me later in life. My husband and I were working in Samoa in our late 20s. Many of our Samoan colleagues at the time told us to go down to a local village to do some snorkelling and see the giant clams. I was sceptical about these clams. How magnificent could they be? How great could they be? We snorkeled out to the marine sanctuary, and it was there that I was struck by the wonder of these creatures, because they were truly spectacular. They were really big, but what struck me most were the iridescent colours that almost glowed through the water. It's an awe and wonder that I shared with my son, Max. So when I read last year the conservation status for giant clams had moved from being vulnerable to critically endangered, it brought home the fragility of our environment and the urgency to protect it. I promise that once Max learnt to snorkel, that we'd take him to see the giant clams in Samoa. I've now brought forward that trip, and for me, I was struck by the wonder of nature because of those giant clams. I think for my son, it was the trip to the Great Barrier Reef 2 years ago. He was blown away by the sea life and coral and became very fond of a big parrotfish called Wally, who swam alongside us as we snorkeled in the reef. Sadly, our much-loved Great Barrier Reef is facing severe threats. And even in my own inner-city electorate, my community is surrounded by some of the most incredible natural environment. The wetlands in Sydney Olympic Park and Homebush Bay is home to 400 native plant species and 250 native animal species, including the endangered green and golden bell frog. I know how important it is that we protect and cherish our natural environment. It's what Australia is known for. I'm the patron of the Labor Environment Action Network, something I'm incredibly proud of. And I want to thank all the members, and in particular the leadership of Lean, Felicity Wade, Louise Crawford and Penny Pedersen. They have helped me better understand these bills and how this will help protect our environment. And I think the entire Labor movement are indebted to them for their extraordinary advocacy, because they know we owe it to our children to do what we can to preserve our natural environment for them and future generations. We also owe it to them to build the nation-critical projects like more housing, public transport and renewable energy projects that we desperately need. And the current environmental approvals are too slow, complex and expensive. For far too long, our environmental protection laws have been unable to protect the environment or deliver on critical projects. And that is why the Labor government has introduced this bill. The reforms we are proposing are about striking the right balance. It's built around 3 key pillars. First, stronger environmental protection and restoration. We will establish Australia's first ever National Environmental Protection Agency and set national environmental standards. The EPA will be an independent regulator that will make sure our environmental laws are enforced fairly and transparently. The national standards will protect and restore environmental areas and species by ensuring any project doesn't just offset its impact, but leaves the environment better off. Second, more efficient and robust project assessment and approvals. Australia's current environment laws are slow, unpredictable and riddled with duplication. It can take longer to get an approval for a housing project or a renewable project than it does to actually build it. And these reforms will change that. We will make decisions about approvals faster, clearer and more consistent. By improving cooperation between the Commonwealth and states, we can cut red tape and streamline assessments without cutting standards. And third, greater accountability and transparency in decision-making. Every Australian deserves confidence that when projects are approved, they meet clear environmental standards and are assessed openly and fairly. These reforms will shine a light on environmental decision-making, ensuring communities know what's being approved, why it's being approved, and who's responsible for upholding those standards. We desperately need these environmental law reforms, and I thank the Minister for Environment for his engagement with myself and so many stakeholders. And it's thanks to his hard work and the work of so many people in the Labor caucus that this bill is being introduced with the backing of experts, environment groups and businesses. Professor Graham Samuel, the author of the Samuel Review, has been unequivocal in his support. He said that the bill introduced by Labor implements the totality of the recommendations he made in his report, and that it is a quantum leap forward for both environmental protection and business certainty. Environment groups have also engaged constructively with the government, and the Business Council of Australia has said the reforms present an opportunity to fix a broken system. So despite the broad support from experts, environment groups and the business sector, those opposite continue to stand in the way. It's been 5 long years since the Samuel Review was delivered. And who was the Environment Minister at the time? The Leader of the Opposition. She gave us support then, but what did she do with the report? Nothing. It stayed sitting on her desk for 500 days. And under the Coalition's watch, the environment suffered, and we are paying for it. Professor Samuel himself described the opposition leader's opposition as a game, a political game, and that it made him feel, frankly, a little angry. And after half a decade of coalition negligence, who can blame him? And that criticism isn't just limited to those opposite, it also extends to the Greens, because they have a history of blocking sensible reform that would deliver stronger protections for nature and certainty for business. Here we have an opportunity to deliver better outcomes for the environment, and the Greens are refusing to support it. Australians hate it when political parties play politics instead of making progress. And given the choice between politics and progress, the Greens always choose politics. They teamed up with the Coalition in 2009 to block the carbon pollution reduction scheme, setting back climate action for over a decade. They teamed up again with the Coalition to prevent Labor's improvements to the Recycling and Waste Reduction Act. And now, again, they're standing in the way of strengthening our environment laws. They're also making disingenuous arguments that it's a choice between certainty for business and the environment. And they're wrong. We don't have to choose, because Labor is delivering this bill to do both: provide cleaner energy, more housing, stronger protection for the land and wildlife that we love. Australians have made it clear twice that when it comes to the environment, they want progress, not politics. We can protect what makes Australia special while building the homes and clean energy projects that will shape our future by passing this bill. Every day we wait is another day our environment slips further behind. Every day we wait is a day we could be building the renewable energy projects and the housing our children need. Let's get this done to deliver on what Australians sent us here to do: to build a cleaner, more livable future for future generations to come.
Question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for McPherson. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today on behalf of the people of McPherson, from Clear Island Waters at the top to Coolangatta, from Burleigh Heads across to Tallabudgera and Currumbin, to speak against Labor's deeply flawed environmental protection and biodiversity conservation reforms. These reforms, some 1,500 pages long, have been rammed into Parliament without the consultation or the balance that our communities deserve. It's another example of this government's emboldenedness as a result of their election result turning into arrogance. 1,500 pages. Does the government really believe that by dropping the bills on us at 5 minutes to midnight, that 5 days during a sitting period is adequately time to meaningfully review 1,500 pages? This just reeks of arrogance. With an under-resourced opposition, they are once again running away from scrutiny. Why is the Prime Minister and those opposite so allergic to accountability? And let me be clear, we all want strong environmental protection. We live it every day on the Gold Coast, in our beaches, our hinterland and our estuaries. But environmental protection must go hand in hand with economic sense in order to maintain its social licence and sustainability. Labor's plan fails that test. Under these reforms, the new Environmental Protection Agency CEO will be granted sweeping powers to issue stop work orders And here's the catch: with no end date. There's no clear timeline, no defined process, no guarantee of review. For our local industries, from small marine operators at Currumbin Creek to construction firms building new houses near Eleanora, this means a single bureaucratic decision could halt work indefinitely. These orders could hang over projects for months, even years, without compensation or procedural fairness. In my electorate, where small and family-owned businesses drive our economy, this isn't environmental management, it's regulatory paralysis. It risks turning compliance into punishment.
And the debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43 and will be resumed at a later hour. And the Speaker will be granted leave to continue speaking when the debate is resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? I give the call to the member for Mitchell.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to note the very sad passing of former US Vice President Dick Cheney from complications related to pneumonia and cardiovascular disease at age 84. A staunch supporter of the Australian-American-US alliance, I do so as perhaps one of the few that will mark his passing in this place, but I have a high opinion of the George W. Bush administration and his service to America and indeed to the world. Vice President Cheney enjoyed a meteoric rise within the notoriously burdensome US political staffing system. From a congressional internship to White House Chief of Staff, and indeed to become a long-time supporter of Presidents Ford, Rumsfeld and the George W. Bush administration's Vice President. In line with all of that, he was seen most clearly in effect in Kuwait, where as Secretary of Defence, Vice President Cheney organised the US-led coalition which, alongside Australia, liberated Kuwait from the evils of Saddam Hussein's regime. Recognising his talent for foreign affairs and national defence, George W. Bush would go on to ask Cheney to serve as Vice President in his administration, something which came to the fore at the most defining event of our time, the 9/11 attacks, which attacked America, attacked Australia and attacked the West. And this was a great time to have serious figures in that administration who understood the score and knew what to do about it. With the military campaigns that followed, there was controversy and difficulty with them, of course, but it was good to have sound people in place at the head of America at such critical times, understanding what needed to be done and why freedom needed to be defended. On a personal note, I had the opportunity to work in the Bush administration there, and I support and my best wishes to his family.
Member for Werriwa.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Labor governments have always believed in education as the vehicle to lift living standards and improve the lives of all Australians. And the Albanese government is no different, upholding Labor's traditions and record in this public policy. Who else would have been bold enough to offer hundreds of thousands of free TAFE courses, and who would have provided a discount for HECS debts for hundreds of thousands? And it was also our Minister for Education who negotiated and signed fair funding agreements with all of the states. A number of schools in my electorate are celebrating significant milestones this year. 50 years ago, the Prime Minister and local member Gough Whitlam opened St Francis Xavier's Catholic Primary School at Lernea. In addition, my former high school, Lernea High School, is celebrating 60 years of excellence in teaching and learning. A highlight of their celebrations will be a large function in the afternoon of the 28th of November, an event I wouldn't miss for all the world. Hopefully we won't be sitting still. Finally, and certainly not least, Miller Technology High School is also celebrating its 60th birthday. To each of these schools, in fact all of the schools in Werriwa, their staff, students past and present, I give genuine congratulations and best wishes and thank them for what they do.
Member for Forrest.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and today is brought to you by the number 58 and the letter F. F for fail, unfortunately, because power prices for businesses in WA are up by 58% in just 3 years. I have a struggling, small, family-run commercial property business in my electorate who's opened their books to me, and the numbers don't lie. Their power prices are up by 58% in 3 years. For anyone who doesn't know how a commercial lease works, it's the tenant who then has to pay for the power that they use. So if your barbershop has been whacked with a power price increase of more than 50%, guess who's paying for that? You are. If your local cafe has been whacked with a power price increase of more than 50%, Is it really a surprise that the coffee that you were paying $4 or $5 for just 3 years ago is now $7 or $8? Because the reality is that you are paying for this increase. And businesses really are the canary in the coal mine when it comes here. Speaking of coal, why is power cheaper in Japan than it is in Australia today? You heard right. Japan, which imports LNG and coal from Australia, has cheaper power than Australia, where the LNG and coal is in the ground here. It's time that we put Australian news sources to use for Australians first, and cheaper power prices will just be the start.
Member for Bullwinkle.
Thank you. Speaker, the Shire of Mundaring put in an application for a Brooking Road extension and Falls Road Bridge replacement in Parkerville in my electorate of Bullwinkle. They submitted that in January 2025. The successful outcome of this project was announced 6th of August, and the Council was informed of that decision then. I'm pleased to clarify the Australian Government has committed nearly $1.5 million towards the project under our program Safer Local Roads and Infrastructure. This was a direct request from the Shire of Mundaring to this program. It's federal funding based to improve bushfire evacuation routes, emergency vehicle access, making our communities safer for existing residents. The state government is also contributing, along with the Shire's contribution of $690,000, a great example of the governments working together at the 3 levels. There has been some miscommunication circulating about this project that it is somehow linked to the state-based North Stoneville urban development proposal, and this is untrue, completely unrelated. I want to reaffirm my long-standing opposition to the North Stoneville urban development proposal as it is, and my voting is on the record, and it's a matter that is publicly available and has been consistent. As federal member, I continue to engage with community and councils.
Member for Clare.
In 2007, the National Party turned the first sod on the Bells Line of Road Expressway. This kicked off a golden age of broken promises, delays and funding raids on a fast road over the Blue Mountains that all major parties are guilty of. The Bells Line of Road Expressway was abandoned by the National Party when city people objected. So much for standing up for the bush. When they had the chance to build it, they squibbed it. 12 years in power in New South Wales, 9 years in power federally, and nothing's ever been built. Then, when it came to power, the current government then grabbed $2 billion that the previous coalition government had allocated to the Great Western Highway, and we never saw it again. Not one of these major parties has any vision for an expressway to Sydney. Not one. The Federal National Party, for all its talk, has not put forward any plans for an express road to Sydney, and they're going to be out of power for years and have been reduced to a complaints desk. The state and federal Labor parties have no plan either. And while the major parties dither, the traffic jams from the Central West to Sydney are worse than ever. Country people deserve better than this. We demand better from the major parties. We demand an expressway to Sydney.
Member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Speaker. I recently joined players, families and volunteers at Princes Park in North Carlton for the FC Burrong end-of-season presentation. FC Burrong is a true community club. More than 550 players, most of them children, pull on their boots each week with pride and excitement. I saw that joy as they cheered for their teammates, accepting their medals, and ran back to their friends clutching trophies almost as big as they were. I spoke with President Marie Labotte, whose pride in the club was unmistakable. She spoke about the sense of belonging the club has built, a place where every young person feels supported, included and part of something bigger than themselves. It was also special to celebrate coach and mentor Julie Ryan, who has given 10 years of her time, patience and heart to the club. Her dedication shows what grassroots sports is all about, shaping not only better players but better community. Earlier this year, FC Burrong received $4,560 from the Albanese Labor Government Volunteer Grant Program, helping them with new gear, training and small essentials that keep a club strong. Sport
teaches more than skills, it teaches community. FC Burrung is proof of what happens when people come together and build something worth cheering for.
Member for Curtin.
Youth homelessness is a crisis across Australia. Nearly 40,000 children and young people 15 to 24 are alone and homeless every year. I'll just let that sink in. 40,000 kids with no parental support nor a roof over their heads. And this crisis is growing. I recently met with delegates from Home Time, a national campaign advocating to fix this crisis, and they alerted me to the youth housing penalty, flaws in our social services system that make it even harder for young people to access social housing. And there are three problems. Firstly, community housing providers are disincentivised to house young people, and this is because youth allowance is lower than other support payments, and community housing providers charge rent based on an applicant's assessable income. So providers receive significantly less rent if they house young people. Secondly, Commonwealth rent assistance is also calculated on income, compounding the financial disadvantage for providers to house homeless youth. Thirdly, youth housing projects struggle to compete for funding under the Housing Australia Future Fund, making them rare and under-resourced. If we want to give young people a fair chance at housing, we need to fix these problems. The Minister has informed me the government is reviewing the issue, but that's not good enough for the kids that are currently sleeping rough. We must act now to remove the penalty and give our kids a chance.
Member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My electorate of Hughes has some of the most incredible natural landscapes in the world. The second oldest national park in the world, the Royal National Park, the Heathcote National Park, the Georges River, the Hacking River, in which we now have a thriving platypus population after 50-year absence. Labor is the party of environmental reform. Those on this side of the chamber have delivered every single major environment reform in Australia's history. Land care, saving the Franklin, protecting the Daintree and Kakadu, building the largest network of marine parks in the world, and meaningfully addressing the threat of climate change. While those on the other side can't remember whether they believe in climate change from day to day, we on this side of the House are getting on with the job of addressing the clear and widely accepted need for environmental law reform to support productivity and deliver stronger environmental protections. Our government has introduced real reform to the outdated Howard government-era legislation to provide stronger environmental protection and restoration, more efficient and robust project assessments, and greater accountability and transparency in decision-making. We need to get these laws working to achieve other national priorities like delivering the homes, jobs, clean energy and economic prosperity our country needs in the future. This is about getting the balance right, laws that are better for business and better for the environment, and those opposite need to get on board.
Member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. This morning there's been a very interesting poll running in the Rockhampton Bulletin. They've been asking, should we build more coal-fired power stations? So far the response is 9,300 yeses and 132 noes. The world is moving on, Australia is moving on, a sense of sanity is coming back into the debate, and people want us to bring down power prices. Now, we have reported in the AFR that they're about to spend $1 billion on getting the COP conference to Adelaide. $1 billion so we can have more parking bays for corporate jets. If you don't believe that that is just wasting $1 billion, then you should get out of Paris, because Paris and the COP conference are linked hand in glove. I do not believe in Paris I want to look after pensioners. I do not believe in spending $1 billion and putting $1 billion up against a wall so corporate jets and billionaires and grifters and bureaucrats and politicians can whoop it up in Adelaide. I believe you should be putting that money into hospitals, into schools, into research, looking after people. The priorities of this government, and it's beholden to the billionaire scam, which is the intermittent power swindle, to the COP conferences, to the Paris agreements, is beholden to a loss of logic and incredibly selfish. Look to the poor, look after them, don't worry about COP.
Member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today, Australia's largest steelmaker, BlueScope, has announced the retirement of its CEO and Managing Director, Mark Vassella. For 8 years, Mark has led BlueScope through a transformational period with integrity and a determination to redefine BlueScope's role in our community. Mark's leadership has helped change the face of local steelmaking. His admirable legacy includes a 14% reduction in emissions intensity, a 25% uplift in female workforce participation and a focus on First Nations inclusion. He led the $1.15 billion relining of the No. 6 blast furnace, improving environmental outcomes of local operations and creating jobs. And he was instrumental in one of the biggest land transformation projects in the world that will secure thousands more jobs in the long term, creating space for new industries and positioning Port Kembla on the world stage of innovation. BlueScope's impact on the Illawarra cannot be understated as our biggest employer and a key player in Australia's critical manufacturing industry. I thank Mark for his passion and commitment to our community and wish him well in the future. I also congratulate his successor, Tanya Archibald, another demonstrated steel leader and BlueScope's first female CEO. We are fortunate to have effective and capable BlueScope leadership from individuals that value our community and the continued importance of Australian steelmaking in our clean energy future. I am confident Tanya will be another visionary leader.
Member for Cook.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wish to speak about what is really happening with healthcare under this government. Last week, Caringbah Medical Family Practice, a long-standing clinic in my electorate, issued a statement explaining why they won't be joining Labor's new bulk billing program. Their message was simple: the government's promises do not match reality. Even with the new incentives, the rebate still doesn't cover the cost of providing medical care. When you add up the staff wages, the rent, the equipment, the compliances, the clinic is losing money on every consultation. And to qualify for Labor's incentive, a clinic must bulk bill every single patient every single time. That all or nothing rule might look good on paper, but in the real world, it makes full participation impossible in my electorate. These are small community practices, not bureaucracies. They can't survive on wishful policy and underfunded promises. And as Caringbah Family Medical Practice put it, and I quote, "No business can survive on losing money on every transaction." So that's the real truth behind Labor's so-called $8.5 billion Medicare reform, a policy that sounds generous but leaves local doctors footing the bill. Our GPs deserve respect and support, not empty slogans.
Member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Everyone has a role to play in ending domestic, family and sexual violence in our homes, in our workplaces and in our communities. And last week, hundreds of Territorians came together in the Darwin CBD to march to reclaim the night, standing shoulder to shoulder for safety, respect and equality. Their voices were joined by survivors and advocates whose courage reminds us that real change begins when people speak out and stand together. Among the speakers was Shyla Kennedy, who shared her story with remarkable honesty and strength, reflecting the resilience of those rebuilding their lives with dignity and hope. And days like Reclaiming the Night and also National Survivors Day that we hosted recently in Darwin, they remind us of our shared responsibility to replace silence with compassion and shame with understanding. In my own office, we're developing a domestic and family violence action plan, a DVAP, as part of No More's campaign to establish 90 plans in 90 days, honouring more than 90 women in the Northern Territory who have been lost to family violence since 2000. Together we can all make a stand to end all forms of violence, and I call on everyone to do just that.
Member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to encourage the move away from net zero and expose the dark truth behind Labor's reckless rush to renewables and their unrealistic net zero target, a plan that is destroying the very environment it claims to protect. Across regional Queensland, untouched landscapes are being bulldozed in the name of green energy. Leading conservationist Stephen Nikowski has warned Australia's push to net zero is fuelling a wave of environmental destruction. He said, "We can't destroy biodiversity to save the planet. This reckless rollout has no transparency and is driven by ideology. Labor's reckless renewables aren't clean, it isn't green, and it certainly isn't humane." Contained within the Clark Creek Wind Farm Biodiversity Management Plan is one of the most disturbing admissions I've ever read. When it comes to unviable, injured animals like koalas, it states, euthanasia will be conducted using blunt force trauma, a hard, sharp blow to the base of the skull with a blunt metal or heavy wooden bar. This is the reality of Labor's renewable agenda, blunt brutality disguised as progress. We need an energy policy that moves beyond net zero and towards a policy that is cheaper, better and fairer for all Australians. Thank you.
Member for Sturt.
Deputy Speaker, today I had the privilege of launching the Parliamentary Friends of the Royal Flying Doctor Service on the front lawns of Parliament House. It is an organisation close to my heart, and it was a deep honour to be joined today by Her Excellency the Honourable Sam Mostyn AC, the Governor-General of Australia, who announced that she will be a patron of the organisation. Thank you, Your Excellency, for championing this wonderful organisation, led ably by Federation Chair Tracy Hayes and CEO Emma Buchanan. Like many Australians, the RFDS is an organisation I am deeply passionate about, and that's why I was determined to bring the RFDS into the heart of this parliament and establish the Friendship Group to share the incredible work of the organisation with my parliamentary colleagues from all sides of the House here in Canberra. And I am grateful to all my parliamentary colleagues who have joined the Friendship Group and who attended Plane in the Paddock today, where they had the opportunity to go inside, have a look at an RFDS plane kitted out to carry out aeromedical retrievals and deliver the finest care to the farthest corner of this great country. So, to all the doctors, nurses, lamies, pilots, engineers, dentists and administrators who work for the RFDS, thank you. The most dedicated and motivated cohort I've had the privilege to meet, all united by a common purpose to do what they can for their fellow Australians. So let's keep the Royal Flying Doctor flying.
Member for Berowra.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. The Berowra electorate is what it is today because of the people who dedicate their lives to making it a better place to live. Nan Horn is one of them, and next week she celebrates her 100th birthday. Born in Albany in 1925, she grew up near Cranbrook, Western Australia. A scholarship took her to Albany High, where she found her passion for teaching, a profession which she pursued until her retirement in 1980. In 1962, Nan and her husband Ray moved to Cherrybrook. In the 80s, a meeting about what's now Greenway Park drew Nan into the Progress Association and then public life. When parents needed early learning, she also led the effort in 1987 to establish the Cherrybrook Community Preschool. That same year, Nan was elected to Hornsby Shire Council. For the next 21 years, Nan guided a place of dirt roads and greenbelt paddocks into a thriving suburb for families with open space, amenities and community need. During her time on council, Nan was the first and still the only woman elected President or Mayor of Hornsby Shire Council. Nan carries a strong local story through her husband's family connection to Samuel Henry Hall, the ex-convict turned hero policeman after whom Hornsby is named. Nan's legacy is still visible today from the Cherrybrook Preschool to Greenway Park. Public life is never easy, but Nan Horn made such a difference to our community. Happy 100th birthday, Nan. Our community is the great place to live, the great place that we love, because of your legacy.
Member for McEwen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Well, as the member for Goldstein was home sooking about having to work 4 days this week, on the weekend we were celebrating the Whittlesea Show. The Whittlesea Show has been going since 1859 and it's run by a great bunch of volunteers who deliver a fantastic show that's close to Melbourne but gives you all the elements of a country show and all the elements of a fair. There is every community group is there, whether they're selling food, selling goods, or even just presenting animals, and you get, of course, the customary, you've got to have wood chop at a good show, the vintage machines, the cars, whatever you want, there is something there. The SES, the CFA put on some fantastic examples, and of course the Whittlesea Men's Shed and the Whittlesea Women's Shed were also heavily involved, selling their wares and just opening their doors so people can see what great organisations they are. Wherever you look across the showground, it was just a fantastic day. You had kids on horses, kids on motorbikes, there was the grand parade, a whole heap of things happening. So no matter what you're into, whether it be crafts, photography, history, whatever, there was something there for everyone. This is a show, as I said, it's been going since 1859. It was our 23rd year as the Labor Party being at the show. Our Liberal mates haven't been there for 16 years, but we still turn up, rain, hail or snow. And I want to congratulate President Jason Munro, Vice President Selina Mott, Secretary Wally Mott and, of course, Treasurer Sarah Fogarty, who just put this whole thing together with a bunch of volunteers that really just show how great it is to live in the seat of McEwen and why we love it so much.
Member for Page.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, there is a cheaper, better, fairer plan for Australia's emission reductions and energy system than Labor's $9 trillion plan. Labor's Net Zero 2050 plan is an economic disaster inflicted upon the Australian economy, reflected, Deputy Speaker, through the multi-$100 million bailouts that have been requested from industry across Australia. It's also reflected in the fact that people are struggling paying their own electricity bill, Deputy Speaker. The other thing that Labor's reckless renewable-only plan is inflicting, Deputy Speaker, is 60 million solar panels that are inflicted upon regional Australia, Deputy Speaker. The 20,000 wind turbines that is inflicted upon regional Australia from Labor's reckless renewable-only plan, Deputy Speaker. We also have the 20,000 kilometres of new transmission and poles and wire systems that has been inflicted upon regional Australia through Labor's reckless renewable-only plan, Deputy Speaker. The other thing that's happening already in regional Australia from Labor's very expensive plan is the thousands of jobs that have been lost directly through industries who can't get a bailout or aren't getting about and dismissing people like Tomago may well do in a couple of years, Deputy Speaker. Labor's $9 trillion plan is sending Australia broke. It has to change.
Member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. What has the Albanese Labor government been doing over the past 6 months? Glad you asked. We've legislated payday super. We've set a climate target of 62 to 70% emissions by 2035. Over 111 large-scale renewable projects have been approved and a further 29 projects in the pipeline. We expanded the 5% home guarantee scheme to make it easier to buy your own home. We cut HECS debts by 20%. We legislated to protect penalty rates and overtime rates. We've introduced the home battery subsidy scheme, and now over 110,000 additional Australian homes have a battery. We announced the solar sharer scheme so all Australians can benefit from renewable energy. We delivered dignity into our aged care system and made the system sustainable. We put $8.5 billion into bulk billing, and from January 1st you'll only pay $25 for a prescription on the PBS. And today we're debating the EPBC Act to fix our broken environmental laws. Meanwhile, those opposites squabble amongst themselves, split, get back together again, threaten to split again, discuss the PM's T-shirt choices. Now, I know some of my colleagues here are Swifties, but I'm an 80s gal. On this side of the House, our theme song is Queen's Don't Stop Me Now. On that side, it's the Clash's Should I Stay or Should I Go Now?
And Member for Lyons.
Temperature in this place, so I want to recognise today we launched the Parliamentary Friends of the Royal Flying Doctor Service. I want to thank my colleague, the member for Sturt, for her leadership and approaching me to be co-chair with her, and we did coordinate very well today, I think, in wearing our blue suits. But the RFDS is such an incredible service that regional and remote Australia has. At today's launch, I noted that this time last year I was recovering from a very serious ride-on mower accident. I broke 14 ribs, I had a compressed lung, but I was only 20 minutes from a hospital. But for so many Australians, they are hours, thousands of kilometres away. And who do they rely on? The Royal Flying Doctor Service. I also mentioned the story of a young mother who went into labour, and if it wasn't for the RFDS, that child, Indy, would not be with us today. So I just want to say what a wonderful launch event. The best event we've ever had at Parliament House was what the RFDS delivered today, and to thank you all for the service that you give to Australians, to regional Australians. May you prosper and support Australians for many, many decades to come. Thank you.
Call to the honourable member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Speaker. What's the definition of courage? It's the ability to do something that frightens you. I see it in Gianni Williams in my electorate of Hasluck, who brought our community together for the first Pride and Swan Festival. Giannini stands up proudly for equality and inclusion, even while facing vile attacks from extremists emboldened by those opposite. I see it at the Guildford Sterling Arms, where the staff acted without hesitation when a neo-Nazi White Australia group infiltrated their venue. Owners Jesse Casserly and Dave Elder showed the courage and the moral fortitude when they stood up to the very neo-Nazis that those opposite failed to condemn when they march in our streets. And Speaker, what is it to have the courage of conviction? It's having the strength of character to uphold...
Member will resume his seat. The manager on a point of order. Just withdraw the remark and move on.
I withdraw. And Speaker, what is it to have the courage of conviction? It's having the strength of character to uphold what is right without being afraid of the consequences and external pressures. And I see no courage in the Leader of the Opposition. She has all of the facts, the science right in front of her, yet she is cowering to political extremism to save her own political skin. To the Opposition Leader, come to Hasluck, raise a glass with us at the Sterling Arms. Thank those workers who stared hate in the face and said...
In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded. Members can take their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? And I give the call to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Labor has been in government for almost 4 years. Inflation is rising, businesses are closing, and Labor's policies mean there will be no Christmas interest rate relief. This Prime Minister promised no one would be left behind, but because of Labor's failures, today's Food Bank report reveals that 50% of renting households and nearly 70% of single-parent households are going hungry. Prime Minister, will you take responsibility for the fact that under your watch, millions of Australians cannot afford food?
Call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Well, our economy is continuing to grow. Inflation is half of what we inherited. Real wages have increased. Interest rates have started to fall. But we understand that the work of good government and the work of addressing cost of living pressures is never done, which is why we continue to act on cost of living measures. We understand that people are under pressure, but they would have been under more pressure had they not got an income tax cut that was opposed by those opposite, except for, of course, at the higher end. They would have been under more pressure if inflation still had a 6 in front of it, which is what we inherited. They would have been under more pressure if the more than 1 million jobs that have been created on our watch had not have occurred. Women in particular would have been under more pressure if the gender pay gap wasn't the lowest it has ever been. Workers in aged care would have been under more pressure had they not got the substantial pay increases that were funded by this government. Workers in childcare would have been under more pressure had they not got the pay increases that childcare workers have now got in order to be sustained. Workers would have been under more pressure had the 4 increases in the minimum wage not been advocated by this government and the Fair Work Commission had not listened to this government. The easy task is to identify a problem. The difficult task is delivering a solution. My government is committed to delivering solutions right across the board, whether it be addressing people on the minimum wage, whether it be the increases in payments that we've made, the energy bill relief, the cheaper medicines, the cheaper childcare, the tripling of the bulk billing incentive for Medicare, the delivery of urgent care clinics. I tell you what, the over 650,000 Australians who benefited from free TAFE understand that that doesn't just skill them up for a better job. It doesn't just improve the national economy by providing employers with the skilled workforce that they need. It is also cost of living relief. Cost of living relief that was dismissed by the Leader of the Opposition, who said that people don't value it if they don't pay for it. Well, we make no apologies for that fact. We make no apologies for the fact that we've delivered when it comes to increased support for rent assistance, that we're delivering increases in support for social housing as well.
Call to the honourable member for Bonner.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering on its commitments to ease cost of living, get wages up and strengthen Medicare? Are there any risks threatening these plans?
The call to the Prime Minister.
Well, I thank the member for Bonner for her question and for her strong advocacy of that local community. As someone who I campaigned with in the lead-up to May the 3rd, I understood how connected she was with that local community and how passionate the member for Bonner was about making a difference to people's lives, making a difference by easing the cost of living pressures, making a difference by getting wages up, making a difference by strengthening Medicare, and of course there'll be an urgent care clinic in the member for Bonner's electorate very soon. At the election, we promised to keep acting on those things, and they're certainly our focus right now. 111,385 cheaper home batteries installed since July 1. And the last time I was in the member for Bonner's electorate, we stood in a backyard there and looked at the real difference that it was making. The solar panels on the roof, the battery, making sure that that energy is stored, reducing bills permanently for that family. The $10,000 bonuses delivered for construction apprentices. So along with free TAFE, delivering them with a bonus and an incentive to go into construction, backing up the original plan that we had, and delivering for energy apprentices as well, delivering for the new economy. We, of course, have cut student debt by 20%, promised and delivered, flowing through. As the Minister for Education has said, in coming days and weeks there'll be that little button that they'll press on their phones, getting the information, that detail through to all of those students, to the benefit on average of $5,500. We, of course, have opened 5% deposits for every first home buyer as well. And last Saturday, the largest investment into bulk billing in Medicare history. We want 90% of GP visits to be bulk billed by 2030 and make sure that more GP clinics bulk bill every patient. As of Friday, the number of GP practices committed to bulk billing was 1,600. It's now Wednesday and already over 1,000 GP clinics have been added to that list. That's the sort of positive action that's been delivered by our Labor government. Those opposite are defined by what they're against. They're against Medicare, they're against cost of living help, now they're against reliable energy and action on climate change as well. And of course, we know what they're really against. They're against each other.
Call to the Honourable the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question goes to the Prime Minister. Given the RBA's decision to keep rates on hold, millions of Australian mortgage holders will start wondering if interest rates are as low as they'll ever go under this government. The Treasurer's spending spree is at the heart of the problem. Government spending is running 4 times faster than the economy. Given that repeatedly the Treasurer refuses to take responsibility for this, Prime Minister, will you take responsibility?
Call to the Treasurer.
Clearly not.
Sit down, pal.
The Treasurer pause. Treasurer pause. Order, Jim, just resume your seat for a moment. No, we're not having this. The Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, there's lots of things in standing orders that are described as disorderly. Continuing to interject when you're out of your seat, as the member was, is described as highly disorderly. And I just draw your attention to behaviour that he was warned about yesterday.
Yeah, I'm not particularly enamoured with people making a question, and you know the primacy of the question that I believe is important for every member to be heard in silence, to then have another go when you're sitting down. I don't think that's fair. And if we go down that path all the time, it's going to lead to a pretty bad question time. So I'm going to warn the member. That means you're now on a warning because of that behaviour. So, and just for everyone, we want to do things respectfully and follow the rules and follow the proper processes for everyone. So no more of that behaviour. I thank the Leader of the House for raising it, but I'm not particularly enamoured when people don't follow the rules. So we'll hear from the Treasurer.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm pleased that the member for Fairfax has taken a brief break from undermining his own leader to ask me a question about the budget and about yesterday's decision by the Reserve Bank to keep interest rates on hold. Partly because it gives me a welcome opportunity to point out an egregious lie that was being pushed around the gallery this morning on morning media by the Leader of the Opposition. And the Leader of the Opposition said, completely untruthfully, dishonestly, that the Reserve Bank yesterday called out the government's spending when it came to the decision that they took independently at the board level. That never happened, Mr Speaker. In fact, government spending wasn't mentioned by the Reserve Bank Governor yesterday. It wasn't mentioned in the board statement, and the only mention in the detailed forecasts which were released, which were downgrade their assumptions about government spending going forward, Mr Speaker. And so from time to time, reluctantly, it's on us to point out the egregious lies being told by those opposite about our economy. Now, if they were honest, Mr Speaker, they would say that the Reserve Bank Governor drew no link whatsoever between the government's budget position and the decision that they took yesterday, Mr Speaker. But the Governor has said on earlier occasions, has made this point about the government's budget. We have got relatively low debt compared to the other countries, relatively low debt to GDP ratios, our deficits as well. We've had a couple of surpluses, and the most recent deficit, in fact, is quite small as well. That's what the Reserve Bank Governor actually said about the government's fiscal position, Mr Speaker. And while we're on the topic, Mr Speaker, of being honest about the fiscal position, if the Shadow Treasurer was honest about the budget position, he would acknowledge and admit and confess that they ran 9 budget deficits and we have run 2 budget surpluses. He would point out that he had average real spending growth at 4.1%. We've got it at 1.7%. He would acknowledge that there were no savings in their final budget when inflation was absolutely galloping. We found $100 billion of savings because we see that as part of responsible economic management. If he was honest, he would point out that debt is $188 billion lower because of our efforts over recent years than it was under the trajectory that those opposite left us with. And our efforts to get the Liberal debt down means that Australians are saving tens of billions of dollars in debt interest. And so I welcome the question from the Shadow Treasurer. I hope he asks me a number of questions about this, because the contrast between our responsible economic management and the mess that they left us couldn't be clearer.
Point of order, the Leader of the Opposition.
In his answer, the Treasurer accused the Opposition
No.
of
Resume your seat. It's not an order. I'll give you the call, but you've got to state what the standing order is. You just can't say you didn't like the answer. Order. The Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, there's a whole lot of precedent in characterising an individual as a liar, but which was not done. In referring to a comment,
you can resume your seat, and then you will get the call. Okay, you'll be able to make that point when the leader finishes.
Didn't at the time. Keep up.
Just everyone, you will get the call. Order. Just take a breath. I'm going to hear from the Leader of the House.
To use the term with respect to a comment is different. Secondly, the practice makes clear that the point of order is meant to be taken immediately, not at a later moment.
All right, the manager is entitled to order. Members on my right, the manager is entitled to take his point of order now. Yeah.
No. You are hopeless. You are hopeless and a liar. Lying to the Australian people. If lying is in order, then lying is in order. This is a liar. A liar. That's what we're debating here, and I'm happy to debate it.
Just the manager, resume your seat for a moment. No, just hang on, everyone. The Leader of the House raised his point of order. I was giving you the courtesy to raise your point of order. I want you to do it again and state what your point of order is, rather than just starting to... Yeah. Yeah, well, hang on. Just... I'm going to ask you to restrain and state your point of order.
Parliamentary terms, it's well trodden. The Treasurer on several occasions in his answer, as the Leader said, used the word lie. It is well trodden in this House. And he accused her directly of being a liar. And when that was raised, the Leader of the House knows it's unparliamentary language and it should be withdrawn.
Okay. We'll get through this. The Leader of the House.
On a separate point of order, the comments that were just made in the earlier moment when I stood up, by the Manager of Opposition Business are seriously disorderly under every definition, including his own. He knows it. He only did it for the purpose of disrupting the House. He did it for the deliberate purpose of being disorderly.
Okay, this is how we're going to handle this, because I don't want anyone called liar. I don't want anyone accused of lying, right? The practice is crystal clear on that. The Treasurer didn't accuse an individual. He called the party. So, order. I didn't hear him accuse an individual of being a liar. Okay. But I'm going to get you to both withdraw, because what you did was completely unacceptable. And I'm going to get... I thank the manager. I'm going to get the Treasurer to withdraw.
Thank you, Speaker.
And I'm going to remind everyone that word is fraught with danger. Please don't use it. Use other words. And now we're going to move on. Give the call to the member for Bennelong.
Yeah, big fella.
My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How is the Albanese Labor government focused on delivering the benefits of renewable energy to Australian families? Why is focusing on the needs of Australians so important? And what are the risks to affordable and reliable energy?
Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Bennelong for his question. And the Albanese government's focused on delivering for the Australian people not only through the 111,385 batteries that have been installed since the 1st of July, but also the Solar Sharer program announced yesterday to give Australians a chance to get free power in the middle of the day. And given how assiduous the member for Bennelong is and what a fantastic local member he is, I'm sure he saw the letter in the Sydney Morning Herald this morning from John from Bennelong, who wrote, "Congratulations to the federal government for introducing 3 hours of free electricity. My household currently gets free power for 2 hours from our provider. We charge our car, we do our washing and charge our household batteries during this time. As a result, our power bills have been slashed." And John from Bennelong gets it. Jerome from Bennelong gets it too. and members on this side of the House get it, but those members opposite don't get it because, of course, there are around 14 to 15% of this country work shift work. People are at home at odd hours who might have the opportunity to use their power in the middle of the day and do so for free. Or the 36% of Australians who work from home, who have the support of this side of the House in that choice, who will be able to shift their power use to the middle of the day and get it for free. In addition to the big reductions in their energy bills for those 111,000 Australian households who now have a cheaper home battery, this is what delivery looks like. And we're able to do these things because we're not distracted, we're not divided and we're not fighting ourselves, Mr Speaker. That's why we're able to deliver these things. And the member asked me why focusing on the needs of Australians is so important. It's important because it's all about delivery, something the other side wouldn't understand. Remember, our friend, the Leader of the National Party, was asked how he would respond to Barnaby Joyce, the member for New England, leaving the National Party, and he said, well, we'll be focused on ourselves. You know, the reality is we'll focus on ourselves. Well, I've got to say, credit where it's due. Promise made, promise kept, Mr Speaker. Promise made, promise kept. Focus on themselves, just true to their word. I mean, it's going so we've had the a Liberal Party say of the National Party, and I quote, they are terrorists, and the first rule of being a parasite is not to kill your host. It's all going swimmingly over there. All going swimmingly over there, Mr Speaker, which resulted in the Shadow Minister for Climate Change on 7:30 report last night couldn't rule out the Liberal Party, the once great Liberal Party, supporting the construction of coal-fired power stations in Australia. I mean, the party of Harold Holt is now the party of Andrew Bolt, Mr Speaker. That's how the National Party's calling the shots over there, and it's all a reminder, as the great Bob Hawke told Australia, if you can't govern yourselves, you can't govern the country. And that was true then and it's true now. And what we're seeing opposite of those opposite is a party, a group of parties who clearly cannot govern themselves and certainly cannot govern the country.
Okay, before I call the member for Bradfield, we've got a few people I need to acknowledge and I'll break them up in a couple of groups today. The first I'd like to acknowledge is Ms Svetlana Tizekana-Noska, the head of the United Transitional Cabinet of Belarus. We have a group from the Canberra Fellowships Program visiting from Indonesia, Thailand, Malaysia, Vietnam and the Philippines. Dr Tanzil Rahman, the member of the Legislative Assembly, the Honourable Paul Scully, Minister for Planning, and also the Executive Committee members of the Isolated Children's Parents Association of Australia, which works to improve the educational opportunities and outcomes of geographically located children. Welcome to you all. Give the call to the member for Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. Foodbank Australia's 2025 hunger report reveals that 1 in 3 Australian households have experienced food insecurity in the last 12 months. This means that 3.5 million Australian families could be going without food tonight. Foodbank has a proposal that would make it cheaper for food producers to donate excess food to those in need, reduce food waste and save taxpayers' dollars. Will the Treasurer commit to legislating a national food donation tax incentive which would achieve these aims?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank the honourable member for her question. I think this is the first opportunity that I've had to congratulate her on her comprehensive victory in Bradfield.
Order.
And I thank her for her question. I thank her for her question about a very serious issue and a seriously terrific organisation, which is Foodbank. I am aware of the report, the analysis and the ideas in the Foodbank report that has been put out today. I take the opportunity to thank them for the tremendous work that they do in communities right around Australia, helping people who are doing it tough. I'm aware of that specific idea about the tax incentive. I think from memory also there's a Senate committee that looked into a similar idea. Obviously we take those kind of suggestions seriously. We also know that a lot of businesses are already doing the right thing, absent the implementation of a tax incentive like that. And I thank those businesses who are making those donations to Foodbank and other like organisations as well for the work that they do, Mr Speaker. I want to shout out as well the Assistant Minister for Charities. We've done already some substantial reforms to support charitable giving, including a new DGR category to support community-focused giving. And we also know that there is more than one way to help these wonderful organisations doing the right thing by people in our local communities. It is a source of some pride to me, and I think to Minister Rishworth, who did the work on this in the last term of the parliament, that this government is providing an additional $20 million each year to help food and emergency relief organisations. We took that decision in an earlier budget. Some of the organisations in the member for Bradfield's electorate are benefiting from that: the Salvos, Vinnies and Lifeline, I think, just to name three. And it means that our total investment in these services has gone up to $460 million over 5 years. Now, the opposition leader also asked about Food Bank, I think in her first question to the Prime Minister. But what was missing from the opposition's leader's question was that when those opposite were last in government, they cut $20 million a year from these programs. They actually cut these programs for Food Bank. And they also opposed our tax cuts,
the Leader of the Opposition.
Efforts to boost wages. They opposed our cost of living help. And so the point that I'm making in considering the idea put forward by Food Bank is we have restored the funding that those opposite cut. That's because we know the important work that Food Bank and others do, and we've also found other ways to help people who are under pressure: energy bill relief, permanent increase to working age payments, rent assistance, tax cuts, boosting real wages and the like. We're a Labor government. We're always looking for ways to help people with the cost of living, especially the most vulnerable. Food Bank is the same. Sounds like the member for Bradfield shares our interests too.
Give the call to the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to make the most of the global transformation to cleaner, cheaper and more reliable energy? How does this compare to other approaches?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and thanks to the member for Sturt for the question, but also for the helpful role that the member is playing already in our climate and economic policies as a relatively new member of this place. The member for Sturt understands, and we understand, that the transition to cleaner and cheaper, more reliable energy is a golden economic opportunity for our country, for our economy, for our people as well. And our economic agenda is all about making the most of this big economic transformation to net zero. We know that what's making the electricity network less reliable is the ageing coal-fired part of the network. And as that becomes less reliable, as more and more of those generators come out of the system, the onus is on any responsible government to replace that with cleaner and cheaper, more reliable energy. And that's why when we released our 2035 targets, Mr Speaker, we put out the Treasury modelling that supported the decisions that we have been taking to get that cleaner and cheaper, more reliable energy into the system, because we know that when you provide that certainty and you provide that clarity, then investors can invest in the energy that we desperately need in our economy and in our communities, Mr Speaker. That's what an orderly transition is all about. Now, the Treasury modelling concluded that the only thing worse than a disorderly transition to net zero is the policy position that those opposite will now adopt. The least responsible course of action would be to abandon net zero. This is what the Treasury said. This is what the Treasury said. Not pursuing net zero by 2050 risks lower economic growth, reduced investment, missed export and employment opportunities and higher electricity prices. The economic costs to Australia of not pursuing net zero will be significant and consequential. Australia is likely to face a higher cost of capital in international markets if it does not pursue net zero. This is the economic insanity that those opposite look likely to adopt, Mr Speaker. What they are proposing is absolutely insane in economic terms, and that's what the Treasury modelling document has made very clear. Now, Mr Speaker, the Shadow Treasurer used to support net zero. In fact, it was only last year he told this House there is bipartisanship when it comes to achieving the goal of net zero by 2050. But what has changed, Mr Speaker, and the reason he's now undermining his leader, as we read about in today's media, is because the economic vandalism, the right-wing extremism and the opportunism now infects every member of those opposite. To be fair to the opposition leader, they have all gone mad, Mr Speaker. They have all gone, as my predecessor would have said, they have all gone troppo. And the Australian people will pay a price.
The time has concluded. Call to the member for Fisher.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Released today, Food Bank's Hunger Report reveals that nearly 200,000 Queensland families went an entire day without eating in the past year. Prime Minister, why are people going hungry under Labor when the Prime Minister promised, and I quote, "No one held back and no one left behind"?
The call to the Treasurer.
To me.
Oh, to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for his question. And as the Treasurer has just told the House, it's somewhat perplexing how in Tactics Committee, when someone came up with the question of let's ask about Food Bank, someone didn't go, well, actually, what might be a little bit uncomfortable is the fact that we ripped out $20 million per year out of funding for Food Bank.
Order.
Order.
So no, members on my left are going to cease interjecting. There's far too much noise in the chamber. Prime Minister's been asked a question. He's going to be given the respect of being heard in silence.
So we now have, of course, you've got to listen to, sometimes it's the interjections where you get the unplugged views of those opposite. And we just had, this is about a report from Food Bank, from the Leader of the Opposition. So don't worry about the fact that we ripped money out of Food Bank, unlike this government that have provided additional money for services to make a difference. Just like in my previous answer, the member for Durack interjected that paying people in aged care to look after our oldest Australians better and childcare to look after the youngest Australians was unsustainable. That was the interjection, and she nods correctly there. That was the view. Just like yesterday, the member for Wright interjected across that funding public housing and looking after people in the housing sector and increasing rental assistance wasn't necessary under the former government because there wasn't an issue. We didn't need a housing minister under them.
The Prime Minister, on a point of the Prime Minister will pause, and I'll hear from the Leader of the Opposition.
A point of order on relevance, Mr Speaker. Sledging the opposition does not answer the question,
resume your
which
seat.
is about.
Yeah, I've been precisely trying to deal with points of order. That kind of language is completely unacceptable. When a broad question about no one held back, no one left behind, is part of the question. Of course, the Prime Minister is going to go pretty broad with his answer. These questions all week have been completely broad. So if you're asking a very broad question and then you want me to do relevance, but you want me to do relevance on a narrow question as well, the Prime Minister is being directly relevant, and if you ask a very broad question, you're going to get a very broad answer.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Sometimes they're a bit beyond help from the hints, Mr Speaker. But what we hear from those opposite, when they actually get off the script that they stand up and read, when they actually interject across the chamber, is their real views. And their real views are contemptuous about the needs of the Australian people. That's right. Their real views are contemptuous. Whether it's about housing, whether it's about Food Bank, whether it's about paying aged care and childcare workers properly, they're contemptuous of the needs. And then they come in here and pretend, having voted against every single cost of living measure that we have put forward, every measure, they come in here and pretend to care. Well, the truth is that the Australian people are onto them. They're onto them. And that's why on May the 3rd, they voted for a government that would actually protect people and look after people's living standards, not just oppose every cost of living measure.
Time has completed. Before I call the member for Bass, I'd like to welcome a parliamentary delegation from the Pacific family, Tuvalu, who have just joined us, led by the Speaker, the Honourable Sir Jacobo Italie, together with honourable members of the Tuvalu Parliament. And I'd like to acknowledge the High Commissioner. A very warm welcome to Parliament House, and thank you for my peace necklace. Hope it works. I give the call, order. Give the call to the honourable member for Bass.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister, representing the Minister for Industry and Innovation. How is the Albanese Labor government's approach to delivering reliable energy helping to secure the future of the Australian manufacturing industry and jobs? What are the risks to manufacturing jobs?
Call to the order. Give the call to the Minister for Defence Industry, the Minister for Pacific Island Affairs and the Minister representing the Minister for Defence.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. And I know that manufacturing is an incredibly important part of her local economy. And her community will be relieved to hear that the Tasmanian Government, Hydro Tasmania and Rio Tinto have come to a 12-month in-principle electricity agreement for Bell Bay Aluminium, a business that employs 550 staff and supports nearly 300 local businesses through its supply chain. And I hear the contempt from those opposite about an aluminium smelter getting assistance on an electricity contract. It demonstrates what they think about manufacturing in this country. Speaker, this is a short-term deal, but it provides breathing space for Rio and the state government to negotiate a long-term energy solution that ensures the smelter's viability. And this is important because Bell Bay is a cornerstone of the local Tasmanian economy. And the Albanese Labor government recognises the importance of smelters like Bell Bay, not only to the economy but to workers and families in the community itself. And that's why we're building a reliable energy system that will secure Australian competitiveness for decades. That's what a Future Made in Australia, the Capacity Investment Scheme and the CEFC all do, making sure we have cheap power and in turn a vibrant and world-class industrial sector that delivers good jobs. And again, I hear the interjections over there about our efforts to save manufacturing. Again, it demonstrates their contempt for manufacturing and the communities that rely on these well-paid, secure jobs. Again, their opposition to intervention demonstrates their unfitness for government. Mr Speaker, we're getting on with the job with supporting manufacturing in this country, while those on the other side demonstrate their contempt. And you had to see it in government as well, where they delivered 22 failed energy policies, where under their watch 24 of 28 ageing coal-fired power stations announced that they were closing within a decade when they were in power. You'd hope, Mr Speaker, that they'd learned from the past. The fact is, the only way to keep the lights on and reduce power bills is to accelerate the rollout of renewables, firmed with storage and backed by peaking gas. It's the cheapest approach as well. But all those opposite do is oppose and obstruct the rollout of renewables. The truth is, Speaker, the Liberals and Nationals aren't listening. They've got no new ideas. All they've got is contempt for manufacturers, continued opposition to our efforts to make power cheaper through rolling out renewables, continued opposition to our support for industries through tailored packages. In the end, all we have from over there is obstruction, contempt for jobs and contempt for the communities that rely on those good-paid, secure, highly skilled jobs.
Call to the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And my question, without notice, is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, and I refer to Labor's disastrous solar sharer program. Senior energy analyst Saul Kavanagh has slammed Labor's thought bubble as, quote, another poorly thought-through market intervention and warned, quote, the window of free electricity during the day will have to be offset by higher prices at other times to cover the fixed costs. Minister, by how much will other electricity users have to pay to subsidise this folly?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thanks very much indeed to the member for the question, Mr Speaker, and I think I do need to advise the honourable member, my friend, that he could have found a better expert than that. Because that individual, last I saw him, he was cutting videos against me and the seat of McMahon, Mr Speaker. That's how impartial he is, to support an independent candidate in McMahon. So, you know, I'm not sure he's the sort of person I'd be quoting. Maybe you could have quoted the chief executive of the Climate Energy Finance, who said, "This is excellent, Minister." Oh, look. It doesn't take much to trigger them, does it, Mr. Speaker? You mention clean energy and away they go. I mean, yesterday we mentioned the Business Council of Australia and that set them off, Mr. Speaker. You can't win. We had Brand Black, the Chief Executive of the Business Council of Australia, former Chief of Staff to Dominic Perrottet, the Liberal Premier of New South Wales, and they said, "Oh, he's not credible. He's not credible," they said. And now I quote the Chief Executive of Climate Energy Finance, who said, "This is excellent, Minister. This means many, many more consumers will benefit from free power at zero cost to the market and massively incentivise demand load shifting to the middle of the day." Or Stephanie Bashir from Nextra Advisory, a private sector advisory company, who said this policy will incentivise consumers to move their energy consumption to cheaper times of the day. That is good for their bills and good for the network. Crucially, it will force big energy to fix their systems and to innovate. Or, this will set them off, I apologise in advance, Mr. Speaker. This will set them off. Solar Citizens CEO Heidi Douglas, who said this is a great start. It's smart, fair policy that helps renters and apartment residents tap into our rooftop solar advantage. But enough of organisations. Let's go to individuals, shall we, Mr. Speaker? Feedback on the government's policy. Paul Mitchell, who we saw on social media. "This is a fantastic initiative by the government. It just makes sense. We have panels in a battery. Over a year we export 2/3 of the power that our roof generates. It's good that some of that excess power we export will now be used by others, particularly people in units who don't have panels yet." We agree. We agree with Paul Mitchell. This is a good thing, Mr. Speaker. Or Tiffany Meek, who said, "This is a policy that genuinely helps poor and the disadvantaged. It's a policy for the Aussie battler, for stay-at-home parents, for the elderly and for people living with a disability." Shall we go on, Mr. Speaker? Fran Pearce, who said, "This is an excellent option. One thing we have a lot of in Australia is the sun. It's great to share the excess energy, especially until battery storage improves." This is how Australians who understand the energy market, people actually participate in it, whether they be chief executives of groups or individuals who participate in the energy market, understand that this is actually a policy in the best interest of Australians. No wonder those opposition.
House comes to order. We'll hear from the honourable member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. How is the Albanese government delivering key naval capabilities to keep Australians safe, and what barriers has the government had to overcome?
Call to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Defence.
Well, thank the member for her question, acknowledge her service. In Sydney this week is the Indo-Pacific International Maritime Expo, Indo-Pac 25, and in conjunction with that is the Chief of the Royal Australian Navy's Sea Power Conference, at which there are 58 nations represented, including 35 Chiefs of Navy, everyone from the head of the Spanish Armada to the Chief of the Chilean Navy to Admiral Kaler, the Commander of the United States Pacific Fleet. And building our own sea power is a key part of the Albanese government's increasing Australia's defence capability. It's no coincidence that our most recent decisions have been focused on our Navy. The decision to pursue the Megami-class vessel by Mitsubishi Heavy Industries as our future general-purpose frigate. $1.7 billion that we are investing in Ghost Shark, a unique long-range underwater autonomous capability produced by Anduril Australia. And the $12 billion that we've committed to the Henderson Defence Precinct, which will be the home of continuous naval shipbuilding in Western Australia and the place where we will maintain our future submarines. This is our government doing what we say, fulfilling our promises, and it is also part of a $70 billion increase in defence spending over the decade, spending which is also happening in the here and now, because in each of the last 2 financial years we have set records for the amount that has been spent on defence procurement, the vast bulk of which has been spent on Australian defence industry. Together, this represents the largest peacetime increase in Australia's defence spending in our history. And it could not stand in more stark contrast to what we see from those opposite, not just when they are in government, but in opposition as well, because when it comes to defence policy, they are lazy. They have gone on strike. Their shadow minister has been described as a terrible retail politician. And these are not my views. These are the views of Peter Dutton, the former leader of the opposition, who until recently sat in that seat for 3 years and as such, on this topic, could rightly claim to be an expert witness. Well, while those opposite have gone AWOL when it comes to defence, our government is delivering for our nation to keep Australians safe.
Call to the honourable member for Cook.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Yesterday on Sky News with Kieran Gilbert, the member for Solomon promised a 20% reduction to Australia power bills. The member said it's pretty clear there's going to be, from what the National Market Commission is saying, there's likely to be over the next decade a 20% decrease in power bills. When asked if he stood by this claim, he said, I quote, absolutely. Prime Minister, is a 20% decrease in power bills now your government's policy?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Cook for his question, but I am somewhat sceptical about the premise there, because the premise is that a non-coalition member was on Sky News yesterday. Because what I've looked up, Mr Speaker,
Order.
is that one by one,
the member for Cook
one by
has
one,
asked his question.
Every member of the National Party and of the Liberal Party are queuing up to be on Sky News to attack each other, to point out the issues that were said, and of course Kieran Gilbert is a very good interviewer, indeed. But I've got to say, I missed his interview yesterday. But I am aware of what the member for Cook has said about the issues when it comes.
Prime Minister is 1 minute in, and he is referring to the person who asked him the question. It's going to be hard to take a point of relevance when he's referring. Order, just let me finish, and then you'll get a full say. Trust me. So, just in light of the standing orders, if you ask a question, the person answering the question is going to refer to you and your question. Okay.
Point of order is on relevance, Speaker. He was only asked about the member for Solomon's comments and the 20% decrease, nothing on the opposition.
Well, yes, you were. I don't know what the Prime Minister was going to say, because he was going to mention you. So, all right, the point of relevance has now been taken. There can be no more points of relevance. So the Prime Minister has the call, and I'm going to listen carefully to make sure he is being directly relevant.
There were a range of issues in the question. One was about Sky News, and I've said that, yeah, I'm surprised that there was any room for anyone but members of the coalition. I was asked. I was then asked, of course, about Kieran Gilbert, and I've praised Kieran Gilbert. He did a terrific job coming to APEC and to ASEAN just on the weekend.
Member for Forrest will leave the chamber under 94A. If I call you to stop interjecting, that's a really big clue to stop interjecting. Honestly. Okay. Just when the House comes to order, Prime Minister will return to the question.
Just on the weekend, because Kieran Gilbert travelled because he was actually interested in engaging with Australia's relationships in the world, including, of course, the issue of climate change was one of the focus in APEC of how the region transitions to a clean energy economy, and that was part of very much the debate. And I did an interview myself with Kieran Gilbert on the Sunday program, and I recommend it to the member for Cook. But I'm also been asked about policies when it comes to energy and power, and I am aware, given I was asked by the member for Cook, that when he was working at McKinsey, he produced an article titled "Carbon Light: How Australia Can Power Ahead in a Net Zero World." And I recommend it to his colleagues who are going through the Hunger Games.
There goes your front bench spot.
The Hunger Games over there, because what he said about prices was McKinsey analysis estimates these opportunities would add about $75 billion to the Australian economy each year through to 2035, as well as an additional 130,000 direct jobs over the period. So I recommend to the member for Cook, if I can give him a bit of advice, back in the former member for Cook's policy of net zero by 2050, circulate that article and then do a bit of a multiple choice question perhaps in the next party room meeting, although the next party room meeting might be focused on something.
The House comes to order. We'll hear from the honourable member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Communications. How is the Albanese Labor government's world-leading social media laws helping to support parents keep kids safe online?
Call to the Minister for Communications and the Minister for Sport.
I thank the member for Bendigo for her question and for her genuine commitment to delivering future-facing policy for all of the young people that she represents in her beautiful part of the woods. Mr. Speaker, protecting children in a digital age is a challenge that is confronting the world. Predatory algorithms, harmful content and toxic popularity meters are targeting children at a critical stage of their development. The Albanese government understands the need to be on the front foot of this rising threat with decisive and comprehensive action. And we are implementing world-leading reforms to reduce online harms experienced by young Australians, including delivering historic legislation to delay access to social media until the age of 16. Today, I confirmed for parents alongside the eSafety Commissioner the 9 platforms that must take action to remove underage accounts from 10 December. YouTube, Snapchat, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, Reddit, Kik, X and Threads. Mr. Speaker, we know social media is doing social harm and we are calling time on it for kids. We want kids to have 3 more years to build resilience in the real world. We are not chasing perfection, we are chasing a meaningful difference. This law is world-leading and now countries across the world are following our lead. Denmark, Greece, Romania, France and our friends across the pond in New Zealand are all introducing a minimum age for social media. At Australia's United Nations event, the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said she was inspired by Australia's bold move to introduce the ban and has created a task force to see how that same law could apply to the EU. Because as the President said, parents, not algorithms, should be raising our children. Mr. Speaker, the Republican Governor of Utah, who I met a few weeks ago, said he is cheering on Australia. Even Piers Morgan has backed our law, saying the Aussies have it right. Online platforms can target children with chilling control, and now we are mandating they use that same technology to give them 3 more years to build resilience. The Albanese government will never back down from this fight. We are on the side of parents, not platforms. There is a place for social media, but there is not a place for predatory algorithms, harmful content and toxic popularity meters that continue to cause our children harm.
The member for Kennedy was on his feet first, so I'll give the member for Kennedy a call, and perhaps in future we can discuss the arrangements so that the Speaker is aware of who the question is going to. So the member for Kennedy has the call.
Agriculture Minister, over 25,000 square kilometres in northwest Queensland, Australia's cattle heartland, is now overrun by the prickly acacia weed tree. In contrast, buffalo grass now covers vast tracts of what were once barren wastelands. Buffalo's restoring riverbanks, deepening streams, many of which are now flowing again. Wouldn't you agree then with prominent Queensland Ag Force President Shane McCarthy, fifth-generation farmer, that only a government official cloistered in the Canberra kindergarten could ban buffalo grass? For heaven's sake, Minister, will you put a stop on this madness urgently? Otherwise, won't you preside over a 7% drop in Australia's fifth largest export industry, beef?
Call to the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Kennedy genuinely for his interest in this issue, and he has raised it with me personally, and I am well aware of it. And he also understands how critical the beef industry is to Australia. It is a very significant industry. Just a few weeks ago, we had a conversation about the buffalo grass, and on the matter of buffalo grass raised by the member, what I would say is that we recognise that buffalo grass is a valuable pasture for cattle in northern Australia, particularly in Queensland and the Northern Territory. The process that is currently underway is identifying new national weed priorities, and it's assessing buffalo grass in targeted areas where there's potential adverse environmental impact, such as national parks. Can I also say to the member, any recommended management action would not adversely affect buffalo grass in agricultural production areas where it's deliberately planted, not considered a weed, and continues to provide benefit to livestock. Any future decisions on weed priorities, including a decision on this particular one, would be made collaboratively by all state and territory governments along with the Commonwealth, because as the member would be aware, of course, state and territories are responsible for the management of pests and weed invasions in their local jurisdictions. The member would also understand that this industry is really significant for regional jobs across Australia, for our national economy as well, and we do understand the importance of the beef industry that the member referred to and the need to seize the opportunities that are there for the beef industry. As the member would know, I have been up to Beef Australia in the great state of Queensland, his home state, as has our Assistant Minister, and indeed in the last budget we provided $12 million for Beef 2027. Beef is, of course, as is quite rightly pointed out, a very significant export for Australia. Indeed, it's our most valuable agriculture export. And beef exports are currently up 62% since we came to government to $16 billion last financial year. $16 billion, so a very significant industry that we value and that we are working with to ensure that they reap the opportunities of the hard work that they have been putting into providing a great Australian product and exporting it across the globe.
Give the call to the member for Aston.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. How is the Albanese Labor government strengthening Medicare by investing in bulk billing after a decade of cuts and neglect? Is this investment reaching all corners of the country? And what has been the response to these changes?
Call to the Minister for Health and Ageing, the Minister for Disability and the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, earlier this year, those opposite were telling any journalist who stood still for 5 seconds they were going to romp in at the last election in Aston. But they didn't reckon on the fighting spirit of this member, Mr Speaker. They didn't reckon on the energy that she brought to campaigning for our plan to build Australia and to strengthen Medicare, Mr Speaker, because she knows that is the right plan for her community in Melbourne's east. She knows that. The Maroondah Urgent Care Clinic in her electorate has already seen thousands and thousands of members of her community across 7 days a week, delivering high-quality urgent care, fully bulk billed, completely free of charge, Mr Speaker. And in just the first week of our record investment in bulk billing, Mr Speaker, the number of GP clinics in the electorate of Aston that are bulk billing all of their patients all of the time has tripled, Mr Speaker. It has tripled, and that number is just going to keep growing. And this investment, as the question indicates, has obviously been very broadly supported by patient groups. And I know that as a cancer survivor, this member is particularly focused on the response of a group like the Cancer Council, Mr Speaker, who has said this is a significant step forward for cancer care in Australia, saving patients hundreds of dollars and strengthening the involvement of general practice in cancer care and support. GP after GP that I've met has told us that how much they appreciate having the investment from us that allows them to bulk bill more of their patients. Even if some doctors, I do acknowledge, continue to argue, as they have for 40 years, that they'd prefer the investment to go to them without strings attached around patient outcomes. But then there's the coalition, Mr Speaker. Then there's the coalition. The day before our record investment, which apparently they supported in the election campaign, had even started, the Shadow Minister already said it was unravelling. It was unravelling, Mr Speaker, which is about as funny as I remember John Howard saying that Medicare was one of the Hawke government's greatest failures, Mr Speaker, but not to be outdone in the comedy stakes. The Leader of the Nationals said this week, he said this, "The best friend of Medicare at the moment is the National Party." The best friend of Medicare at the moment is the National Party. This guy, the guy who every time we mention healthcare, like Pavlov's dog, whips out the credit card, whips out the Amex every time we say Medicare. But I thought this, Mr Speaker, in a week where those opposite could barely come to a single position on a resolution that says the sun sets in the east, and the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, the one thing that always unites them, Mr Speaker, is how much they hate bulk billing.
Call to the honourable member for Mallee.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Does the Prime Minister agree with the member for Solomon there will be a 20% decrease in power bills over the next decade?
Order. Order. Members on my left. The member for Mallee's asked her question. Prime Minister has the call.
Page 8 of the CCA 2035 Targets Advice says this. Expert analysis by the Australian Energy Market Commission projects residential electricity prices will fall by 13%, about 5 cents per kilowatt hour, and average household energy costs will fall by about 20%, around $1,000 per year, over the next decade under a coordinated renewables rollout. That's the direct quote. That's the direct quote.
Members on my left.
That's a direct quote. So it's an entire misrepresentation to pretend that the member for Solomon, that is his view. He's quoting the advice which is there. Something that the member, I'm sure, knows.
No, I'm not. Member for Wannon, I said yesterday, I was the Prime Minister is directly answering the question. I'm not taking the point of order. I'm not taking it. Resume your seat. And I gave examples yesterday. If, I made it crystal clear yesterday, if a minister or the Prime Minister is being directly relevant with an answer, it was asked about a figure from the member for Mallee. I'm sure she's interested in the response. The Prime Minister is quoting about the figure and the report that he was asked about. He couldn't be more directly relevant. Prime Minister, in continuation.
I'm being directly relevant in pointing out that when the Tactics Committee, geniuses, chose to get the member for Cook, of all people, to ask the first time, and the member for Mallee to ask this question, they knew full well that the member for Solomon was quoting a report in the interview with Mr Gilbert.
Call to the member for Gellibrand.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is for the Minister for Housing, Homelessness and Cities. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering for first home buyers to help them to get into a home of their own? What other approaches is the government being asked to consider?
Call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Cities.
Don't take responsibility.
Speaker, I thank my friend the member for Gellibrand for his question. Speaker, in part because of his strong advocacy, 2,060 Australians in his electorate alone have purchased their first home with the support of our government. And Speaker, I know there will be many more to come after our government's historic expansion of first home ownership opportunities, which took effect on the 1st of October. Speaker, our country is in the midst of a housing crisis that's been building for 40 years. After a decade of neglect, our government has built the most ambitious housing agenda that a Commonwealth government has had since the post-war period. $43 billion, Speaker, to build more homes, to get renters a better deal and to get more Australians into home ownership. And we're delivering on those promises, Speaker. We promised we'd back in first-home buyers at the election, and not only did we deliver that promise, we did it 3 months earlier than we said we would. Now, the member asked me about alternatives, and there is an alternative sitting opposite, but I have to say on housing I am starting to find it really difficult to know what it is that the Coalition stands for. Speaker, this is a party that says it supports home ownership. It does not have a single policy to support the young people of this country to get better housing opportunities. We've got a coalition here that opposes our government's expansion of home ownership opportunities to young Australians. Speaker, when did the Liberal Party of Australia give up on home ownership for Australians? It might be around the time they gave up on the idea of lower taxes, remembering that this so-called lower taxes party went to the election saying they were going to increase taxes on every single Australian. They've given up on budget discipline, Speaker. They gave us 9 budget deficits and $1 trillion of Liberal debt to manage. They've given up on environmental conservation, Speaker. They support government-funded nuclear power plants, not the cheap renewables that the market prefers. Speaker, I increasingly find myself looking on that side of the House and thinking, what on earth is it that connects this disarray together? Now, Speaker, they may be in total dysfunction. We are focused on delivery. Our government backs first home buyers. We have helped now 197,000 Australians get into a home of their own, and I want every single one of them to know that if it were up to the Coalition, you would still be renting. Speaker, I want the member for Wright to say to his 2,256 Australians in his electorate that he would prefer that they were still renting, not having had the home ownership opportunities they're getting under our government. Now, Speaker, those opposite might have given up on the great Australian dream, but our government hasn't. To Australia's first home buyers, we see that you are struggling. You face a big challenge, but we are on your side and we always will be.
Give the call to the member for Fowler.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, I welcome your record Medicare spend, having long called for expanded bulk billing access. But with mental health the #1 reason people visit a GP in Fowler, doctors tell me that cutting Medicare items 2712 and 2713 removes the flexibility to provide longer, meaningful consultations for complex mental health cases. Can you guarantee that cutting items 2712 and 2713 won't deter GPs from offering the mental health care that families in Western Sydney depend on?
Call to the Minister for Health, the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the Prime Minister for giving me the opportunity to respond to that. I haven't had a conversation with the member over the last several days, but I'm very pleased to report to the member and to the House that, as far as I can tell, every single general practice clinic in the member's electorate has indicated that as a result of our investment on Saturday, they will all be 100% bulk billing. Every single GP clinic in the electorate of Fowler.
Order. The Minister was talking about Medicare, but I'll listen to the member for Fowler on a point of order.
Thank you, Speaker. It was very specific, asking if the Minister of the Government will guarantee the cutting items 2712 and 2713. I understand that Medicare spend, I know that that's what the government has been talking about, that you spent millions, 8.5, but I'm asking specifically 2712 and 2713.
Yeah. The member for Solomon is warned. The Leader of the House.
Speaker, just to the point of order, there's a practice that's developed in points of order on relevance where people consistently quote only a small part of a longer question, and you have given ruling after ruling making clear that the relevance rule applies to any part of the question, and if people don't want there to be parts of the question that deal with anything other than their final few words, they should only ask the final few words.
Yeah, it places me in a difficult position when you ask a question about Medicare and you include things. That's okay. Resume your seat, Member Fowler. And then the Minister is referring to that part. Now, he's 2 minutes 29 to go. He may be going to address that part of the question. I don't know. Right? Order. He may be focusing on that part, but we've only got one shot at taking a point of order on relevance. And I would just remind members, probably it's best to keep that at the end, because once that's gone, it's gone. And it's very difficult now because I don't know what the minister's going to refer to in terms of mental health. He may do that, but I understand your point. You'd like an answer specifically regarding that end part of the question. But understanding rule is he's entitled to talk about the question that he was asked about. So anyway, I'll listen carefully and I'll make sure he is being directly relevant, and I'll make sure he continues to be directly relevant. The minister has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. I must say I'm a little surprised at the member's minimisation of the impact of the biggest ever investment in bulk billing in her electorate, given that, as far as I can tell, no electorate represented in this place has got the sort of result that I just reported has come from Fowler. And the relevance of that is that if you read the annual report from the College of GPs, increasingly they say the number one issue that GPs are consulted about 70% of GPs report this, I think. The number one issue they are consulted about is mental health. It is their bread and butter work, and the affordability of access to GPs is more important for mental health support than probably any other condition we can think of. So I'm surprised, frankly, that the member would minimise the impact of the record investment that we rolled out on Saturday for the access and affordability of mental health support in GPs. That was one of the overriding priorities when we designed the system that we rolled out on Saturday. So what I can tell the member for Fowler is that constituents in her electorate will have more affordable access to mental health support from their GP than in any other electorate represented in this chamber.
Call to the member for Gilmore.
My question is to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government. How is the Albanese Labor government helping regional communities stay...
The member for Gilmore, the member for Lindsay and the Minister... That's just... If everyone can just remain silent during the question, it'll help question time on both sides. So the Minister for Health and the member for Lindsay perhaps can have a conversation outside the chamber, but certainly not during the member for Gilmore's question, because I couldn't hear what she was saying. Let's just keep going, and the member for Gilmore will start a question again so I can hear it.
My question is to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government. How is the Albanese Labor government helping regional communities stay connected by keeping Rex airlines flying? What has been the response?
Give the call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government.
Can I thank the member for Gilmore for her question? And I particularly want to note when the Minister for Health was making his response and referred to the wonderful member for Aston and her fighting spirit, well, you couldn't get a match pair with the member for Gilmore. People had written her off, and look at her. She is absolutely amazing, and we're delighted to have her here all the time with us. For towns like Maruya in the seat of Gilmore, Coober Pedy in the seat of Grey and Winton in the National Party leader's seat of Maranoa, Rex is the only airline that connects them to the biggest city in their region. 45 towns in Australia that rely on Rex to get them where you need to go. Our government has been crystal clear from the start. We know that Rex is essential. When Rex hit financial turbulence, we stepped in to keep it flying. This government made a commitment that we would support Rex and the regional towns that the airline rely on the airline. I'm pleased that we've made significant headway on this commitment, with administrators securing a way forward with AirT, subject to the upcoming creditors meeting next week. AirT, who have significant experience in maintaining aircraft, such as the Saabs that connect our regional communities, and Rex's essential routes served. The government will be, I announced yesterday, supporting AirT in restructuring Rex's existing debts. In exchange for this support, AirT have agreed to a range of commitments that will preserve regional connectivity, including returning more aircraft and increasing the frequency of those profitable flights across the Rex networks. The government will be retaining security over the aircraft and the simulator, and that will ensure that the fleet of Saabs cannot be sold without this government's permission, making sure that guarantee is there. But what we've also done, and we announced yesterday, is that we are also establishing a new $5 million program for local government-owned regional and remote airports that supported RECs throughout voluntary administration. We know that many of them have had to forego money that they would have been able to spend on other things because of that administration. So this government is stepping in, supporting those local councils and making sure that they are able to continue those incredibly important regional airports going. This government has been determined to support RECs from the start, and I'd have to say some of the comments at the time from those opposite, particularly, as I'd have to say, when we were told that we would frankly, it was a bridge too far what we were doing. I think the Shadow Minister said that we were going to crowd out competition from smaller regional airlines and wanting us to break RECs and RECs' routes up. This has been an important process for the government to systematically, seriously work through what has been a difficult problem, and I'm pleased that we now have a pathway forward for regional aviation in this country.
To the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Can I firstly congratulate the Minister on this? Is really an outstanding achievement. Also acknowledge the backing up of what the government did by the member for Riverina during that period as well. This is an outstanding result, and people in regional communities, many of them, ran the risk of being without aviation services, which is about the economy but also about access to health services and education. And I acknowledge that. And on that note, Mr Speaker, I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
On indulgence, also the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I want to give a shout out to the wonderful pilots and crew of Rex Airlines around the country. Say what an outstanding job they do, as do many other smaller regional airlines, many of whom, as the Shadow Minister correctly said during this debate, were prepared to step up and step in and do what they do better than anyone else in the world.
Pursuant to the National Anti-Corruption Commission Act 2022, I present the annual report for 2024-25 of the Inspector of the National Anti-Corruption Commission. Give the call to the Leader of the House with papers.
Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to the honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
If members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible, I have received a letter from the honourable member for Page proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion. Namely, this government's betrayal of regional Australia is hurting family budgets and businesses. I call upon those honourable members to approve of the proposed discussion, to rise in their places and give the call to the member for Page.
Release, Kevin.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, a cheaper, better, fairer plan for all regional Australians, indeed for all Australians, in relation to energy prices, in relation to cost of living pressures, in relation to emission reductions, has been released. And I can tell you right now, Speaker, that this plan is much cheaper than Labor's $9 trillion net zero 2050 plan. It's better than Labor's $9 trillion net zero 2050 plan, and it's certainly fairer than Labor's net zero 2050 plan. Deputy Speaker, you would know that all Australians, every household in this country, is struggling with their power bills. You know that there's been a lot of government bailouts, which I will go into, about industry and business is struggling in this country. But, Deputy Speaker, there's more to it than that as well, because I'd ask you the question, should regional Australians, as an example of Labor's reckless renewable-only plan, should regional Australia have to absorb 60 million solar panels for that plan to work? And I would say no, Deputy Speaker. Should regional Australians, because of Labor's reckless renewable-only plan, have to absorb 20,000 wind turbines into regional Australia, Deputy Speaker? And again, I would say the answer to that is no. Should regional Australia have to absorb, and this is, have to absorb 20,000 kilometres of new transmission lines or poles and wires through pristine forest, through important agricultural land, dividing communities about those? And I would say again the answer to that, Deputy Speaker, is no. But there's more than that as well, Deputy Speaker. We are seeing job losses been announced, thousands of job losses that have been announced already because firms in regional Australia, especially heavy industry, cannot afford their power bills. But again, there's more just in regional Australia, Deputy Speaker, that has been very damaging. Because of Labor's plan, thousands of hectares have been locked up. Productive agricultural land have been locked up, unable to be used for agriculture because of Labor's plan. So right now, this is all occurring every day, Deputy Speaker, and it has to stop. Now, one of the problems, I believe, Deputy Speaker, in this plan that was released said is that Labor's emission reduction ambitions is literally, it's much faster than the rest of the world, certainly much faster than the Chinas, the Indias and the US and many other countries, Deputy Speaker, and it is literally with the pace of what they're proposing sending us broke. Deputy Speaker, I have a map of Australia here that I want to go through. They talk about future made in Australia. Well, I can tell you right now, if Labor's plan continues on the rate that it is, we won't have anything made in Australia. The whole future made in Australia plan will be a fantasy land, Deputy Speaker, because no one will be able to afford to compete with anyone in the rest of the world in what they're trying to do. Now, here's a map of Australia, Deputy Speaker. I certainly won't hold it up, but I'm just going to refer to it while I go through some of the examples here. These are either companies or industries that have shut down or are looking for assistance because they otherwise will shut down. In Western Australia, you've got the nickel smelter in Kalgoorlie. In Kawana in Western Australia, you've got a nickel refinery and an aluminium refinery. In South Australia, you have the steel mill in Whyalla and you have the lead smelter in Port Pirie. In Hobart, you have an aluminium smelter and a zinc refinery asking for assistance. In New South Wales, just in the last couple of weeks, you have Tomago, an aluminium smelter in New South Wales, needing assistance. In Queensland, you have in Townsville a copper refinery, a zinc refinery, and in Mount Isa you have a copper smelter and a lead smelter. Now, in anyone's language, Deputy Speaker, when you have all this happening in a very close proximity of time, when you have had, this has all happened over the last few months with most of those, Deputy Speaker, you have to ask yourself the question, what is going on? What is the problem? And there's a link. It's not a very difficult link to draw. The problem with all of them, Deputy Speaker, is their energy bills. Now, why are their energy bills? Our energy bills in Australia now are higher than Japan, and we export energy to Japan. So work that out, Deputy Speaker. Now, this is linked to the emission reductions, the Net Zero 2050 plan that Labor has. Now, again, you might say, well, we should do our bit in emission reductions. And, Deputy Speaker, I agree. We agree that we should do our bit in emissions reductions. But let's not fool ourselves, Deputy Speaker, that Australia is 1 to 2% of global emissions. And, Deputy Speaker, the three biggest emitters across the globe are the United States, China and India, and none of them, not one of those economies, is signed up to the aggressive emission reduction targets that this government has. So they may feel very righteous. They may feel very, that they're going to save the globe, but I can tell you right now, Deputy Speaker, you could shut Australia down today, turn off every light, every electrical appliance, stop driving any car or any vehicle and do all that, and you know what that would mean? That would do nothing to the temperature of the globe, Deputy Speaker. China's emissions go up more every year. China's emissions go up more every year than the total emissions of this country. But yet this government is hell-bent on an ideology to cut emissions at a rate that is literally all it's going to do. We're not going to be exporting anything except jobs, Deputy Speaker. That'll be the biggest exporter in this country, will be jobs with their emission reduction targets, Deputy Speaker. So, the plan that was released on the weekend, Deputy Speaker, with emission reductions, a very sensible plan, I believe, in doing our fair share, is we're actually taking China and India out, Deputy Speaker, out of the modelling because we thought, well, if we put them in, we could actually still keep putting emissions up. And so what we looked at were OECD countries, Deputy Speaker, like-minded economies, similar economies to us. And we said, well, let's match them. Let's not do what they say they're going to do. Let's do what they are actually doing. Deputy Speaker. And again, the modelling that would show that we would certainly not be racing ahead with the ideological obsession that this government has, and it would certainly slow down the exporting of jobs that this government is doing. So again, I commend those opposite to read the report, Deputy Speaker. But while I'm on talking about the disregard of this government to regional Australia, Deputy Speaker, I have to go over a couple of other issues as well, because the last term of government, the last Parliament, Speaker, some of the most damaging things have been announced and were announced in that chamber, in this place, for regional Australia. And the one I always have to mention it because it's gutting communities in the regions, Deputy Speaker, and that is the fact that this government took water away from our communities through the Murray-Darling Basin Plan. They have this obsession that the River Murray can never be shut. Now, the River Murray used to shut all the time. The mouth of the River Murray used to shut all the time, Deputy Speaker, before the locks and weirs system, because locks and weirs hold the water back, but there has to be an obsession. The other thing I have to talk about is the live export industry, Deputy Speaker. The live export industry has also been gutted by this government. The other thing, I was hoping to get a question up on it in question time today, Deputy Speaker, but the other disregard that this government has for regional Australia is their solution. I'm glad the minister's here at the table as well. Their solutions for ripping money out of local roads and regional roads programs. You know what their solution for that, Deputy Speaker, was? OK, so we're not going to give you the road funding that we currently give you. We're not going to give roads of a strategic importance. We're going to close the local roads and community infrastructure program. So you know what their solution is, Deputy Speaker, for the fact that they're not giving us money for roads in regional Australia? I know what we'll do. We'll make you drive slower. That's their solution, Deputy Speaker. So the minister also is reported of saying that this only relates to unsealed roads. I'd like the minister to confirm that it's only unsealed roads, because that's not our understanding. So if we've got a sick child, if we've got a family emergency and we're 100 kilometres from the hospital, or we're 100 kilometres from a GP, guess what? Sorry, we're not going to give you money to fix up your roads. Just drive slower to the appointment. If you've got a 100-kilometre drive to work every day and you've got family commitments, bad luck, just drive slower, Deputy Speaker. That's this government's response to that. The other things, Deputy Speaker, that I need to talk about, because this government talks all the time about health, talks all about its commitment to Medicare. Well, on the health issue, this government again made the decision very early in the last term of Parliament, Deputy Speaker, the thing that was going to change was the distribution priority area. So good on them if they think they're doing a good job by putting money into Medicare. The problem when they changed the distribution priority area for GPs, Deputy Speaker, it meant that a lot of our communities lost their GPs. So if you can get to see a doctor or drive a long way to see one, you might not be paying, hypothetically, not be paying as much as you were through Medicare, but we've been gutted. Our health system, our GP system has been gutted by decisions of this government. So, Deputy Speaker, I encourage those opposite to read the plan. I encourage those opposite because your Net Zero 2050 plan is killing regional Australia. It's going to export jobs. The infrastructure spending that you've taken out of this is also doing a terrible thing to regional Australia, and shame on all of you.
If members are leaving the chamber, please do so quietly. And I give the call to the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories and Emergency Management.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And I must admit, I can't believe the member for Page had time to pitch that MPI, because the amount of time that's been chewed up by the internal fighting in the National Liberal Party, I'm sure, has taken up a huge amount of time. But the absolute gall to accuse this government of abandoning regional Australia and hurting household budgets and businesses when the Nationals spend more time talking to each other and the media than they do talking to people in their local communities. And the last point that was just made by the member for Page, which was backed in by a bunch of people behind him, was so misleading, deliberately misleading the public on the issue of speed limits, because it was the previous coalition government that determined priority action number one was to review speed limits in rural and regional Australia. In fact, it was the former Deputy Prime Minister, the member for Riverina, who made the commitment. It was priority action number one. The communique that was released following that has his name attached to it, along with a bunch of Liberal and National state counterparts. So I'm just going to table that. So when the Nationals are out there on some folly about reducing road speed limits has somehow got something to do with carbon emissions, please know the Office of Road Safety is following through with a priority action plan that was devised under your former government. And I know that might not seem important, but to us, telling the truth in local communities is important. The other truth that's incredibly important is that road funding has increased under this government. Not only has it increased for every local council across the country, we have increased road black spot funding. We have created a new Safer Local Roads and Infrastructure program. It means, Member for Page, you might be interested, an increase in $461 million across councils in New South Wales, over $1.2 billion in road funding to every single council. And that's not some beauty pageant grant contest. It's money that automatically goes to every single council. No colour-coded spreadsheets needed. Every local council is getting more money for local roads than ever before, because we know how important it is to travel safely to your school, to your sporting events, to medical appointments, to work. Invite only. No. Roads to Recovery is for every local council. I suggest you read up on it.
Member for Gippsland, if you're going to continue to ignore me, you can leave. It's your choice.
I'm really glad to be here talking about regional Australia. I come from a small town. Right now, my husband, who employs members of our local community, is doing his job as a small business owner, providing services to people where we live. We have, over the weekend, made an incredible change where bulk billing came into effect for every single Australian, regardless of what your status is. Investing in bulk billing changes lives in regional communities. People no longer have to make a decision about whether they can afford to go to the doctor or not. For regional centres, this is very important. More than 1,000 GP clinics are signed up to the new program before it even started. There are 1,000 more clinics who are bulk billing communities right across the country. And I want to personally give a shout out to Jindabyne Medical Practice, Bega Valley Medical Practice, the Goulburn Health Hub, who have all announced that they will sign up to bulk billing every person that comes through their doors. For so long, Medicare rebates were frozen by those opposite. What we're doing instead is supporting more doctors into regional, rural and remote Australia. Why are we doing that? Because it's really bloody important. Those talked about GP shortages but didn't do anything. Did they incentivise anyone?
Minister, I'd like you to withdraw.
I withdraw the word.
Thank you.
It is really important. Those opposite could have incentivised GPs to go into our regions, but did they do it? No. No, instead it took a Labor government to do that. On this side of the chamber, we've made the largest investment in healthcare in our regions ever. 90 urgent care clinics around the country, 31 already delivered in our regions. We're investing in rural medical schools to help ensure more medical students can train and live in regional and rural communities, because we know, and the data tells us, that if they train in our regions, they'll stay in our regions. There's a $90 million investment to help address healthcare shortages right across our regions. Incentives for doctors and nurse practitioners by waiving their HECS fees, as I said. Speaking of HECS, how are we helping more people to earn more and keep more of what they earn? Well, we're giving students across our regions a 20% reduction in their HECS bills. We're making sure that more people are eligible for tax cuts than ever before. 14 million taxpayers across our communities. And why do we want more people in our regions to keep more of the money they earn? It's because when they do, they go and support local small businesses, which is incredibly important. God. While those opposite are trying to work out which side of history they want to be on, we are talking about regional families and looking at how we can ease the cost of living. They're already upset, as I said, because we've doubled Roads to Recovery, while they sat idly by and did nothing when local councils asked for more money. What they did was freeze financial assistance grants, which took $1 billion from local councils in each of our communities. I want to remind them of what they did when it came to the Supermarket Code of Conduct. They introduced a voluntary code. I mean, that was great for our farmers, wasn't it? Let's ask the supermarkets if they'll be nicer to farmers. Were they? No. On this side of the House, we sat and we said, that's not good enough, we're going to introduce a mandatory code. But what did those opposite do? Did they vote for a mandatory code of conduct for farmers? No, you didn't. You wanted to leave the supermarkets, let rip, do whatever they wanted to farmers and primary producers. On this side of the House, we said, not good enough. We are going to protect farmers and small businesses. So there's a mandatory code of conduct with multi-million-dollar penalties if they breach it. Big business versus farmers and families. I know who I stood with. I stood with farmers and families. I made sure there was a mandatory code of conduct to protect people. Investing in people, investing in skills and training, investing in services, these are the investments that regional communities are calling for, and that's exactly what we are doing. We delivered PRAC payments because we know it's important to support people when they are training to deliver services in our regions. Our Cheaper Home Batteries program has been so incredibly important. Ray from Braidwood in my electorate got in touch. He said his home battery system has already lowered his electricity bill. In the first month since he installed his battery, his bill dropped to $22. $22. High five, Ray. It's also really helped him to change his view and his habits on how he uses his electricity during off-peak periods as well. I want to make sure that we are supporting in this House regional communities, regional Australians just like Ray, and those opposite are fighting climate wars which should have been dead 20 years ago. They're out of touch with regional communities and they're out of touch with reality. And speaking of utilities, let's talk about the NBN, which is incredibly important for driving productivity in rural and regional Australia. Whether you work from home, whether you've got a small business, whether you want to access healthcare, or if you're studying, it's important to have connectivity. But those opposite, when they were in government, there was a deliberate underinvestment in communications. Instead of narrowing a technology divide, they widened it. It is so important to keep our communities connected. Just 15 minutes away from here, half of a suburb called Jerrabombra has fibre to the premise. And when those opposite came to government in 2013, they ripped up the contracts and said, that's not important enough to us. So the other half of the suburb, for more than a decade, still was dealing with copper dropouts. And it took another Labor government to come back and finish the rollout. It took a Labor government to deal with the data caps that were on Sky Muster satellites. During COVID, I had members of my community who were trying to learn from home, trying to work from home, saying, we got 10 days into the month and we hit our data cap. Because those opposite had data caps on satellite plans. Does that make sense in a regional community? It took us to come to government and say, that's not on, we're not having that. There's been a massive investment to expand full fibre NBN to more than 2.1 million premises across the country. It is so important in our regions to make sure we're connected. And while I'm on it, universal outdoor mobile obligation. We went to an election to say this is incredibly important, the technology's there, let's make the telcos do it. Those opposite couldn't even get on board with that for regional communities.
And I give the call to member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's been highly entertaining listening to the Minister and my counterpart in point of fact. I first want to address how this government is devastating regional communities, effectively abandoning regional communities. And I particularly want to point out that the Minister's statement regarding the lowering of default speed limits is actually not accurate. I have in front of me the Department of Infrastructure consultation that we are referring to, which clearly says that the benefits of this consultation to potentially lower the default speed limit on sealed and unsealed regional roads which are unmarked are to reduce fatalities. Nobody's going to dispute that we all want to see fatalities reduced. To reduce fuel consumption costs. I didn't know they cared. Thirdly, that emissions from fuel consumption will be lower. Now, seriously, I've heard them say this is not a climate change issue at all. I'm sorry, as I have said several times this week, this has the Minister for Climate Change and Energy's fingerprints all over it. And what this consultation actually shows is that the cost to those who live in the regions is going to be about slower travel time. Really? Is that actually accurate? Yes. Parents will take longer to get their kids to school. Parents will take longer to get their kids to sport. Parents will take longer to take their children to the doctor. This is the cost of this ridiculous notion. Now, I have actually spoken to the member for Riverina about this very consultation, which I would like to clearly say we did not implement because it is so foolish. And I will be very interested to see what the consultation paper, which we called to be extended because it was actually brought out in the cover of darkness. Nobody knew that this consultation was taking place until this last week. It is an incredibly ridiculous notion to make people in the regions just simply drive slower rather than expending money on roads. And on that point, I would actually speak to the Minister again, although she's left the chamber, and say that while Labor continually say they have doubled the dollars to the roads to recovery, the fact of the matter is it hasn't happened yet. Like everything, we have a great announcement, but where's the follow-through? The money has not happened, the roads are still broken, and everybody in regional Australia knows it. In terms of how this government also has betrayed those who live in the regions, I have to talk about the 3G shutdown. What a debacle 12 months ago on this government's watch. The 3G shutdown occurred. Telstra, Optus, TPG, everybody was involved, but the minister approved the shutdown. The problem was, the promise was made there would be no harm done, everybody would be fine. The reality is that many people, and we don't know how many, have no service. They cannot connect. Forget calling 000, that is absolutely not available. So people are now putting Starlink on their roofs and they're finding other ways. They're going back to ham radios. Is that what we call them, ham radios? Those ones anyway, the trucky ones. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, that's right. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. They're going back to that because they haven't got connectivity. This is a huge problem and it's on this government's watch. What are they going to do about it? Well, they've got Accenture to do a report and a review, some mapping using Australia Post trucks. That'll be excellent. And the report will come out in 2027. Thank you for that. So in the meantime, 3 years will be taking place where people don't have connectivity and have to find other means and ways of being able to call their loved ones, be able to call 000 when they need it. It is seriously absolutely not good enough, and it is completely on this government's watch that these failures have taken place. Lastly, I want to actually briefly quote the hopelessness of the reckless renewable rollout and Brett Hosking of VFF, whose farm is in the line of TCV. He's actually in the Weekly Times. I don't have time to quote him, but I tell you what, Labor should look it up.
Member for Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. You've got to be kidding me. The opposition talking about betrayal of regional Australia. Come off it, everyone. Every time I drive around the Hunter, from Cessnock to Singleton, Muswellbrook to Lake Macquarie, I see locals working their guts out in the country. I see this government backing them in. The last mob had nearly a decade in charge. They had plenty of time to show regional Australia some love, but instead we got cuts, closures, photo opportunities in borrowed high-vis, roads crumbled, services disappeared, jobs went overseas, they talked a big game but delivered bugger all, and now they want to talk about betrayal. The truth is this government is standing with regional Australia.
Member for Hunter, you'll need to withdraw those comments.
Sorry, Deputy Speaker, I withdraw. We're about people, not about politics. We're about putting money back in the pockets of families and creating good local jobs. We're investing in the things that really matter, like roads, like schools, TAFE, in industries that will keep the hunter powering the nation. Let's talk about cost of living. We know some families are doing it tough right now. That's why we rolled out energy bill relief for every household. Whether you're in Branxton, Kurri or out at Laguna, that is real help on real bills. We have made childcare cheaper for over 1 million families so parents can work more hours if they choose to. And when you need to see a doctor, there are more bulk billing clinics right across the hunter. You can walk in and not worrying about having to pay the bill. That's Labor investing in Medicare, and that is the biggest boost to Medicare in 40 years. Yeah. We have made medicines cheaper and tripled rent assistance. We have helped older Australians with cheaper power and prescriptions. That is what helping families looks like. Now on jobs, Speaker. I'm a fitter by trade, and I've worked with miners, tradies and power station workers my whole life. I know what a good local job means to a family. It pays bills, it builds pride and it keeps people in the towns that they love. That is why we are backing the next generation of workers in the hunter. We're investing in clean energy, critical minerals, hydrogen and battery industries. We have set up the National Reconstruction Fund to rebuild Australian manufacturing and create secure work right here at home. And let's be clear about net zero. It's not about shutting things down. It's about doing things smarter and keeping people in work while building new industries alongside traditional industries. The hunter is showing how this is done. We are cutting emissions with new technology and creating new opportunities in solar, wind, gas and battery projects. We are fixing the roads and infrastructure our region needs. Through our regional programs, we are funding projects that really make a big difference. We are upgrading roads, building community facilities and getting shovels in the ground. We are improving mobile coverage and broadband too. Anyone out at Buckety, Laguna or Murray's Run knows how bad it has been when the signal drops out. We have pushed hard to get those black spots fixed because you cannot run a business or call for help without a decent signal. We are investing in people too. Fee-free TAFE, Speaker, has opened the door for over 600,000 Australians to learn a trade without a debt. I have met many young people in Singleton who have gone straight from TAFE to full-time apprenticeships. That's how you build a future, Speaker. And unlike the other mob, we don't just roll into town when there's an election, we actually live there. We live in the hunter. We work here, we represent these communities every day. When floods hit, we are there. When bushfires come through, we were there. When communities needed jobs, roads or healthcare, we delivered. Let's call this MPI for what it is, Speaker. It's a headline grab from a mob that ignored regional Australia for years. This government is not portraying regional Australia. We are backing it in. We are backing the miners, the farmers, the small business owners, the nurses, the teachers, the barbers as well. We are backing all the industries in the hunter to make sure we are looking after them. We are backing people who get up early, stay back late and give everything to their communities. Because when the hunter does well, the whole of the country does well, Speaker. That's what Labor stands for, and that's what this Albanese Labor government is delivering. And that's what I will keep fighting for every single day. And thank you to the amazing people in the hunter for the hard work you all do in helping keep this country really run and stay alive as it is. Keep up the great work. I look forward to work with you more in the future. Cheers.
Member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, the Albanese Labor government has certainly betrayed regional Australia. Labor's renewable-only approach to energy has smashed regional Australia. Those opposite believe that solar panels are best placed in good quality agricultural land, land that should be used for growing food and fibre. Or wind turbines. Wind turbines that are best placed when you wipe out the whole of the top of hills and put them there. Koala habitats, native vegetation, virgin vegetation wiped out for this renewable fantasy that we see all the time. And how is the renewable fantasy going? Electricity prices are going through the roof. I take the interjection. Electricity prices are going through the roof. 39% under Labor's watch. We hear from the Minister for Climate Change and Energy that, the prices are cheaper. They're simply not. Surely those opposite must get a power bill. Gas has gone up 46%. Deputy Speaker, Australians cannot afford this Labor renewable-only approach. The Nationals have a better way. We've adopted a cheaper, better and fairer energy plan. Cheaper, lower energy prices by using our resources. Better by protecting our environment, by protecting our waterways, better land use and soil carbon sequestration. Fairer, in line with other countries. We don't need to shoot ahead. We don't need to be further than all these other countries. We want to be in line with the OECD countries. And fairer because we want cities to do their fair share. Cities to do their fair share, where you can put solar panels on rooftops, solar panels on top of the Woolworths, Coles, solar panels on top of airports, parking lots so they can have shade. Why do you always want to put them out in rural and regional Australia? We have a common sense approach. The Nationals always bring common sense to Canberra. We want to keep industry within this country. We want to keep our jobs and keep our living standards, and that's simply not happening with those opposite. And it's not just about the energy, Deputy Speaker. Medicare. We were promised at the last election, the Prime Minister held up his little green card and said, "This is the only card that you will need to see a doctor." Can I tell you something? In my electorate of Dawson, in Mackay, which is the biggest centre in my area, 130,000 people, not one single bulk billing clinic. So you need way more than just taking in your Medicare card. Unless you're taking your credit card, you don't get to see a doctor. But it's not just in Mackay. Let's go further north, into the Whitsundays. Not one bulk billing clinic. Again, you've let regional Australia down. Let's go further north, Bowen, Burdekin. Not one bulk billing clinic. So, matter of fact, the closest one is Townsville. So my main population base, located in Mackay, has to drive 4.5 hours. So 8-9 hour round trip just to see a GP. That's burned up in fuel costs alone. But it's not just that, Deputy Speaker. The Albanese Labor government has betrayed regional Australia yet again on their rural roads. They want to reduce the speed limits. I can't believe it. Rather than actually investing, spending the money in upgrading the speed limits, oh no, let's take the lazy approach and we'll just cut the speed limits. Absolutely unbelievable. And what about the Bruce Highway? Those opposite promised $7.2 billion. The Bruce Highway, our main arterial road. But no, it was revealed in Senate estimates there was only $232 million available over the next 3 years. Another Labor untruth. But then we see, just recently, I don't know whether the money's there or not, again we'll have to prosecute this through the Senate estimates, an announcement of $2 billion for the southeast corner. Again for the Bruce Highway for the southeast corner. Another betrayal of rural and regional Australia. Deputy Speaker, let's recap. The Labor government has betrayed us on the energy prices, betrayed us on Medicare, betrayed us on the rural roads, betrayed us on the Bruce Highway, betrayed the farmers. Unless Labor starts looking after regional Australia, very soon every Australian will be naked, sober and starving.
Member for Lingiari has the floor.
What a visual that
was. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I enjoyed listening to the member for Dawson. I just think that, you know, the hypocrisy that I hear sometimes is simply unbearable. They want to run around proclaiming to stand up for regional and remote Australia when they are far more interested in the walls of their party room. The member for Page, and I'm glad he's come back, should know that his electorate wouldn't take up one local government area in the bush of Lingiari. The Barkly Regional Council could fit 10 of the member for Page's area inside it. Deputy Speaker, I know regional Australia and I know they have a government that is working hard to address the cost of living. The Nationals don't care about the bush, Deputy Speaker, and they should just be honest about it. I was in the Northern Territory government when John Howard, as the Prime Minister, launched a savage attack on remote Australians under the Northern Territory intervention. I've watched the circus roll in and roll out, and I've watched the Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison government, alongside their mates, Joyce, McCormack, Joyce, Littleproud, systematically underinvest, or should I say their electorates?
Use correct titles.
Deputy Speaker, sorry. New England, Riverina, New England and Maranoa, Deputy Speaker, systematically underinvest in bush communities in my electorate. The social and important infrastructure challenges we face today were paved at the time of the previous Liberal National Government. If the opposition did its work, it would understand that our government, the Albanese government, is working hard to address the cost of living in regional and remote Australia. Across the country, we have 106 remote stores who are receiving subsidised freight, meaning cheaper groceries and essential items for people out bush. We are driving jobs and economic development through a massive infrastructure boost, not only in the Northern Territory but across the country. We are driving jobs by scrapping the inefficient and wasteful CDP, replacing it with a much improved employment program which will mean real jobs for people. We are investing in roads, making it easier to move freight around the country. We are progressively increasing the Roads to Recovery program to $1 billion per year. We have invested a further $1 billion through the Growing Regions program and regional precincts and partnership program. In regional health, we are making it easier and cheaper for people to visit a GP or get the health care they deserve. We have rolled out the 31 urgent care clinics out in the regions. In my hometown of Alice Springs, the urgent care clinic is going extremely well, and I acknowledge the Minister for Health here and his support, lowering the strain on the Alice Springs Hospital and saving families a visit to the GP. If you need to visit a GP, we are also making sure clinics can bulk bill. Over 2.5 million additional visits have been bulk billed. We are cutting costs across the board, Deputy Speaker, and we're delivering on those tax cuts. We're providing 10,000 incentives for apprentices, which we need in the construction industry, meaning we can build more houses. We are committed to strong government for regional and remote Australia that delivers the support that they need. Deputy Speaker, the Nationals are all hat and no cowboy when it comes to delivering for regional Australia. If they want to get some dust on their RM Williams, they should come out bush with me. I will show them lower costs for essential items. I'll show them roads that are getting sealed and urgent clinics in regional Australia. And I can show them what investing in community really looks like. The Liberal Nationals had a long time to address issues in regional Australia, and instead of going forward, we went backwards. Maybe that's why the member for New England is getting a bit tired of them. Well, Deputy Speaker, Labor is here to fix up their mess. We are investing heavily in regional and remote communities, but I do urge them, come on a trip with me and I'll show you how good the bush is in Lingiari.
Member for Riverina.
I'm more than happy to come to the member for Lingiari's seat any day of any week, because she knows full well that but for me, her seat would not exist. And she's nodding, yes. She knows that because I supported the Northern Territory having 2 seats. And, you know, capital city people don't get that. But and I acknowledge the work that she has done, particularly with Aboriginal women, particularly in the remote communities. And I want to also acknowledge the member for Hunter's contribution to regional Australia, to sport, to Olympics. Thank you. And I want to acknowledge the Mayor of Bega Valley Shire, now the member for Eden Monero, for her contribution in local government and now federal politics. Why are we being so nasty? Let's get to the nub of the matter. The nub of the matter is regional people. Regional people. And I think we can all agree that regional people punch way above their weight when it comes to doing the right thing by this nation. Yes, thank you. They keep the lights on, don't they? Yes, they do. They provide the food and fibre for our nation, and we should be thankful. And every time we tuck our knees under the table for breakfast, for lunch and for dinner, we should say thank you to a farmer. Thank you to somebody who, by the sweat of their brow, by the hard work that they do, they put food on the table and clothes on our backs, not just for Australia, but for many other countries besides. And as Senator Mackenzie leaves the chamber to go to the other place, I thank her too for what she's doing in the shadow infrastructure role. Because I think as we are all here, we should be exalting and praising the people of regional Australia. But there are a few facts that we need to consider. And one of those facts is the fact that regional Australia is not getting the funding it once received, that it was granted by the coalition government. Because if it were, where is the Building Better Regions Fund? That fund that enabled local government councils like Bega Valley and like many in the member for Lingiari's seat and all of our regional seats to build that aquatic centre, to do the sorts of work with a Main Street upgrade or whatever the case might be. Where is the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Fund, which gave councils, there's 537 of them across Australia, many of them are in regional Australia, and it gave them the autonomy to make the decision to spend the money where their community needed it, where their community wanted it, where their community demanded it, where their community expected it. And it gave them that autonomy, that local decision-making, which has been stripped away by Labor because they've taken the fund away. And if you take the fund away, you can't put asphalt on the road. And what our communities want is not a discussion about whether the speed limit should be dropped from 100 to 80 or 70 kilometres per hour. What they want to see is hard cash for hard asphalt, and they're not getting it at the moment. They simply aren't. And we had the Health Minister before. He's trotted off, but that's okay. We were hearing from the Minister for Regional Development early in a contribution about health. And I think we would all agree that country people do it tougher than those in the leafy suburbs and the bright city lights of our metropolitan areas, and they really do. And we as regional members should do everything we can to make sure there is equity in health. We as opposition need to keep the government accountable. You in government, those people opposite, what they need to do is make sure that they champion health outcomes for regional people. And if you're not getting it, then tell your ministers, as part of the Expenditure Review Committee process, as part of the Cabinet process, to lift their game, because at the moment they're not. Unfortunately, they are not. And the first order of business that Labor did was they took the distribution priority areas away. So many of those country doctors took their shingle off and they moved to the Gold Coast, or they moved to Newcastle, or they moved to Wollongong. But I'll tell you where they weren't. They weren't in regional Australia. They weren't in the areas of the remote areas of Lingiari, the Northern Territory and elsewhere in Australia. And that is such a shame, because we need more doctors. What we did in government and what I did as the Deputy Prime Minister was put in the Murray-Darling Medical School Network, $94.5 million to get those wonderful medical precincts. And I agree with the member for Edmund Arrow when she said that a doctor trained in the bush is more than likely to stay in the country areas because they fall in love with the area. Moreover, they usually fall in love with somebody from that area and they stay in the area. So let's all agree we need to do more for regional Australia. Those Labor members are in government. Lift your game.
Member for Braddon.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise today to speak on the matter of public importance borne to the chamber by the member for Page. The MPI is really a load of rubbish. Honestly, it's not worth the paper it's written on. The Albanese Labor government understands that families in our region are doing it tough. Whether it's rising grocery prices, energy bills or housing costs, the pressure is real. I come from regional Australia. I travel regional Tasmania regularly. I see the difficulties that people face. And that's why the Albanese Labor government is focused on responsible, targeted cost of living relief, and relief that makes a real difference to the lives of people, and particularly those people living in regional Australia. We're not here to play politics with issues facing those Australians. We're here to deliver on the promises we made, and that's exactly what we're doing. Since the 1st of July, a suite of measures has rolled out right across the country, and I've seen firsthand in my electorate how they're helping households in regional Australia. Wages are up. The national minimum wage and award wages have increased by 3.5%, a direct boost for thousands of workers in regional areas. Workers in our factories. The previous speaker spoke about the farmers. We have lots of farmers in our region, and they support the workers in those factories that now many of them will get the benefit of the wage increase that we have provided to them. A direct boost for thousands of workers. Money in their pockets, not promises on paper, money in their pockets. Superannuation is stronger. The superannuation guarantee has risen to 12%, and helping to secure a better retirement for locals who've worked hard all their lives. And we've introduced that payday super for workers to get a better deal so they don't get ripped off. Families are better supported. Paid parental leave has increased to 24 weeks. And for the first time, super is paid on government PPL, a game changer for young families planning for the future. Energy bill relief is real. Another $150 on the way before the end of this year, helping households manage rising costs and keep the lights on. We're backing apprentices. Many of those apprentices work and live in regional Australia, with the $10,000 incentive payments for those entering housing trades, as well as the fee-free TAFE, again in regional communities. We're supporting jobs and we're helping build the homes that our communities desperately need. We're cutting emissions and costs. The Cheaper Home Batteries program, we hear the Energy Minister almost every question time tell us about the areas where the cheaper home batteries are actually getting.
Labor's inability to tackle the childcare deserts impacting rural and regional families, particularly in Grey. Despite the proven lifelong positive impacts of early learning education, my electorate of Grey has the worst childcare access in the country. Around 1/3 of families don't have access to childcare. And given this Labor-fuelled cost of living crisis, where you need 2 incomes to raise a family, it is impossible to employ young parents. And this alone is a problem, but combined with already widespread severe workforce shortages in regional rural Australia, it makes for a dangerous ticking time bomb for already struggling towns. Not only has the Albanese Labor government refused to deliver any effective action on addressing this childcare crisis, they have also made it worse. Failure number 5, the Albanese government's aged care nightmare. More than 230,000 older Australians have been left stuck in limbo, waiting for access to home care packages under Labor. And it's true that you've spent an 80% higher risk of death compared to those who receive support within 30 days. Now imagine being on this wait list if you're a rural and regional Australian, hundreds of kilometres from help, with only your friends and family on hand. Speaker, these elderly rural and regional Australians built this country, they fought for this country, they produced food for this country, they worked to make us who we are. This failure is unacceptable. Speaker, Labor have forgotten rural and regional Australia. They've been put to the test, but they have failed to deliver. This government needs to get its head out of the city and put some focus back on all Australians, which, Speaker, includes regional Australians, before its failures become disasters.
Member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Speaker. I am disappointed that the member for Riverina didn't shout me up, as he shouted out just about everybody else in the chamber. Well, I'm here now. I'll take that interjection. Could you please return to your seat, member for Riverina, and we can continue the conversation. We'll have a chat later. I do agree, though, we all love the regions. We wouldn't be here if we didn't. We work hard in our communities, we've gained their trust, and now we're looking to move forward with that. Yet I hear from the other opposite that perhaps they believe that the regions have been neglected, when the simple fact that the former Shadow Treasurer had not visited the far north since 2019, prior to the last election. Wow. I've got to say, fair bit changed for Cairns between 2019 and 2024. A lot changed in terms of the way our economy worked. A lot changed in the way our health system had to work. But we weren't visited. No one came to listen. No one cared. I hear a lot about telecommunications, and yet 97% of my electorate remains without any form of mobile coverage at all. That's not new. That's always been that way. But with the low-orbit satellites proposed by this Labor government, we will bring education, safety and better health care to all of Leichhardt, not just the urban areas, but the actual regions, the places where people are getting it done, but growing their bananas, raising their beef, places that a lot of people over the other side I don't think have ever heard of, or care about, or pronounce. I've got the Minister here for Skills and Training. He shows great interest in the regions. He travels with me to places most Australians will never set foot. He sits with the elders. He opens new TAFEs, providing opportunity for the people of the Torres Strait to learn valuable healthcare and early childcare skills, which will get them through in their careers and keep them on country, looking after the bubs, looking after the elders, growing the resilience of my communities. We're also adding childcare to remote areas, including Horn Island and Napranum, allowing young mothers, primarily mothers, to get back into the workforce. That's caring for the regions. That's understanding what the regions need. That's delivering for the regions. I'm proud to be a part of this government. I'm proud to be representing an area that you can fit most European countries into. The 12 to 14-hour drives on dirt roads with creek crossings. I'm proud to be trying to make a difference for them. And I'm proud to be part of a government where I can call up the ministers and say, hey, this is happening in Arakoon today, and get a response. When I need an Medicare urgent care clinic, I can speak to Minister Butler. We're getting one. Beautiful. When we hear about getting more money into GPs, $8.5 billion arrives, the largest investment in the history of Medicare, delivering health care right across my electorate. As of today, an additional 22 GPs in Leichhardt are bulk billing. That is a fantastic outcome, a great outcome. We're investing in airports, regional airports, because we know that those regional airlines are the lifeblood of my rural and remote communities, often cut off for months at a time by the wet season. If the airport goes down, people go hungry. So we've invested in that. We're investing in the roads, the road up to Port Douglas, the road up to Kuranda, additional floodproofing and drainage. So when an event like Cyclone Jasper happens again, and they will happen again, climate change is upon us, we can avoid most of the damage. We can keep those roads open. The township of Port Douglas has suffered greatly the closure of those roads. We are building back better to ensure that the small businesses and tourism operators get their fair share of the tourism dollar that comes in to the far north. We are delivering for the regions. We do not ignore the regions. During the campaign, ministers came through Leichhardt all the time. They heard from the elders, they heard from community leaders, they visited TAFEs, they visited schools, they understand what rural and regional Australia needs.
Time for this discussion has concluded, and the following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate returns to the House of Representatives a bill for an act to establish the Australian Centre for Disease Control and for related purposes, and informs the House that the Senate has agreed to the bill with the amendments in the annex schedule. The Senate requests the concurrence of the House in the amendments. Minister.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I move that the amendments be considered at a later hour this day.
Okay, I'll put that question to the House. All those of that opinion say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. One more. I have received a message from the Senate returning the Australian Centre for Disease Control Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2025 without amendment. And I have to report that the Customs Tariff Amendment Geelong Treaty Implementation Bill 2025 has been fully considered by the Federation Chamber and has now been agreed to without amendment. I present a certified copy of the bill. Thank you. So the question is that the bill be agreed to. I put that question. All of those opinions say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. So this bill has been agreed to. I give the call to the Minister.
No,
Sorry?
are you sure? No.
No, we're on to the Geelong Treaty Implementation Bill. So, sorry, we're up to the bill has been agreed to, and I'm just giving the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted for that? Minister.
Leave's granted.
Thank you, Minister.
I move that this bill now be read a third time.
And I'll put that question. All those opinions say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it, and call on the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Customs Tariff Act 1995 and for related purposes.
Thank you. Now, the member for Lindsay is seeking the call.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I move that so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended, as would prevent the member for Lindsay moving a motion to refer the following matter to the House Standing Committee on Communications, the Art and Sport for inquiry and report. Australian Competition and Consumer Commission's draft determination on voice interconnection services with particular reference to 1. The cost modelling inputs and assumptions used in the ACCC's modelling for declared voice interconnection services. 2. The discrepancy between fixed and mobile termination rates and the potential implications for market neutrality. 3. The financial and operational impact on fixed-only voice telecommunications providers. 4. The potential consequences for businesses and consumers in relation to end-user pricing, service availability and quality, particularly in regional, rural, remote and isolated communities. 5. The implications of the proposed determination for regional, rural and remote communities, where fixed voice services remain essential due to limited mobile coverage. 6. The resilience and redundancy of national voice infrastructure in ensuring service continuity during mobile outages and emergencies. 7. The implementation and transition arrangements required. 8. And any other related matters.
Member for Lindsay, is your motion seconded? Have you? Sorry. Did you ask for leave?
I asked for leave. I did ask for leave.
Okay. Okay, let's just tidy that up a little bit. Please seek leave, as you would ordinarily do. Ministers now.
Not granted.
Thank you. Minister for Lindsay.
Thank you.
Member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I move that so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended, as will prevent the member for Lindsay moving a motion to refer the following matter to the House Standing Committee on Communications, the Art and Sport for inquiry and report. Australian Competition and Consumer Commission's draft determination on voice interconnection services with particular reference to the cost modelling inputs and assumptions used in the ACCC's modelling for declared voice interconnection services. 2. The discrepancy between fixed and mobile termination rates and the potential implications for market neutrality. 3. The financial and operational impact on fixed-only voice telecommunications providers. 4. The potential consequences for businesses and consumers in relation to end-user pricing, service availability and quality, particularly in regional, rural, remote and isolated communities. 5. The implications of the proposed determination for regional, rural and remote communities where fixed voice services remain essential due to limited mobile coverage. 6. The resilience and redundancy of national voice infrastructure in ensuring service continuity during mobile outages and emergencies. 7. The implementation and transition arrangements required. 8. And any other related matters. Madam Deputy Speaker, standing House committees in this place play an important role in our democracy. They are a way for communities, stakeholders and experts to have their say, to challenge ideas and approaches and test legislative and regulatory changes that impact Australians. Standing House committees investigate any matter referred to them by the relevant minister, but also propose their own topics of inquiry. Committee chairs are appointed by the Prime Minister and receive an 11% salary increase, equivalent to more than $26,000 a year. Since the 48th Parliament began, only 3 of the 10 House standing committees have launched inquiries. The chair of the Standing Committee on Communications, the Arts and Sports has been sitting idle with not a single referral from the Minister for Communications and no proactive measures that they wish to investigate. I note the member for Macquarie is the chair of this committee and recently stated the committee had been receiving private briefings from departments to prepare for an inquiry. The member for Macquarie further stated, quote, "The committee is considering options for inquiries and we expect those inquiries to kick off in the near term." Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, it has been 6 months since the election and we have not seen a single scrap of fruit from the efforts of those very important briefings and preparatory work. There is a plethora of ideas for the Standing Committee to investigate, and today I stand here to present just one of them for you to take up. And the committee can thank me for this.
Just please direct
Madam
your
Deputy
comments to
Speaker,
me. When
yes,
you're referring
through
to you, that is me you
I
are
understand.
talking to.
On the 6th of August this year, the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission, the ACCC, which is what I'm discussing now, thank you for your assistance, is drafts final access determination and associated cost modelling for declared voice interconnection services. This determination includes fixed terminating access service, fixed originating access service and mobile terminating access service. Fixed terminating access service covers the cost of terminating a call to a fixed number, while mobile terminating access service applies to mobile calls. Together, they make up the voice usage component of a phone service. When a customer on one network calls a customer on another, a regulated fee applies for the handover of that call. The ACCC's draft report proposes a 75.6% reduction in fixed terminating access service rates and a 24.4% reduction in mobile terminating access service rates effective the 1st of January 2026. Our telecommunications fixed voice networks continue to play a critical role in national communications infrastructure, providing redundancy during mobile outages, supporting emergency call systems and underpinning essential services in health, enterprise and government. Our communities most at risk of being impacted are those in regional and remote areas. Some challenger, what a surprise, hey? Some challenger and fixed-only providers, and by this I mean the smaller end of town, not the Telstras, Optuses or TPGs, but Optus, Aussie Broadband, Symbio and the like, have expressed to me their concern that the proposed reductions and non-price provisions could undermine service continuity, competition and investment in these essential networks. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is really important, given the current state of our telecommunications sector, that all providers, particularly smaller providers, are able to sustain themselves in the market. They feel that this inquiry would go a long way into testing the viability, the transparency and the cost implications of these changes before they are enacted. As detailed in the motion, we propose the inquiry looks specifically at the cost modelling inputs and assumptions used by the ACCC, including the framing and definition of a modern, efficient operator, the treatment of fixed-only versus integrated mobile fixed operators, the exclusion of key cost components such as transmission and backhaul to points of interconnect, the assumptions regarding economies of scale and technology mix. We also request the committee review the discrepancy between fixed and mobile termination rates, including the rationale for the differential rate reductions between fixed originating access service and mobile terminating access service. Before any change is enacted, we must look at the implications of this discrepancy for market neutrality and regulatory consistency. As I foreshadowed earlier, investigating the impact of these changes on the telecommunications industry is vital. In particular, the financial and operational impact on fixed-only voice providers, including potential revenue loss, cost recovery challenges and investment disincentives. It is imperative we understand any flow-on impacts of these changes, not only on the industry, but more importantly, on everyday Australians. There is likely to be broader implications for wholesale and retail providers, which has the potential of resulting in operator consolidation or withdrawal of smaller providers from the market. There is no competition when smaller providers have to leave the market. We know all too well that where there are flow-on effects for businesses, there are flow-on effects for Australians. We asked the House Standing Committee on Communications, the Arts and Sports to investigate the likely consequences for end-user pricing, service availability and quality, particularly in regional, rural and vulnerable communities. In parallel, the committee should also review the impact on enterprise, government and emergency services that rely on fixed voice infrastructure, as well as the risk of reduced choice and on innovation in the market. Fixed voice services in regional, rural and remote communities is essential. Before any changes are enacted, we should, and this is what we understand, we should understand these impacts for regional and remote communities. Fixed voice networks play an essential role. Any reduced service availability, increased costs or diminished competition in these communities would be an unacceptable outcome, especially for vulnerable communities reliant on fixed voice infrastructure. Further, the committee should test whether these changes will have an unintended consequence of reduced investment in the network, its resilience and our critical telecommunications infrastructure. The ACCC draft report proposed implementation timeframes of the 1st of January 2026. This is just 8 weeks away. The world could change in the telecommunications space in such a short period of time. And I would hope that without further inquiries and consultation, this implementation timeframe is reviewed. As I said, it is so important, the committee's work in this place, and the Australian public expects each and every one of us to take our jobs seriously, the jobs that their well-earned taxpayer money funds. And having committees sit idle, if Australians knew that was happening, I don't think one single Australian would think that was a good outcome for their well-earned, hard-earned taxpayer money, that politicians are sitting around Parliament when they should be doing work. And some of that work is the work that I've just mentioned, and we're handing over a job that could be started now, a very important job, because it could have major impacts, particularly in regional and rural Australia, where people are already suffering with telecommunications failures. We are seeing that right now with Optus. If we have the smaller providers leave the market and we only have 3 large providers left, well, we know what happens when there's not enough competition. Hopefully, with the committee's assistance and inquiry into this matter, we can ensure our telecommunications network is safe, it is resilient and it remains competitive. And that is the very least that we can do for regional Australia and for all Australians who expect every politician in this place to be working hard for them. Thank you.
Is the motion seconded?
Deputy Speaker, I second the motion. I spoke recently in this House about Christine from Cumnock, New South Wales, who had to travel an additional kilometre after a car accident to call 000 on a landline at a nearby house because she didn't have mobile phone reception. And Joe from Meckering, Western Australia, who called in while I was on a Perth radio station, saying he has regular visitors at his home on the Transcontinental Highway asking to use his landline because, contrary to network indications, there is no mobile phone reception on his section of the highway. Like it or not, landline services remain essential to connectivity in regional Australia, enabling access to emergency services in time of need, the ability to work or run a business, access healthcare and access essential government services, and of course maintain social connection. Affordable fixed-line voice services, in other words landline services, may no longer rely on the copper wiring, but the fixed voice services remain critically important. Mobile connectivity remains sketchy at best in large swathes of regional Australia and has been made worse by this Labor government's abysmal failure to effectively manage the 3G network shutdown. While the country has been rightly shocked at the devastatingly tragic outcomes of Optus' recent 000 outage, and I hear there is another one this afternoon, I feel compelled to highlight that large parts of our vast country have no access to 000 at all on their mobile phones, and that is because they don't have any mobile phone service. The point is often overlooked, but it is not lost on people who live in the regions. Thankfully, redundancy has been built into the telecommunications system for the most part due to legislative provisions like the Universal Service Obligation and the Statutory and Infrastructure Provider regime to ensure minimum service levels for fixed voice and high-speed broadband. The Nationals are acutely aware of the urgent need to update the USO and the SIP for this day and age, and landlines currently remain vital for regional connectivity. I turn now to the text of the motion that my colleague has brought and the ACCC's draft determination on declared voice interconnection services, including the Fixed Terminating Access Service, FTAS, Fixed Originating Access Service, FOAA. Let me say that again. I think it's FOAS acronyms, and Mobile Terminating Access Service, MTAS. As explained by the Shadow Minister for Communications, the ACCC's determination varies the fees charged when a customer on one telecommunication network calls a customer on another for the handover of that call. Stakeholders, including fixed-only providers, have expressed concern that ACCC's proposed reductions could undermine service continuity, competition and investment in these essential networks. Communities most at risk of being impacted by the ACCC's draft proposal are those, and I know this will shock the House, in regional and remote areas, where there is a theme where there is limited redundancy in the system. And I am concerned what this ruling could mean for competition. While the ruling theoretically entices new market entrants, it jeopardises the viability of existing smaller operators with footprints and staff in Australia already. Australia has arguably the most concentrated telecommunications market in the developed world. Given the ACCC's remit is to promote competition, protect consumers, support fair trading and regulate national infrastructure to make markets work for everyone, why propose changes to network charges that hinge on a hypothetical rather than a reality and potentially reduce competition? Makes no sense to me. Two submissions to the inquiry, Aussie Broadband and Venture Insights, model that the draft determination equates to a 75.6% reduction in the fixed terminating rate, which they say will disproportionately hit fixed-only providers and erode competition. The size of the proposed fee reduction and the speed at which it would be implemented poses a significant threat, a threat large enough to compromise business viability and trigger flight from the market. I highlight that these recommendations—
Time has expired. The question is that the motion moved by the member for Lindsay be agreed to. Minister has a call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that debate be adjourned.
The question is that the debate be adjourned. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Is a division required? Ring the bells.
That's what I mean. If you didn't pick it up in time, if it was the case, this was not
On non-stop sort of landing
Lock the doors. The question before the House is the debate be adjourned. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Bowman and Capricornia as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 87, noes 44. The matter was resolved in the negative. Members can resume the result is in the affirmative. The result is in the affirmative. The members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. I have to report that the Federation Chamber has been unable to complete its consideration of the Defence Amendment Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence Bill 2025 and has returned the bill to the House with an unresolved question. I present a certified copy of the bill together with a schedule of the question which the Federation Chamber was unable to resolve. I understand it is the wish of the House to consider the bill immediately. The unresolved question is that the amendment moved by the member for Hume be agreed to. The question is the amendment be agreed to. The question is the amendment be agreed to? Is the member seeking the call to speak on the amendment? No. The question is the amendment be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. The division required. I think 4. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 35, noes 97. The matter was resolved in the negative. The question now is that this bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye, against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to amend the Defence Act 1903 and for related purposes.
Order. If members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible, we shall move to the consideration in detail stage of this bill. The House will now consider the bill in detail, and I understand it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. The question is that the bill be agreed to. And I give the call to the honourable member for Bradfield.
I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 and 2 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted? I give the call to the Assistant Minister. Leave is granted, and I give the call to the honourable member for Bradfield.
I move amendments 1 and 2 as circulated in my name together. Mr Speaker, in this year's federal election, independents and minor parties received more votes than the Liberal National Coalition, achieving a 34% of the primary vote. And while Labor would have us focus on their 94-seat so-called supermajority, only about 35% of Australians gave Labor their first preference. Mr Speaker, this is no anomaly. This is a very long trend in Australian politics. In 1975, minor parties and independents accounted for only 4% of the primary vote. 50 years later, the non-major party vote of 34% represents the highest recorded since the emergence of the two-party system. That's nearly a 9-fold increase. This is modern Australian political landscape. A third of the votes for Labor, a third for the Coalition and a third for the rest. Understandably, the major parties do not like this trend, and understandably, they would like the status quo to remain, where the two major parties are the only voices in Australian politics, and this bill is evidence of that. Now, for good reason, the government's creating a parliamentary joint committee on defence, and the stated aim of the bill is to inject greater parliamentary transparency and accountability and oversight of defence. In fact, I was very interested to hear that the member for Fremantle speak on this bill last week. He seems to share my view in relation to the committee, noting it is important that, with respect to matters of national security and national intelligence, with respect to matters of national security and the national intelligence community, ordinary parliamentarians who are not members of the executive can have some visibility over these matters. These are worthy aims, and I'm very much on board. Other committees in this place have rules that not only allow but require crossbench members to be part of them. Membership of this proposed committee has no such requirement. No requirement that a member of the crossbench be included. Members of a parliament who the Australian people have entrusted with a third of their vote, same as Labor, same as the coalition. The bill only provides for government or non-government members. In fact, the appointment provisions are identical to the appointment of provisions for the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. This means, in practice, both the Intelligence and Security Committee and the proposed Defence Committee will never include members from the Australian Parliament's crossbench. This is something wildly arrogant about this, that when it comes to security and intelligence matters, to the defence of our nation, only Labor, Liberal and National Party members are considered qualified to weigh in, that only major party members are to be trusted to oversee these vitally important matters. And this is despite the breadth of experience on the crossbench in relation to these matters. The member for Clare, for example, even the member for Clark. The member for Clark is a lieutenant colonel, has been a lieutenant colonel in the Australian Army, a senior management roles with the American defence contractor, service as an intelligence officer with the Office of National Assessment, and a two-time winner of the Australian Intelligence Community Medallion. That membership of the Labor, Liberal or National Party makes you more qualified than this to serve on a defence committee is preposterous. The defence of our country, the security of our citizens is a matter for the entire nation, not just those elected to major parties. My constituents and the constituents of every one of the 13 members of the crossbench in this place deserve to be represented. It's profoundly undemocratic. I fail to understand how it can be justified. The amendment that I'm proposing to this bill simply requires one crossbench member from the House and one crossbench member from the Senate be appointed to the Defence Committee. Simple, fair, democratic and entirely reasonable. Because, to repeat, this is now a firmly established trend in Australia's voting patterns. At this year's election, 34% of voting Australians, that's 6,150,000 people in this country, put their trust in independents and minor parties. 6,150,000 who wanted those candidates to represent them in Parliament in all aspects of the business of this Parliament. Locked out their elected members to protect the major party duopoly does not. Locking out elected members to protect the major party duopoly does not pass the pub test. The duopoly ignores the reality of the Australian political landscape of the 21st century at its peril. I commend this amendment to the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for Bradfield for her contribution. The government will not be supporting this amendment to the Defence Amendment Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence Bill 2025. The membership arrangements of this committee, the proposed committee, reflect, quite rightly, the arrangements of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. And the reason, Deputy Speaker, they reflect those arrangements is because of the success of the long-standing and well-respected committee, the PGCIS. It is a key model for the Parliamentary Joint Committee of Defence, which allows for effective, balanced oversight of defence matters by both government and non-government members. And the selection of members of Parliament are made in the same way as the PGCIS by the Prime Minister, and will select up to 13 members, non-government and government members.
Call the member for Clare.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to support the member for Bradfield in her comments and in her amendment. This parliament operates on the principle that every representative comes here with an equal voice. And the fact that on certain committees, crossbench members are effectively being shut out is profoundly undemocratic and shows you that it's the old political parties at work. This is the major parties looking down their noses and sneering at crossbench members by suggesting that somehow we can have crossbench members on some committees, but when it comes to defence and intelligence, that crossbench members are going to be shut out. I think it is disgraceful, and I think the Australian public expects that everyone comes into this place and gets an equal go and has an equal say. And the fact that the major parties are trying to shut out crossbench members is disgraceful. It's profoundly undemocratic. And I tell you what, it will not be forgotten on the crossbench. At some point, our friends on that side of the aisle and our friends over here are going to need the crossbench, and we will remember the condescension and the sneering nature in which you have treated the crossbench members when it comes to this legislation. We will not forget this.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. All those in opinion say aye. Aye. Country no. No. The ayes. Noes have it. Division is required. Division required, sorry. Ring the bell for 4 minutes. Sorry, I thought I said it.
Christmas cards, Terry, already. Or a January. What are we doing?
Is that what we...
Lock the doors. The question is the amendment moved by the member for Bradfield be agreed to. The ayes will pass the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Bradfield and I need another teller, and the member for Curtin as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa, Bean and Capricornia as tellers for the noes. The honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 10, noes 98. The matter was resolved in the negative. The question now is that this bill be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. This bill has been agreed to. Or if members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. Give a call to the Assistant Minister for Defence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately? And I'll call the member for Dawson.
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. Thank the member for Dawson. Give the call to the Assistant Minister for Defence.
I move that this bill now be read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Defence Act 1903 and for related purposes.
Give a call to the clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 3, Environment Protection Reform Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Curtin.
In accordance with the resolution agreed to by the House on 4 November 2025, a general debate is allowed covering this bill and the 6 related government bills. The original question was that the bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Curtin has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. I give the call to the honourable member for Macpherson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Coalition believes stop work powers must be time limited, appealable and transparent. Otherwise, they threaten investment confidence and local jobs. I can only imagine the consequences for my community on the southern Gold Coast. A stop work order on a small civil work site could help up to dozens of tradies, apprentices, concreters and electricians, everyday people trying to make a living. A prolonged suspension on foreshore renewal projects or surf club upgrades could leave construction zones fenced off through peak tourism season. This would hurt local cafes, surf shops and accommodation providers. Even a short delay in approvals for new housing estates would send ripple effects through supply chains. Timber yards, surveyors and local suppliers would all feel the pinch in my electorate. That's not protecting the environment. That's punishing local jobs and small business confidence. The second major concern is the sheer scale of penalties that are buried in this legislation. We're talking about fines reaching hundreds of millions of dollars, in some cases up to $825 million for breaches that might include administrative oversights. For large corporations, it's another cost of doing business. But for smaller tourism and eco-businesses in Macpherson, boat operators, local quarries, community groups, these penalties could destroy livelihoods overnight. And to make matters worse, the bill includes strict liability provisions, meaning intent doesn't even have to be proven. That's not fairness, that's a trap for honest Australians trying to do the right thing. Environmental protection should be about partnership, not punishment. Yet Labor's reforms send a chilling message: we don't trust you. It's a system designed by bureaucrats for bureaucrats, not for the people who actually build our nation. The Business Council of Australia has said plainly that we need clarity, consistency and common sense in enforcement, not overreach. The government's approach will make compliance so costly and complex that small business operators will simply give up. We need an enforcement model that encourages cooperation, educates small operators and focuses penalties on deliberate environmental harm, not paperwork errors. That's how you build a responsible environmental culture. For my community, the consequence of these reforms are real and immediate. We are home to small developers, tourism operators, surf lifesaving clubs, and marine industries that rely on clear, consistent environmental approvals. Under the proposed Labor plan, projects face longer assessment times, compliance costs skyrocket, and the uncertainty created by indefinite stop work powers will stall investment on the southern Gold Coast. We've already seen industry confidence waver. The Business Council of Australia's CEO, Brand Black, warned that, and I quote, "Without significant changes, this bill risks embedding a system that's even slower, more complex, and lacking the clarity and the certainty needed for investment." And he's right. These reforms are more red tape, not reform. Every extra month of delay on an approval means another month that builders can't start, apprentices and tradies can't work, and businesses can't expand. For my seat of McPherson, what does that mean? It means fewer local jobs and slower growth. Small business confidence is already fragile. These reforms would tip the scales against investment in tourism, infrastructure, and green energy projects that our region depends on. Even local councils could be caught up in compliance uncertainty when trying to deliver coastal protection works or new projects. This isn't just theoretical, it's real impact on real people, right in my community on the southern Gold Coast. Another alarming feature is the creation of an unaccountable EPA CEO, answerable not to the minister, but effectively to no one. The CEO can issue binding orders, halt operations, and impose massive penalties, yet cannot be dismissed by the minister. Where is the accountability? This is consistent with what we're seeing across this parliament, in the 48th parliament, by this government. And what we've seen, as I've said previously, is a sense of emboldenedness from the election result, turning into a sense of arrogance. It's a dangerous concentration of power, and one that Professor Graham Samuel's review never recommended. And I know that before me was a speaker who time and time again referred to Professor Graham Samuel. Well, that review never recommended this setup. He called for a commissioner model, accountable, transparent, and limited to compliance and enforcement, not an agency that acts as judge, jury, and executioner. If we look at other statutory bodies, Madam Deputy Speaker, the ACCC, the E-Safety Commissioner, even the Ombudsman, they all operate within clear frameworks, answerable to ministers and the Parliament. They have key performance indicators, reporting obligations, and a chain of accountability. The EPA model in this bill has none of that. It's an agency with unchecked power, the ability to impose decisions that can cripple industries across the country, including in my seat of McPherson. And there's no real avenue for appeal either. Australians deserve environmental oversight that is effective, not authoritarian. Accountability is not a barrier to environmental protection, it's the foundation of public trust. We all agree the environment matters, and my community takes pride in our conservation efforts. But environmental law must protect nature without strangling opportunity. The Coalition has always believed in balance between protection and productivity, between sustainability and jobs. And our contribution in this debate is about ensuring that that balance is maintained. Under the previous Coalition government, Australia achieved record renewable investment while cutting waste, improving recycling and protecting threatened species. That's the model that works. Practical action, not ideological overreach. Under the Coalition, Australia had the world's highest uptake of rooftop solar, 1 in 4 homes producing their own clean energy. we delivered the $250 million recycling modernisation fund that turned waste into opportunity and invested in reef protection and threatened species. Again, practical action, not ideological overreach. These were outcomes achieved through cooperation, not confrontation, working with industry, not against it. That's the difference. Our approach is collaborative and it builds capacity and confidence. All Labor's does is it builds bureaucracy. Labor's bill fails on multiple counts. It undermines natural justice through unlimited stop work powers. It cripples enterprise through excessive penalties. Our local industries and environment groups deserve better. The government must go back to the drawing board, consult properly, remove the overreach, and deliver balanced reform that supports both jobs and the environment. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, in Macpherson, on the southern Gold Coast, we do not believe that prosperity and protection are opposites. We believe they can and they must work together. This is not about choosing between growth and greenery, between jobs and biodiversity. It's about having the courage to design laws that do both, protect what we love and enable what we need. Enable what we need as a community, as a state, as a country. I know the people of the southern Gold Coast. They are practical, forward-looking and deeply connected to the land and sea around them. They want fair laws, not fast politics. And importantly, they want results, not rhetoric. So they want us to do what the government should. Bring industry and community together and get it right for the next generation. And so I say to the Minister and to the government, scrap the rushed timelines, fix the flaws and start listening. Start listening to the people of Australia. Start listening to those on this side of the House that represent a very large cross-section of the Australian community, from the cities to the regions. Don't just listen to the Greens, but listen to those Australians whose livelihoods depend on these decisions. Let's get serious about reform, not about red tape. Let's protect our environment while protecting our future, and we can do both. There is this fallacy that seems to be spoken about by the opposition where we can't, but we can. Because Macpherson deserves a government that balances both, not one that sacrifices our prosperity to appease ideology. Madam Deputy Speaker, I draw your attention to the state of the House.
One required?
Yes, quorum is required.
Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Oh. You had a minute to go. Quorum. Quorum is. We have quorum. Thank you. Member for McPherson, we have quorum. Is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Petrie.
Yeah. Deputy Speaker, Australia's biodiversity is one of the richest and most extraordinary on earth. From our ancient rainforests to our vast deserts, to our coastal wetlands and coral reefs, we are home to species and ecosystems found nowhere else. This diversity is not just a source of national pride, it is the foundation of our national strength. Healthy ecosystems support our economy, our communities, and our way of life. They filter our air and water and protect our coastlines from erosion. They provide the natural resources and services that sustain agriculture, tourism, industry, and for many of us, it keeps a steady flow of water out of our taps whenever we need. Sometimes that's something often taken for granted. Without bees, birds, insects transferring our pollen from one plant to another, our crops would fail. Without wetlands filtering and storing water, our rivers would run dry. Without riparian zones, urban and agricultural runoff pollute waterways, leading to algal blooms and species loss. Without forests absorbing carbon, our climate would be harsher and more volatile. Without forests, our climate is further dysregulated and our soils are poorer. These ecosystem services are the quiet workhorse of our economy. They save us billions of dollars every year by doing what no technology can fully replicate. Protecting them is not just good environmental policy, it is sound economic policy. Yeah. We also know the benefit of natural spaces to our mental and physical health. Parks, trails and gardens give people places to connect with nature, exercise and to find calm. They bring shade and lower temperature of our suburbs. They make our cities more livable and resilient to heat. Our beaches are a quintessential part of our identity as Australians. Ensuring we can continue to enjoy these spaces is vital. That is why restoring and protecting nature must go hand in hand with building homes and infrastructure for the future. That is a principle at the heart of these reforms. For far too many homes in Australia, it takes longer to get an approval than it takes to build one. That captures one of the biggest challenges our nation faces. A system meant to balance growth and environmental protection has instead become a barrier to both. It is holding back housing supply, making it harder for Australians to own a home and slowing the renewable energy infrastructure needed for our future. That is why the Albanese Labor government is reforming Australia's national environmental laws to make them stronger, fairer and more effective. Because protecting our environment and building the homes Australians need are not competing priorities. They are connected goals. Healthy environments create healthy communities, and thriving communities need affordable, sustainable housing. Both depend on good planning, clear rules and a system that delivers outcomes rather than obstacles. In August this year, the government announced that it would fast-track 26,000 homes currently under environmental assessment. That builds on our ambitious $43 billion housing agenda, the most comprehensive housing plan in a generation. Yeah. But fast-tracking alone treats the symptom. The measures in this bill tackle the underlying cause of delay while delivering greater protections for nature. The reforms before the House are the most significant overhaul of our environmental laws in nearly 25 years, which were first introduced when I was 5 years old. It is time for reform. When the EPBC Act was first introduced in 1999, it was aimed to protect matters of national environmental significance while supporting sustainable development. Over time, the system became bogged down with complexity, duplication and delay. Assessments drag on for years, proponents face uncertainty, and communities lose trust that the environmental protections are enforced. In that vacuum, both homes and habitats suffer. That is why this government has gone back to the first principles, to build a system that protects nature while supporting reasonable growth. These reforms rest on 3 pillars. Firstly, stronger environmental protections and restoration, not just to look after our special places, but to regenerate them for future generations. Secondly, more efficient and robust project assessments and approvals, enabling faster, better decisions on national priorities like renewable energy, manufacturing and housing. And thirdly, greater accountability and transparency, delivering on our election commitment for a National Environmental Protection Agency. Delivering on these pillars is critical to building the housing we need. We have heard loud and clear from industry, communities and the experts that the current system is not working. Assessments under the EPBC Act are unpredictable, take too long and create uncertainty across the economy. That is not good for builders or buyers, workers or investors, and is not good for the environment. The slow, inconsistent system does not protect nature. It leaves projects proceeding without a strategic planning and restoration frameworks these reforms will deliver. These changes address the challenge head-on by working cooperatively with states and territories while maintaining strong Commonwealth standards, adopting landscape-scale approaches to environmental restoration and approvals, streamlining assessment pathways so that good projects move forward quicker and bad projects are stopped early. Together, these changes will create a system that is faster, fairer and more predictable without compromising environmental standards. We reject the idea that we must choose between a strong environment and a strong economy. Our natural environment underpins our long-term prosperity. A well-designed regulatory system can and must deliver both. This bill is not a tug-of-war between protecting nature and addressing our housing shortage. It is about designing a system that does both, protecting our most precious natural assets while unlocking the homes and infrastructure Australians need. The Coalition has made it clear that they are not interested in how these reforms will help solve the housing shortage. In fact, they are not interested in housing at all. They checked out of housing for 9 years in government. For most of that time, they did not even have a housing minister. And in opposition, they have voted against new homes at every opportunity. Just this week, the member for Wright said they didn't have a housing problem back when the Coalition was in government, further proving how out of touch they are. The opposition has shown that they are only interested in saying no. No to progress, no to solutions, no to responsibility, and no to each other. They have the choice this term: continue to play political games or to work with us to tackle this generational challenge. Australians have seen through the opposition for opposition's sake. The Coalition should heed the message and work constructively with the government to reform Australia's environmental laws and help fix the housing crisis. And the same goes for the Greens. When it comes to housing, the Greens too often choose politics over progress. Australians are tired of slogans. They want solutions. The Greens should heed the same message as the Coalition and work with the government to deliver the long overdue environmental reforms. For our part, the Albanese Labor government has been clear and consistent. We are getting on with the job of fixing a system that has failed for too long. We are rebuilding the foundations of a fair, sustainable housing market and restoring integrity and accountability to environmental decision-making. Communities should trust that projects meet the highest standards. Industry should know that if they do the right thing, they will be treated fairly and efficiently. That is why establishing the National Environmental Protection Agency is so important. For too long, decisions have been clouded by uncertainty and mistrust. The new agency will provide independent oversight, ensure standards are applied consistently, and enforce the law when breaches occur. Australians deserve confidence that our environment is being protected and that our laws are being upheld. We are living in the era of unprecedented change. Climate change, biodiversity loss, and population growth demand a more integrated approach. They will help unlock the homes and communities that Australians need to thrive. I want to acknowledge the people who have fought tirelessly to see these changes come to life. Back in 2018, more than 500 Labor branches voted for stronger national environmental laws. In my electorate, branch members are tireless in their environmental advocacy. I want to thank the rank-and-file branch members who have pushed for this legislation, to the people who know that real reform starts in communities, not in Canberra. This is community-led, ground-up policy. They recognise that our environment is not a political issue, but a shared responsibility. I want to thank the tireless work of the Environment Minister, the Honourable Senator Murray Watt, for his tireless work on this reform. I also want to acknowledge the contribution to these reforms by the previous Minister for Environment, Minister Tanya Plibersek. Our natural environment is one of the greatest gifts we can pass on. The next generation deserve to inherit clean rivers, thriving forests and protected coastlines. They also deserve to inherit cities and towns they can afford to live, to raise a family and to build a life. We can do both, we must do both, and we will do both. As with nature, everything is connected, and this government believes that good policy is not about choosing one priority over another, but finding a way to advance both. That is what these reforms will do. We need to get this done, and it's time to act, to deliver on what Australians put us here to do. Because every day we delay is a day the environment is degrading further. And every day we delay is one that we could be building the renewable energy and the housing that we need for the future. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I rise to say we have first a dilemma in this, because I know the timber industry and other areas definitely want to have security, and they know that if we do not come to some form of agreement, that so many jobs and a vital industry for our nation is put at risk because it forces the Labor Party to deal with the Greens. And what a dilemma that is, because what we see here and what have been part of as a person who lives in the country, who lives on the property I was born on, is the continued encroachment into private property rights, which is a fundamental of a safe, secure, Western, free democracy. You cannot, if you want something, we work on a very fair principle. If there is a community benefit that is desirous of a certain aspect that will be enforced by a caveat or an exclusion, then you buy it. You buy it. You offer a price and buy it. You don't just implicitly, from a government position, steal it. Because this is how we see it. If I was to say in your house that I'm going to pass a piece of legislation that says that you can only go into your kitchen on Tuesdays, that the third bedroom is not allowed to be used, you can use your lounge room, but you can only sleep on the right-hand side of your bed. You would say that is a massive diminishment of the value of my house. And you'd say I would expect to be paid for that if that's what you really want. But you're doing that to our farmland. You're doing that to our farmers. Even in my area, the only reason we're meeting these targets, Kyoto target, and I will say at the start, the Liberal and the Coalition Party were responsible for stitching us up in that, because they got the states to do the dirty work. But the only reason we're meeting these targets is because people on the land have had to pay for them with the exclusion of their rights, of exclusion of their capacity to manage vegetation, manage regrowth, manage grasses. Do you know, on my place, we woke up one day and our whole place that myself and my wife owns was coded yellow or orange, which means that I can't even chop up a dead tree. I'm not allowed to. I have to get permission. And I don't think you will see that in an urban environment. I don't think you can comprehend what a massive intrusion that is into our lives, and how we feel that we've had it stolen after working very hard to pay something off, and we did pay it off. We bought it and paid it off. It's been taken back off us. And it's not just for the trees, it's for the grasses and for the shrubs. It is an insanity. The only part on the map that I'm allowed to touch is my lawn. That is it, the lawn. And it is a fact. I know, it shows how ignorant you are. And that's the problem we've got, is because you're completely ignorant of the facts, that's why you stand so boldly behind this legislation, because you really don't understand the effect of it. That is what and we need to, I think, and on this side, it's implicit on us, that we can't just stop this ratchet going to the left, and then saying on our side, oh, well, it won't go any faster to the left under us. No, it's got to go back. You've got to reinstall property rights. So who ultimately becomes the beneficiaries of this? The bureaucracy that polices it. In the past, my father worked for the Department of Agriculture. He worked for the government. His job was to assist people to get a better outcome from their land, assist people to get a better outcome from their animal husbandry, to deal with viruses, to deal with pathogens. Clever man, dealing with a thing called microdoses and strain 19s. But we've gone from bodies such as that assisting farmers just to policing farmers. The only time they turn up is and it is a major fine. There's criminal convictions for doing what we've always done for generations on our property. And I shouldn't have to say this. There are vastly more trees on our place than there was in 1969. Vastly more from the aerial maps, and we've got no problems with that. But we don't like being looked by satellites, by AI, by this whole thing, this whole fear all the time of maybe I've done something wrong to my own land, to my own property. And this is, so what we see with this is a dilemma in this legislation, because I know, and I've been speaking to timber workers from the timber industry member for Lion, they would say, well, you've got to cut a deal because this affects our area. And they said, please do not force them to the Greens. But on the other thing, I said, well, hang on, then we've got to comply with all this form of socialism that's come in. Because socialism ultimately is the primacy of the state over the rights of the individual. And every time we do this, we reinvest in the primacy of the state over the rights of the individual. And on our side, we believe in the primacy of the individual over the state. The state is there for very important requirements, for health, for education, for defence, but it's not supposed to have excessive stewardship or ownership of my private asset. And that is what has been happening with this. All this increment, and always the incremental caveats that are placed on our asset come with some apparent sort of quasi-benevolent form. It's climate change, it's biodiversity, it's this, it's that, it's something, it's salinity, and they're all plausible in their first iteration. They say it's plausible, but the solution always is a loss of rights, a loss of property rights, another caveat on what we can do. And, we have to, there will be, I can sense in the public, I know little about lots, but I know lots about politics, and I sense in the public there's now becoming a dynamic pushback against this. I see even in issues which sort of identify a catalyst for where issues are. Then in the Rockhampton Bulletin this morning, it was a poll on coal-fired power. Now, it had 9,300 people in support and 142 against. I just think that's actually reflective of an overall cynicism that people have in the whole process. And it's been expressed in that issue. People are sort of saying, I think I'm going to call rubbish on a lot of this stuff because all I can see is the government getting bigger, the nation getting broker, industry leaving, farmers being dispossessed of their assets, people becoming poorer, really poorer, pensioners becoming poorer, for the benefit of whom? Cui bono? For who benefits? Who benefits? Bureaucrats? I know some sort of zeitgeist that I really don't know the numbers of. Billionaires? People who are smart? People who believe in they put themselves up as the white knight of the environmental movement from their corporate jet. And you probably find their tax affairs are based in Singapore and their residence in Monaco. Yet the beneficiary, the wealth of all these caveats of things such as, your electricity, your swindle factories, doesn't reside in Australia. A lot of it resides overseas. So in some of these things, I just want to show you how perverse some of these offsets are. You talk about a housing crisis, and the member for Parks did a brilliant speech before, and I recommend it to those who want to see some of the examples of how ridiculous this is. At Denman, I'm trying to help with an aged care facility. Aged care facility. They are in a paddock. They're going to extend into a paddock. It is a rubbish country. A couple of dead trees, rubbish country paddock. Rubbish country paddock. They had to spend, I take the interjection for the member for Hunter, as he well knows, they had to put $3.5 million to offsets to build aged care units. 3.5. So you know what they did? They didn't build as many units. They didn't build as many units, which means that people didn't retire and go out of their houses, which means other people didn't have houses to go into. In a very specific example, it shows you how obscene this policy is. That you would say to people, no, we're not going to have aged care units, you're going to send your money off to, I don't know, Ningaloo Reef, some environmental offset. Right now, we have tens of thousands of acres in the Upper Hunter, that has been where the cattle are being removed, and they're just going to plant trees. Cooper, that's just going to trees. Cooper in the Cedar Line, 8,000 head of cattle they used to have on there. 8,000 head of cattle, they're gone. So that means the meat workers used to cut up 8,000 head of cattle. There's pressure coming on their job. That means the trucks they used to transport those 8,000 head of cattle, they're losing out. That means the shops they used to make money out of the people who had cattle on Cooper, they lose out. The hairdresser, the tyre business. For whom? For whom? For the zeitgeist. For the zeitgeist. And do you offer anything back? No. You give nothing. And unless we're going to evolve into a higher form of termite, this is not much use to us. And that is happening to place after place after place. This is perverse. We are actually putting up a policy to reduce the production of food so that actually after we've absolutely butchered the electricity market, we're going to butcher the food market. Why would we do that? Why would we do that? And hand in glove, it works that we are always seeing that they no longer believe in coal-fired power stations. They're evil. They're always a wink and a nod having a shot at the coal mining industry and coal miners. It's always a case that they're running down the blue-collar workers that the Labor Party was born to look after. That's who you were supposed to look after, blue-collar workers. But you've given up on them. You've given up on them. There's only a handful, 2 or 3 blue-collar workers left in the Labor Party. There's only mostly, they're bureaucrats, staffers, whatever, but they're not people who've worked with their hands. They're not people who worked outside. That just doesn't exist anymore. That's an item of history that section of the Labor Party was there, and that's why we're seeing it sort of. Everyone's talking about. You say you got a lot of votes. You got about 34% or 35% of the primary. I mean, more than us. I'll give you that. I'll go to that. But I tell you what, I would be really careful of that vote. I'd be really careful of standing behind that vote. Be really careful standing behind that vote. And so when we had to, in Tamworth, another example, we were going to run out of water for the city of Tamworth. We only had 40,000 megs in the storage. And when we applied to increase the storage, which I got, we had to break the offset laws because of the Burralong frog. There was a frog, and we weren't allowed to increase. Now, I thought frogs lived in water. I thought the frogs would be happy. But apparently they weren't, and it was serious. People got terribly upset because of the investment in the Burralong frog was more important than people in the city of Tamworth, now 70,000 people, having water to drink. It's almost this sort of Kafkaesque alternate universe that we've created. This mad type of philosophy, which works at complete odds to not only the regional areas, to the rights of the farmer, to the prosperity of the small regional towns and the villages, to the strength of our nation, to the maintenance of what is fundamental. We talk about a housing crisis, you shut down the timber industry. We talk about cost of living crisis, you shut down the coal-fired power stations and you basically say that you've got to use the most expensive form of electricity as shown in the Globe, which is intermittent power. We say we believe in pensioners, yet you make them pay multiple millions of dollars in a small country town for offsets, for environmental offsets. And then you give some sort of thing like go to a branch members meeting and everyone's bleeding all over the place about how important this is for the environment. Go up to Denman and explain to the aged care facility why you're taking $3.5 million off them for a paddock. Why would we do this? Why do we do this? So this obviously gets to a point of where do we go from here? Now, once more, timber industry, very important member for Lyon's seat. Not so important to mine, but it's definitely got a role. We have to somehow get sane people to cut a deal that gets industry such as that and obviously allows more of a streamlining so we are not completely tied up in red tape. But we have to also, I think, in that process, start putting some ring roads on the intrusion into our private property rights that you have dealt to us. And if you say, as the member for Hunter says, it's state governments, the state governments do it to us because they don't have to pay just and fair compensation. But the Commonwealth government is the primary legislation and the primary targets with all their international targets that they want to meet. They're the beneficiaries, the state governments are the implementers, and we are the poor bunnies who pay the price.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Macquarie has the call.
Here. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There is nothing more distinctively Australian than our stunning natural environment, and there are few places more iconic than the Three Sisters in the Blue Mountains, World Heritage Area in my electorate, and in fact it's the 25th anniversary of the Declaration of World Heritage on the 29th of November. This is an area that gets 4 million visitors a year, and they come because we are known around the world for our wilderness in Sydney's backyard, and we need to protect it. Our environment and economy are intrinsically linked. For the Blue Mountains, our tourism relies on a healthy natural environment, and it matters in the Hawkesbury and along the Nepean too. And especially for the Hawkesbury, the agricultural sector relies on a healthy natural environment. Australians want governments, business and environmental groups to work together to protect our environment and reap the economic benefits of sustainable development. This last election, people put their trust in Labor. They clearly rejected the extremes of politics on both sides. We know it's really important to build connections from all sides. That goes to the type of government Australians have told us that they want. We need to be able to accept the science and build coalitions across the community while solving the problems and keeping the lights on. Now, this Environmental Protection Reform Bill delivers modern, fit-for-purpose national environmental laws that ensure big gains for both the environment and for business. Hear, hear. The Albanese government's committed to reforming our environmental laws to deliver stronger protections, reduce duplication and boost accountability and transparency in decision-making. The legacy of every Labor government in my lifetime has been to improve the environment for future generations, and that is an endless task. In June 1987, Bob Hawke went to the Daintree to announce that he was going to seek World Heritage listing for that site. I flew with the Prime Minister that day as a young journalist to report on the announcement. It was incredible to witness history. And on that decision and announcement in the election campaign that year came on the back of the Hawke decision to save the Franklin River from being dammed a few years earlier. The Keating government began the establishment of Indigenous protected areas, which now cover 112 million hectares of land and sea. Rudd signed us up to climate action through the Kyoto Protocol, and Gillard continued that work. The Albanese government is aiming to protect and conserve 30% of Australia's land and 30% of our marine areas by 2030. And we've committed more than $1 billion in funds for that, plus Indigenous Protected Areas program to protect critical biodiversity areas and our ambitious plan to stop species extinction. One of the projects we've done in Macquarie is a $1 million grant for the Hawkesbury Environment Network and incredible platypus work by Western Sydney University researcher Dr Michelle Ryan and her colleagues. And a new koala project will soon begin with Science for Wildlife and Blue Mountains World Heritage Institute, worth nearly $3.5 million to research and look at land and threat management to help establish a koala stronghold in the Greater Blue Mountains World Heritage Area, which has the potential to support 20% of New South Wales koalas. So Labor makes a difference to the environment.
Hear, hear.
We protected, and Australians endorsed the Albanese government's policy agenda at the election, which involved protecting jobs and the environment.
Hear, hear.
And that includes making sensible reforms to protect our environment and deliver certainty to business. It's been 5 years since Graham Samuel tabled his report for the former Environment Minister, currently the Leader of the Opposition, and our laws remain fundamentally broken. They aren't working for the environment or for industry. These new laws are a targeted and balanced package of reforms to the EPBC Act centred on 3 pillars. Number 1 is stronger environmental protection and restoration. Number 2 is more efficient and robust project approvals. And number 3 is greater accountability and transparency in decision-making. Stronger environmental protection and restoration laws that won't just deliver better protections for our special places, but restore and regenerate them for future generations. More efficient and robust project assessments and approvals that will allow us to better respond and deliver on national priorities like the renewable energy transition and the housing that we need. Greater accountability and transparency in decision-making to give all Australians confidence that good decisions are being made. So let's work through some of the changes. First of all, a National Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA. Under the proposed reforms, we'll establish the first ever national EPA, delivering on an election commitment that was proudly campaigned for by my branch members, but by many other people in my community. The Labor Environment Action Network, LEAN, Blue Mountains Conservation Society, Bushfire Survivors for Climate Action, the Australian Conservation Foundation in my local area, Macquarie Alliance for Climate, the Get Up members in the Macquarie electorate and the Hawkesbury Environment Network. They all want to see this change. The EPA would exercise a range of powers independent of the minister, such as compliance and enforcement of the laws and project conditions, and the auditing of state and territory processes for project assessments and approvals against the new national environmental standards. So what are they? Well, reforms will allow the minister to make national environmental standards that set boundaries for decisions so they deliver improved environmental outcomes. Their aim is to protect, conserve and restore important environmental areas and species, to genuinely make up for the environmental damage that's done and deliver a net gain for the environment, to support better decision-making and to help the public understand and comment on projects. We recognise that there are some impacts that can't be approved unless it's in the national interest. The reforms include a new definition of unacceptable impact specific to each protected matter. Among other things, they'll provide a safeguard against impacts that cause the irreversible loss of Australia's biodiversity and heritage, and clearly define what types of environmental harm must be avoided and cannot be offset, and that includes World Heritage areas like the Blue Mountains. It includes threatened species, and it includes wetlands of international importance. Significantly, this bill ensures that projects must leave the environment better off by introducing the concept of net gain for environmental offsets. This is a shift from the current rules, which focus on no net loss. So projects will be required by law to avoid, mitigate and repair damage to protected matters wherever possible. any residual significant impacts on nationally protected matters must be fully offset to achieve a net gain for the environment. That's the improvement. The net gain can be achieved either by the proponent directly delivering an offset or through an upfront financial contribution to a restoration fund. And this shifts the dial towards avoided impacts and restoration, giving our native populations the opportunity to regenerate, recover and become more resilient. And I want to give a bit more detail about environmental offsets. Sometimes projects can harm the environment in ways that can't be avoided. Now, when this happens, this is how we offset to compensate for or make up for the damage. Under the proposed changes to the EPBC Act, it will require project managers to avoid harm in the first place. That's number one, and then offset that remaining impact to deliver the net gain. The proposed changes will allow certain biodiversity certificates issued under the nature repair market to be used for environmental offsetting. So project proponents have some options. They can deliver an offset themselves, they can pay for the government to do it via restoration contribution payment, or they can do a combination of both. And a new restoration contributions holder will manage the funds to deliver that net gain and ensure transparency. Deputy Speaker, the reforms also introduced new emissions disclosure requirements. In keeping with Professor Samuel's recommendations, there's no climate trigger in this bill, but major emitting project proponents will be required to disclose estimates of Scope 1 and Scope 2 greenhouse gas emissions as part of gaining federal environmental approval. Proponents will also be required to disclose their plans to reduce those emissions and explain how those measures are consistent with government laws and policies. Now, Deputy Speaker, this legislation is not a tug-of-war between the environment and the economy. I've heard the Coalition and Greens and some independents each argue that you can have one but not the other. That isn't true. These reforms deliver a balanced package, while delivering more efficient and robust project approvals, which means more renewables projects will be approved
The member for Kennedy will cease interjecting.
And it will help people with their energy costs and lowering emissions. But we will also be delivering the strongest environmental protection and restoration laws that Australia has had. That won't just deliver better protections for our special places, but will restore and regenerate them for future generations.
Hear, hear. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Now the member for Kennedy has the call.
You know, I wonder whether people in this place ever did a history lesson in their lives. Now, I asked the lady who was just speaking whether she'd ever planted a tree. Now, in every single environmental
the member for Kennedy will refer to members by their proper title.
I don't know what a proper title is.
The member for Macquarie.
Mr. Speaker.
The member for Macquarie.
Member for Macquarie.
Thank you.
The member for Macquarie. I just simply asked her if she ever planted a tree. Could I ask you again? Have you ever planted a tree? Oh, she's planted thousands of trees. Where? Where?
Order. I'm not going to order both members on both sides. I'm not going to have banter between the both sides. It's through the chair that you ask the questions, and you're speaking through the chair. Member for Kennedy has the call.
Speaker, I'll move on. Right. What is happening here is my ownership of land, the undermining of our freedoms and our integrity and our comfortableness, our at ease, are being taken away and given to a bunch of bureaucrats sitting on their backside in air-conditioned comfort in Canberra. They're going to tell me what I can and can't do with my land. Now, who is better qualified to look after the land? A fifth-generation grazier or a fifth-generation cane farmer, or some beggar sitting on his backside here who's a fifth-generation public servant in Canberra? Who'd know more about it? Now, why is he living in Canberra in air-conditioned company, and why is he living, or she living, out there in the wilderness? Because they love the wilderness. That's why they're living there. Why are you living in Sydney? because you're terrified of the wilderness. You don't understand it. You've never set foot in it. You've never lived there. You've never aspired to make your country better off than it is. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. It would be just wonderful if these people read some books and had an understanding of history, Mr. Speaker, because the authoritarian government in Britain said, "I own your land," to the people of America. And Americans said, "Hey, wait on a minute. I own my land. That's my farm. That's where I run my cattle or whatever. That's my land." And the authoritarian government in England said, "No, we own the land." Well, that's what you're saying today. That's exactly what you're saying today. "No, we own the land." Not you. We own the land. We're the authoritarian government. We, the ruling class, we own the land. And I pose the question again, Mr. Speaker. Who would know more about the land, love it and protect it, than the people who live on the land and in the land? Or a person sitting on his shiny backside here in Canberra? Now, your proposition is that the person sitting on his shiny backside here in Canberra, he knows best, rather than the person that's living there. Now, I'll tell you your collection of achievements, right? You brought in some bugs to solve a problem that was there. The bugs ran amok and created enormous problems, so then you brought in the toads to get rid of the bugs. So the toads were eaten by the dingoes and by the goannas, so now there's no dingoes or goannas. You took away the predator, for example, in crocodiles. The balance of nature, a mother crocodile has 60 eggs, and my forebears, the blackfellas, they took the eggs, a lot of the eggs, not all of them. So there was a balance there that had been there for, 30,000 years. But you took the balance away. You took the human beings away that were taking the eggs. So now, of course, 60 eggs a year, you imagine if every woman in Canberra had 60 babies a year, we'd solve our underpopulation problem very quickly. That is what is happening out there with the crocodiles. So whether it is the pigs in the national parks, now in the good old days in Queensland, when the Labor Party and its successor, the Country Party, because it was dominated by Labor after the split, those governments, of course, allowed you to go hunting. So there were no pigs in the rainforest because hunters went in and shot them. Now you removed the hunters. You removed my forebears, the old blackfellas, who used to take a lot of the crocodile eggs. So now the crocodile numbers are exploding everywhere. And of course, now there's no fish in the rivers because they're being eaten by the crocodiles. So you think you know about nature and you start fooling around with it, and all you've done is disaster after disaster after disaster. Since you took the shooters out of the national parks, which is about half of North Queensland, I might add, all the jungles, since you took the shooters out, the pigs have exploded and now the cassowaries are doomed. There is no way that the cassowary can survive with the pigs taking their eggs. There's no way that the turtles now can survive with the explosion of pig numbers. Now, are you doing anything about pigs? Oh, yes, you are. You've got 400 traps. 400 traps for about 3 million pigs. In a pub in the real world, where people like myself sort of live, I put on record, Mr. Speaker, when I said in the real world, in the pubs, right, they burst out laughing. They think it's funny that Australians still go down to the pubs and talk to each other. They are laughing at it, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'll tell you where the Labor Party was founded and formed, in the pubs of North Queensland. As a published historian, I can speak with some considerable authority. And as the great-grandson of one of the major financial creators of the Labor movement. I can also speak with authority, Mr Speaker. Now, when I speak with authority, I am watching the cassowaries, the actual trademark of most of the councils in far north Queensland, it's vanishing as the pigs take the eggs, and no one's doing anything about the pigs, except for 400 traps. I mean, please excuse me for laughing. If you licensed the shooters to go into the national parks, they would take out the pigs, and in 30 years' time we would have cassowaries and we would have turtles. But thanks to you people, there will be no cassowaries and no turtles. And for those of us that live in this country, we love our cassowaries, we love our turtles. That's why we live in the bush, or why we live in North Queensland, because we love the land. That's why we choose to live there. You don't choose to live in the land, you choose to live in Canberra. And that is the complete opposite of what the people of North Queensland and their value systems. Mr Speaker, there is a second thing happening here which is very, very troubling indeed. And I don't sort of say it by way of scolding, but as a published historian, you don't get to publish a book unless you know an awful lot about history, or they won't simply publish a book. Believe me, I've tried, Mr Speaker. So knowing a little bit about our history, the Mandarin class ran China for about 400 or 500 years. And once you have a class of people whose children then go into the positions of power and their grandchildren go into positions of power, and that is Canberra, 5 generations of power people. 5 generations of power people. They haven't had to make a quid out of selling some beef, some cattle. They haven't had to make a quid out of cutting cane by hand. They hadn't had to make a quid milking dairy cows. They have made a quid by milking the Australian people. That's how they make a quid. And you want to give them the power. You want to give them the power. Well, you want to read about the history of China and find out how the Mandarin class went against the property-respecting countries like America and England and France and the European countries that had this institution called private property. And when they got that institution going and speeding up, then they became the rulers of the world, for good or for bad. And I won't go into good or bad. I'm just saying that that created the enormous power of the Mandarin class, as they were called, in China. And that is what is happening today. I lose my land rights as a person that loves the land and has lived on the land all of my life. I lose my rights and it's given to someone down here. Well, my wife is from city background and she got 15 acres of land in Charters House and she put 1,000 trees on what was land without a single tree upon it when she went there, right? Now, you can multiply her by 500,000 in North Queensland because we are the group of people that plant trees. We are the group of people that love nature. That's why we live there, right? You are the group of people that don't plant trees, that don't live in nature, and there's another one laughing. He thinks that's funny. He thinks that's funny that the Mandarin class should rule Australia, should have all the power, and the people that live on the land should have no power at all. That's what, and he thinks that's funny. Oh, he's a very peculiar sense of humour. Mr Speaker, well, there you go. See, they're laughing again. Very curious for me. I'm very, very curious indeed. Now, let me point out and name a name. A gentleman called Daniel Messina, a hell of a good young bloke. Worked in the mines, was captain of the rugby league team in Cloncurry, comes from Gordonvale near Cairns, and saved his money, bought a small block of land, and he bought another block of land, and then he bought 100 acres, very prime agricultural land, and he wanted me to see it, and he insisted upon me coming down to see it. And I said, well, Daniel, what do you want me to see it? just have a look at the ground. Every single square inch of that ground was covered in Singapore daisy and another weed which his name's escaping me at the present moment. The entire land was covered by it. That's what he wanted me to see. Now, two gentlemen that lived together, and they are greenies, and they wanted to return to nature. So they took all agriculture out and they returned it to nature. And within 25 years, every square inch of that land was covered in Singapore daisy and this other introduced species that I can't think of. You are naive if you think that you just step away and that it'll go back to being nature. No, it won't. The most powerful of the plants will take over. And when you have a country now that has tens of thousands of plants coming in each year, whether we like it or not, then the most powerful plant will prevail. And invariably, amongst those 10,000 plants you brought in, there'll be some very aggressive plants. And sadly, that is what is happening in North Queensland, except on the land where people of North Queensland occupy that land, because they live there because they love the trees, they love the jungle, they love the environment. That's why they live there. So they're going to protect it, and they're going to keep those weeds and bad guys out. I mean, there's no pigs in sugarcane lands or the farms or the areas where we're grazing cattle on the coast. There's no pigs there because we get rid of them. But your land that you look after, the national parks, there's 3.5 million pigs estimated to be living on your national parks. You're breeding the pigs. We're trying to shoot them out, but you're breeding them. They're getting laughs. He thinks it's funny that there's 3.5 million pigs destroying all environmental native flora and fauna. He thinks that's funny, the Speaker. He keeps laughing at it. They have a very peculiar sense of humour, very peculiar. Now, there's the other issue of authoritarian rule, the Mandarin class. You know, we know what is best for you. You know, we are the rulers and we know what is best for you. You don't know what's best for you, but these people down here do. I mean, the incredible arrogance of the presumption that is built into this bill is breathtaking, and I commend Barnaby Joyce for his words earlier on in this area. Now, I'll tell you how you look after North Queensland. The 40-mile scrub is the most iconic national park in North Queensland, completely wiped out by fire.
Member's time has expired. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Leichhardt has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. My name is Matt Smith and I am of the far north. The member for Kennedy is correct. The story of the north is told by the farmers over generations, be it cane, bananas, cattle. It is told by the songlines of 60,000 years, celebrating the country, the culture, the sea, and the air. It is told by the tourism industry that delights people from all over the world as they visit our 2 World Heritage areas. We support industry, mining. We have tungsten, zinc, bauxite, silica, the tools required for the energy transition. All of it is in abundance in my beautiful part of the world, a place I'm very proud of, a place I know the member for Kennedy is very proud of. He speaks of it passionately. Nobody loves the land like a farmer. Nobody loves the reef like the tourism operators. Nobody loves country like Mob. There is no better place to demonstrate why this bill is needed than Leichhardt, because we need to give our industry, our farmers, our tourism industry, the surety that they need to continue business, to continue to bring wealth to the area, to continue to drive jobs and economic development in my region. But we also need to protect the natural assets that allow us to do so. Our farmers need to be able to keep farming. Our tourism operators need a healthy and thriving reef. The reef and the Daintree are symbiotic. One cannot exist without the other. They have to be protected. We need to have regulations that work for both environmentalism and for industry. Otherwise, we hang out electorates like mine to dry. I hear multiple arguments. We're going too far. We're not going far enough. But the balance is critical. Without the balance, I'm losing one or the other. And I can't lose one or the other. You would destroy the far north. We cannot go without our mining. Our mining will drive the energy transition, the silicon in the solar rooftops, the tungsten in the wires, the aluminium that is powering basically everything in this building. The member for Kennedy agrees. Our beautiful natural wonders, all of it critical. 77,000 jobs are connected to the Great Barrier Reef. Over $90 billion it is worth to this nation. Makes the biggest employer in the country by a not insignificant margin. It is a great thing to have, a great thing to protect. And that's what these laws are about. Making sure we can have one and not the other. It is not binary. It never has to be binary. And to argue that it is a fabrication. These reforms will deliver better protection for everyone. The Business Council of Australia accepts this. I've been meeting with mining companies. I've been meeting with environmental groups. Everyone understands the desperate, desperate need for these laws so that there is understanding and clarity moving forwards. And clarity is fine. Clarity is what anybody wants at all times. Give us the superstructure and we can work within it. But at the moment, higgledy-piggledy. They don't know whether they're coming or going. It makes it hard. Investors lose billions of dollars on projects that go nowhere. This will give our investors surety. Environmentalists are pushing for areas to be protected that don't require it because they don't understand the nature of it all. The far north is wild. Some of it pristine. Some of it not so much. Some of it can be mined, some of it cannot. Some of it is prime agricultural land and it needs to stay that way. We need to give that protection to our people. So this will give us, as led by the review by Professor Graham Samuel, stronger environmental protection and a more efficient and robust project assessments, greater accountability. Accountability being the key word. It always has to come, the buck needs to stop somewhere. Now, I'm sure that people have different views. We're going to hear from many of them. But this bill works for Leichhardt. It works for my area. And it will work for the rest of the nation too. Because not everywhere has the same sort of balance that I've got to maintain here. But trust me, on some level, you certainly will. So if we look at the content of the bill, the first national EPA, a clear Labor commitment, which will bring the regulatory functions and national environment laws into a single independent agency. That's the accountability we're talking about. It provides transparency in the decision making. It allows people confidence. We will ensure a new ministerial power to make national environmental standards will be inserted into the EBBC laws to give more certainty of environmental laws, and will deliver improvements in the offsets framework to get a net gain that ensures environmental offsets support restoration rather than just mitigating harm. Restoration is great. Going further is better. The risk that people talk about, the food bowls, they will remain. Farmers will remain farmers because farmers want to remain farmers. If they make a commercial decision elsewhere, that's good for them. They're doing what's good for their family, the way every single Australian should. And it's their right to do so. We are giving them more options. The assessment pathway will be streamlined. The removal of 3 to 6 existing pathways and the introduction of a new streamlined assessment pathway providing a faster approval process for proposals which provide better information up front. The member for Kennedy would know he comes from a mining area. Sometimes things get bogged down, buried, go sideways. This is going to make it easier. Track your project, get it started, get us jobs, get us those minerals that are going to make us a superpower in renewable energy. Not just a power, a superpower. We have that potential. That one measure alone in streamlining proposals is estimated to save as much as $7 billion. Goes back into those companies. More R&D, more research, more product, more jobs. A clear set of enforceable rules. Once you know the rules, you can always play the game. The renewable energy transition is here. It is upon us. Minister Bowen gives us an update daily, much to the joy of those of us on this side of the House. And living in a unit, I was thrilled to know that I would now get 3 hours of free power because I don't have access to my roof. But we're bringing it further even faster. 69 projects generating more power, 15 provide energy storage such as batteries. This government has given the green light to 29 projects that support the energy transition, including 4 hydrogen power projects that help set up Australia's renewable future. The Anthony Albanese Labor government has a clear plan to replace our ageing coal generators with cleaner, cheaper renewables, and is making huge, huge progress. This is about creating jobs, creating our future. We on this side want Australia to thrive in a modern economy, in a modern world that is heading towards net zero, that is embracing renewables, and we have the technology, the space, the minerals, the resources, and frankly the people to get it done. Yeah. We should be proud of what we're putting forward today. We should be proud of the clarity that we're giving business, the clarity that we're giving the environment, and the ability that we're giving people to move forward and move this great country forward as well. And we will fight for these reforms to deliver better environmental protections and more certainty for business. Nobody wants broken environmental laws, which is, by unanimous consent, is what's been going on for the last 20 or 30 years. So we can get this done, deliver to the people of Australia what we are put here to do and guarantee our nation's future. Because every day we delay, we degrade our environment, we make it harder for business to succeed, and we deserve better. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Dawson has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. If good policy is meant to grow prosperity, this government seems intent on salting the soil. After 3 years of promises, backflips and bureaucratic composting, Labor has finally planted its so-called Environmental Protection Reform Bill. Make no mistake, this isn't a plan to make Australia greener. It's a plan to make Australia slower, poorer, entangled in so much red and green tape that no one can tell where the vines begin or end. These bills, around 1,500 pages long, are a legislative jungle. They were dropped on the parliament floor like a storm-felled tree, and now Labor wants to rush them through before anyone's had a chance to read the warning signs carved in the bark. The Coalition cannot and will not support these reforms in their current form because instead of protecting their environment, they're threatened to choke our economy. This is the most significant environmental overhaul in a generation, yet the government is trying to push it through in just weeks. Stakeholders from the Business Council to the mineral sector, from farmers to housing developers, have all asked for more time to read, analyse and consult. They want to make sure this reform is workable. The Business Council of Australia has been crystal clear. Without significant changes, we risk embedding a system that's even slower, more complex and lacking the clarity and certainty needed for investment. In other words, Labor's so-called reform is not fertilising growth, it's strangling it. And yet, after 4 years and 2 elections, Labor still hasn't delivered the Environmental Protection Agency it keeps promising. They've had more false starts than a wind farm without wind. In the last parliament, Minister Plemisek attempted to push through ridiculous reforms, but they were so left extreme that the Premier of Western Australia contacted the Prime Minister and overnight those bills were stopped. Wow, that's saying something when it's too left for the Premier of WA. That historical failure is cautionary tale. It shows what happens when reforms are rushed and when it sets the context for why Australians should be rightly concerned today. The Coalition supports strong, sensible environmental laws, and we always have.
When the Leader of the Opposition was Minister of the Environment, she commissioned the Samuel Review, a practical roadmap for modernising the 1999 EPBC Act. It was based on balance, protecting nature while enabling responsible development. The Coalition Government began the reform process, introducing streamlining pathways and bilateral agreements to cut the duplication between Canberra and the states. Labor blocked that reform, then rebanded it and called it their own. We say, fine, if you want to recycle our policies, at least read the instructions before you throw them in the green bin. Let's be clear about what's wrong here. First, the Environmental Protection Authority. Under Labor's model, the EPA CEO will hold enormous powers, including the ability to stop projects indefinitely, without clear accountability or ministerial oversight. That is absurd. There is no binding statement of expectations, no performance measures, and no capacity for the minister to terminate the CEO for failure to deliver. That's not accountability, that's bureaucracy on autopilot. Graham Samuel's review was explicit. The EPA's role should be compliance and enforcement only, while assessment and approvals remain with the department. Labor ignored that. They created a body that is both regulator and referee. And that's not environmental management, that's environmental mayhem. Secondly, Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions reporting. Labor's bill requires proponents to report their emissions under the EPBC process, duplicating the existing safeguard mechanism. But nowhere does the bill clearly say this information cannot be used for decision-making or for imposing conditions. That omission is a lawyer's paradise and a miner's nightmare. It opens the door to endless green lawfare. Industry groups have told us they could live with the reporting if there were guardrails, but in this version, the guardrails are gone. It's a slippery slope straight to the climate trigger by stealth. Third, the definition of unacceptable impacts. There are 37 definitions spread over 8 pages. 37! That's not law, that's a complicated maze. Even existing projects that were once approved could be ruled out under these new standards. Industry says the definition should be removed from legislation and placed in flexible standards, not set in stone. If Labor doesn't fix it, it could block development faster than a landslide on a rural road. Fourth, penalties and stop work orders. The bill allows fines of up to $825 million, nearly $1 billion for penalty regime, with no appeal rights and no proportionality. The EPA could issue an environmental protection order on the flimsiest grounds, shutting down operations indefinitely. No checks, no balances, no sunset clauses. That's not justice. That's a kangaroo court with a green backdrop. These bills are sold as protecting the environment, yet they risk opening the door to green energy projects in places that should never be touched. Imagine wind farms on the Great Barrier Reef, an icon of Australia's natural heritage, in the name of emissions reduction that will barely move the needle on global emissions. Across Queensland, fertile farmland is being swallowed up by massive solar arrays, land that should be used for feeding Australians, instead turned into industrial deserts of solar panels. Koala habitats are under threat. Wind farms are being built in areas critical to the survival of these iconic species, with turbines that barely spin due to inconsistent wind, causing more environmental destruction than benefit. How many ecosystems, how many more species, how much more farmland will be lost in the name of hitting this arbitrary emission target. The Coalition wants Australians to believe, the government wants Australians to believe that more wind and solar equals better environmental outcomes. But the reality is, uncontrolled, poorly sited projects are causing irreversible damage. All this destruction for emission reduction that are almost meaningless when Australia contributes just 1% of global emissions. Yet our landscapes and our livelihoods bear the cost. If the Minister truly cared about protecting our environment, we wouldn't be bulldozing ecosystems. We must ask ourselves, where does this destruction end? If the goal is net zero at any cost, Australians, their land, their water and their wildlife are being sacrificed with zero meaningful global impact. These bills, in their current form, fail to protect what Australians truly care about. They incentivise environmental damage under the guise of progress. And that's why these bills cannot be supported. These reforms were sold as part of Labor's so-called productivity agenda. Yet every serious economist knows they'll do the exact opposite. They'll drive up costs, slow down approvals and scare away investors. Let's talk about productivity. Australia has now fallen to the second last among OECD nations. Only Mexico ranks lower. Labor says we need reform to fix productivity. Then they propose legislation that makes it harder to invest, harder to build, mine and manufacture. It's like telling a farmer to grow more crops but locking the gate to his paddock. In the last financial year, mining companies contributed $59.4 billion in taxes and royalties, money that pays for hospitals, schools and roads. Yet these are the industries Labor is happy to sacrifice to appease the Greens. And a deal with the Greens is a deal to turn off the lights on Australia's economy. Let's remember, when the Coalition introduced reforms to streamline approvals, Labor said no. Australians can see through this spin. If the government was serious about environmental reform, it would bring industry, farmers and conservationists together. Instead, Labor has divided them. The Coalition believes in practical environmental policy, grounded in science, not slogans. We support ministerial decision-making remaining with the elected government, not unelected bureaucrats. We support no climate trigger. We support forestry exemptions under regional forest agreements because our forestry industry is sustainable, world-class and essential to regional jobs. We support reducing duplication between state and federal systems, and we support a proper national interest exemption because sometimes projects are just too important to delay with ideology. That's what balanced reform looks like. So why the rush? Why the mad dash to get through this before Christmas? When even Labor's own ministers said back in June that the legislation wouldn't be ready until next year because the government wants to declare a political victory, not a practical one. They think passing a 1,500-page bill before Christmas will prove they can get things done. But getting things done isn't the same as getting things right. Our nation's wealth was built on natural resources, innovation and hard work. Mining, agriculture, manufacturing. These are the roots of our prosperity. Labor's reforms dig up our roots and replace them with bureaucracy. This isn't environmental protection, it's environmental defrostration. And when the canopy falls, it's everyday Australians who are left in the shade. We want environmental laws that protect our biodiversity and our competitiveness. We want clean air, healthy soils and flowing rivers. But what we also want is factories that hum, farms that thrive and jobs that stay right here in Australia. That's not too much to ask. It's what every sensible Australian expects. This parliament has a choice. We can nurture growth with balanced, sensible reform, or we can let poor ideology fill the garden of prosperity with weeds. The coalition will work constructively to prune what doesn't work, graft in accountability and clarity, and ensure the final product is something Australians can live with and live from. Environmental reform shouldn't come at the cost of national prosperity. It should be about balance, not bans, stewardship, not strangulation, and a greener future that doesn't leave our workers, industries and our regions out in the cold. Until that happens, the coalition will not support these bills because when it comes to Labor's environmental reform, the only thing growing right now is a list of reasons to vote against it.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Whitlam.
Thank you, Speaker. I was extremely fortunate to grow up in the magnificent Blue Mountains west of Sydney. During my childhood, I spent countless hours with my parents and sisters bushwalking, camping, or just being outdoors in nature. These experiences cultivated in me a lifelong love of nature and a deep desire to protect it. Australia's national parks, our rivers, creeks, beaches and forests, and our incredible wildlife and landscapes are so unique and breathtakingly beautiful. It's never been so important for us to act swiftly to protect our natural environment, and I've heard from thousands of people in my electorate asking our government to act decisively to protect nature for current and future generations. Speaker, Labor has delivered all of Australia's major environmental reforms. This includes the establishment of Landcare, saving the Franklin River, protecting the Daintree and Kakadu, protecting the Great Barrier and Ningaloo reefs, building the largest network of marine parks in the world, and taking meaningful action to address climate change. As the member for Whitlam, I'm particularly proud of Gough Whitlam's legacy in relation to environmental conservation. The Whitlam government was one of the first governments in the world to support and ratify the World Heritage Convention in 1974. This was a seminal moment which confirmed the role of the Commonwealth Government in protecting the immense natural and cultural heritage of Australia. Whitlam recognised that protecting the environment was part of a global responsibility that required courage and leadership on the part of the federal government. This leadership role was confirmed when the Hawke government stopped the damming of the Franklin River in Tasmania in 1983. This was a defining environmental decision that cemented Australia's commitment to safeguarding wild rivers and World Heritage landscapes. This landmark decision also set an important precedent for the leadership of the federal government regarding environmental protection and enshrined in the Australian consciousness that some places are too precious to lose. Since Gough Whitlam and for every Labor Prime Minister since, protecting the environment has been core to Labor's promise, and we owe gratitude to these former leaders for their foresight and courage. I'm therefore proud to be part of the Albanese Labor government and to have the opportunity to speak in support of the Environment Protection Reform Bill and the suite of amendments to the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act. 5 years ago, Professor Graham Samuel, AC, delivered his independent review of the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act to the then Environment Minister, Susan Lee. This review concluded that our national environmental law is fundamentally broken and outdated, and it's failing both the environment and business. Professor Samuel laid out a blueprint for reform, and this package is faithful to the review's recommendations. It is not the case of choosing one or the other, the environment or the economy. We can deliver for both. These reforms are underpinned by 3 key pillars. 1, Stronger environmental protection and restoration. 2, improve productivity through more efficient and robust project approvals. And 3, greater accountability and transparency in decision-making. The first pillar, stronger environmental protection and restoration, includes the creation of a new ministerial power to make national environmental standards. These standards were the centrepiece of this annual review, and they set the boundaries for decisions to ensure they deliver improved environmental outcomes. Importantly, they also provide certainty and guidance for business by setting clear and enforceable expectations and uplifting the quality and consistency of decision-making. This annual review stressed that reforms to the law must not just protect our precious natural environment, but also restore it. That's why, under these reforms, projects will be required to avoid, mitigate and repair damage to protected matters wherever possible. Any residual significant impacts on nationally protected matters must be fully offset to achieve a net gain for the environment. This is an important improvement on the existing policy of no net loss. The reforms will also clearly outline in legislation what is an unacceptable impact on the environment. The new definition of unacceptable impact is specific to each protected matter. This will set clear and upfront criteria for impacts that cannot be approved unless the project meets the national interest test, will increase transparency, consistency and certainty of decisions, and provide a safeguard against impacts that cause the irreversible loss of Australia's biodiversity and heritage. There will be higher penalties for the most significant breaches of environmental law, as well as environment protection orders for use in urgent circumstances to prevent and respond to major contraventions of the law. Overall, the reforms under the first pillar deliver more protection for the environment and, importantly, also focus on restoration and recovery. The second pillar underpinning these reforms relates to productivity and efficiency. The system requires navigation of multiple assessment and approval processes across federal, state and territory jurisdictions. This creates lengthy delays while delivering no benefit for the environment. Central to the annual review were recommendations around reducing duplication between state and territory processes and Commonwealth processes, and this package of reform seeks to improve the operation of bilateral agreements with states and territories, making the framework more responsive to change and more durable in the long term. Another way in which productivity will be boosted is through a new streamlined assessment pathway. This significantly reduces the assessment timeframe for proponents who provide sufficient information upfront and design their proposals in line with the environmental and other requirements of these reforms. The Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water has calculated that the streamlined assessment pathway reforms alone will deliver annual savings of at least $500 million and potentially up to $7 billion to the national economy. Speaker, the bill before the House adopts Professor Samuel's recommendation that the EPBC Act should include a specific power to be used in rare circumstances that are in the national interest for one minister to make a decision that is inconsistent with the national environmental standards. Any such decision would be accompanied by a statement of reasons, which includes the environmental implications of the decision. The third and final pillar of this package enshrines greater accountability and transparency in environmental decision-making. The key to achieving this outcome is the establishment of Australia's first National Environmental Protection Agency. This will be a proud Labor legacy, delivering on our election commitment. The new National Environmental Protection Agency will be a strong, independent regulator with a clear focus on ensuring better compliance with and stronger enforcement of Australia's new environmental laws. The reforms also introduce new emissions disclosure requirements that require major emitting project proponents to disclose estimates of Scope 1 and Scope 2 greenhouse gas emissions as part of gaining federal environmental approval. Proponents will be required to disclose their plans to reduce those emissions and explain how those measures are consistent with government laws and policies. Since winning government in 2022, the Albanese government has passed strong laws to force big polluters to cut emissions so Australia gets to net zero carbon pollution by 2050, committed to 82% renewable energy electricity by 2030, approved 111 renewable energy projects producing enough electricity to power more than 13 million homes, protected an extra 95 million hectares of Australian ocean and bush, expanded marine parks around Macquarie Island and the Heard Island and McDonald Islands, increasing the proportion of Australia's marine waters under protection to 52%. We've invested over $600 million to better protect our threatened plants and animals and tackle feral animals and weeds that are devastating our native species, and we've increased funding for national parks and Indigenous ranges. Under the Albanese government, renewable energy generation has reached new Australian records, up in volume by around 30% since we came to government and reaching 46% of the national market at the end of 2024. Last month, around half of all electricity in the national grid came from renewable sources, the highest monthly rate on record. On the 11th of October, for part of the day, nearly 80% of electricity was generated by renewables. We are making strong progress to deliver 82% renewable electricity by 2030, driven by our capacity investment scheme, Rewiring the Nation, and our Cheaper Home Batteries program. Speaker, I've outlined just the highlights of the Albanese government's environmental achievements. The Environmental Protection Reform Bill, combined with the range of amendments to the EPBC Act, will build on this legacy by delivering reforms that benefit both the environment and business. These reforms incorporate a balanced package featuring 1, stronger environmental protection and restoration laws that won't just deliver better protections for our environment, but restore and regenerate these special places for future generations. 2, more efficient and robust project assessments and approvals that allow us to better respond and deliver on national priorities like the renewable energy transition, a future made in Australia and the housing we need. And 3, greater accountability and transparency in decision-making to give all Australians confidence in these laws. These reforms are long overdue and they're in the national interest, and they are firmly in the spirit of the Samuel Review. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to build on Labor's legacy by reasserting the federal government's leadership role in protecting our shared heritage and placing the protection of the environment at the centre of our decision-making, not just for our generation, but for generations to come. I commend this package of reforms to the House. Thank you, Speaker.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, our environment is in crisis. Nature is one of Australia's most precious assets, internationally recognised, deeply loved, and a source of solace, well-being and joy for so many. But it is in rapid decline. The 2021 State of the Environment report found that over 1,700 species and ecological communities are now threatened or at risk of extinction. Species loss is accelerating. Our oceans are warming and acidifying. Since that report was tabled, we've seen more extreme weather events, more fossil fuel projects, and still no major overhaul of our broken environmental laws. And it's not just nature that's hurting. Business leaders, economists, and investors are increasingly calling for stronger, clearer environmental legislation. They know that uncertainty and delay in project assessments come at a cost, including delaying renewable energy projects critical to combating climate change. They know that degraded ecosystems create risk, not resilience. They know that protecting the environment is essential to long-term productivity, livability and prosperity. As former Treasury Secretary Ken Henry put it in his recent address to the National Press Club, boosting productivity and resilience relies on environmental law reform, but the biggest threat to future productivity growth comes from nature itself, more particularly from its destruction. The Environmental Protection Biodiversity Act reforms have been coming for a long time. First created in 1999, they established a legal framework to protect, manage and preserve nationally and internationally significant flora, fauna, heritage sites and ecosystems. In 2020, Professor Graham Samuels AC's statutory review found our nature laws were outdated, ineffective and not fit to address future or current environmental challenges. It was damning. Since my election in 2022, I've called for a stronger EPBC, which will finally fix our broken environmental laws. However, these laws and reforms were overdue 3 years ago. They were overdue 2 years ago. Last year, they were overdue and they're overdue now. While I welcome the government finally acting, I'll be honest, the process is not appropriate. It is unacceptable to give a bill into the House with 1,500 pages of legislation and expect that the House should vote on this complex legislation within less than 7 days. I can't in good conscience say to my community of Wentworth that I have full confidence in this bill and all its contents within this timeframe. These reforms are complex, the devil is in the detail, and they require full scrutiny. But let me tell you, there are positive things about the reform, and I do want to acknowledge that. There are parts that represent real, albeit overdue, progress. Starting with higher standards. Higher, stronger standards, or national environmental standards, are the cornerstone of the Samuel Review's recommendations. This bill's introduction of new powers to create these standards and to require that decisions made by the Minister of the new Environmental Protection Agency align with them is a welcome and necessary reform. But while this mechanism is promising, its impact depends on the strength of the standards themselves. I understand they sit outside the Act. Transparency is limited. But if government wants to rebuild trust, the standards must face this sort of scrutiny. Secondly I believe we're going to get stronger enforcement through this law. One of the most welcome elements of the government's proposed EPBC reforms is the establishment of a new National Environmental Protection Agency with the authority and independence to enforce our environmental laws properly. The new agency will have the power to issue environmental protection orders requiring harmful activities to cease, to initiate both directed environmental audits and new compliance audits, and to use real-time tools to monitor breaches and respond effectively. These powers go to the heart of ensuring that the environmental protections are more than just words on paper. Equally important is the strengthening of penalties. Under the proposed reform, the agency will be empowered to seek to substantially increase fines, including civil penalties, up to a really significant $825 million in the most serious cases. Now, I think these are important both for the environment but also for business on the basis that bad actors in business make it worse for everybody. If people, if some businesses are trying to do the right thing and follow the right laws, and other businesses can get away without doing the right thing, then you just encourage good businesses to behave badly. Having stronger penalties and clear standards is a way to actually get better action across these and make sure that those bad actors can't sort of run a lower cost business model because there aren't significant penalties. This long overdue shift sends a clear message. Environmental harm will bring serious consequences. Then let's talk for business, and particularly around faster timelines. I welcome the government's introduction of a new streamlined assessment pathway under this legislation. It replaces overlapping, confusing stream with one coherent pathway, cutting duplication and delay. If implemented well, this streamlined model will help accelerate project timelines, provide greater certainty for proponents, and deliver stronger environmental outcomes, an essential balance in today's economic and ecological context. And secondly, let's talk about the assessment process, because I think we have the opportunity in these laws to have less ambiguity about approvals and assessments. So, for instance, clearer definition of what constitutes an unacceptable impact can also be beneficial for the environment and for business. Because business needs certainty to invest, they need certainty to put all the effort in to put forward an investment case. And if unacceptable impacts are very clear, then that makes it easier for businesses to make decisions. So for instance, under unacceptable incomes, if an impact would seriously impair the viability of a species or cause significant damage to critical irreparable habitat for the species' survival, then the approval cannot be gained. I believe these are sensible changes. They give a clear understanding of the boundaries while also strengthening environmental protections. Importantly, the government has also committed to introducing bioregional planning as a key part of the new environmental system, and I look forward to seeing these take shape. These regional power plans will provide strategic context for decisions at a landscape scale, proactively identifying areas that are suitable for development, those that are environmentally sensitive, and those where restoration is really needed. If done well, again, it could provide greater certainty and transparency for businesses, improve conservation outcomes, and help reduce delays and duplications in assessments. Because stronger, clearer standards can benefit both nature and business alike. Now let me move to my concerns with the bill. Whilst I commend the government on the introduction of the reforms, and I commend the government for engaging both with environmental groups and business groups, many of whom I have spoken with in the last week and have been on the main very appreciative of the constructive engagement that they have had with the government, there are still some very significant sticking points that could seriously harm the integrity and of this legislation and actually create harm for the environments that the laws are seeking to protect. So firstly, let's start with national interest approvals and proposal pathways. There are two provisions in this bill for national interest. The first, national interest exemptions, allows for approval of projects subject to conditions and a specific time frame as an expansion of an existing power. The Minister can consider a national security or a national emergency. I understand this is a break glass in case of emergencies clause with a statement of reasons published whenever it is used, and this does appear to be appropriate to me. However, I do hold deep concerns about the new power for national interest approvals or proposal pathways. This power allows the Minister to determine that if an action is in the national interest, it need not satisfy the 3 approval tests or can be exempt altogether. My concern, and this has been echoed by others in the crossbench and also by the environmental movement, is that this definition is too broad, discretionary and open to exploitation. This definition covers defence, security, strategic interests or international agreements, and then explicitly says this does not limit the matter the Minister may consider. So this is, again, a broad definition of national interest. I have a definition, I'm sure someone else has a different definition. There are all sorts of things that we may or may not agree are in the national interest. But having this sort of broad power in this bill, I think really creates a significant loophole and a great deal of uncertainty in the legislation. You know, it could, and these, as Ken Henry recently warned, there'll be a conga line of developers lobbying for this carve-out. And again, this ambiguity is not good for business. The second concern shared widely across Wentworth and the country is the continued exemption for continued native forest logging and the continuous use exemption allowing land clearing without federal approval. Currently, logging covered by the Regional Forestry Agreement is exempt from the EPBC Act. This exemption remains unchanged in this legislation. This is deeply disappointing. RFAs are not adequately protecting threatened species, and I do believe that the government knows this. The Forestry Corporation of New South Wales was recently taken to court for breaching its state laws. We know that without proper regulation, species like the greater glider, koala and grey-headed flying fox are heading for extinction. Since the EPBC Act commenced in 2000, more than 11.5 million hectares of land has been cleared, including 3 million hectares of remnant native vegetation. A University of Queensland study this year found most land clearing occurs without assessment of environmental impacts, worsening both the biodiversity and climate crisis. Even though forests are home to threatened species and logging and land clearing can wipe them out, these exemptions persist, and I do not believe that the government should have introduced these laws without dealing with these exemptions. I think they know that. I think they're leaving these open exemptions as a negotiating ploy, potentially with the Senate, and I think that is another reason why this bill it is not appropriate for that not to be included in this bill in the House. My next concern relates to transparency and independence. I'm pleased to see a NEPA, National Environmental Protection Authority, established, but I have real concerns about its independence. The Minister retains decision-making power and may delegate to NEPA, whose CEO will be appointed by the Minister of the day. That's not independence. The Samuel Review explicitly recommended against retaining such ministerial discretion. It undermines trust, transparency and enforcement. The NEPA must be truly the tough cop on the beat, independent, transparent and free from political influence. I do not think that in its current form, such independence is guaranteed and therefore may not provide the enforcement that our environment needs. My next concern relates to the Offset's proposed restoration fund. The Samuel Review criticised the overuse of biodiversity offsets, which should be used as a last resort. Instead, they've become the default. The new restoration fund risks creating a pay-to-destroy model, letting developers offset destruction with a cheque and shifting responsibility to the government. The New South Wales Biodiversity Offset Scheme has shown the pitfalls of this approach, with the funds accumulating but not being effectively spent. Western Australia's Pilbara region has seen similar issues. Offsets there is an argument, and I do see the argument for having some sort of fund here, but the use of offsets needs to be really strictly controlled and only genuinely used as a last resort, not a licence to destroy critical habitat. And finally, climate. I'm disappointed that climate is not properly considered in these reforms. Climate change remains the single greatest threat to Australia's biodiversity and nature, from rising ocean temperatures to floods, fires, droughts and extreme weather. While proponents must disclose their emissions and mitigation plans, they aren't required to be considered by the Minister or the EPA, nor independently verified. In fact, the legislation explicitly prevents the Minister from considering anything beyond the set approval tests. The government argues this is unnecessary because emissions are managed under the safeguard mechanism, but that's not managed effectively. The safeguard mechanism is relied on really heavily here, yet it is not effective enough in its current form to carry the burden. It needs to be expanded and fit for purpose. If the government was truly serious about recognising the climate impacts on nature, then they would be strengthening the safeguard mechanism alongside this bill to make sure that climate really, that those protections were really there, but they are missing. Finally, I want to acknowledge that the business community I have spoken to also have a number of concerns or changes that they would like to see in this legislation. I don't have time in this speech to go through them, but again, I think some of these are very valid and thoughtful concerns and should be addressed in the drafting of this absolutely mighty bill. So I understand that a number of constructive amendments have been put forward through the crossbench and to identify and manage some of the loopholes today. And I will also be moving some amendments. In conclusion, I am really torn, I'll be honest, whether to support this bill in its current form. The reforms are urgent to protect nature, urgent to enable clean energy, urgent to support productivity. I have been consulting widely with the business and environmental groups, and they are telling me to a person that these laws really matter and we have to get them right. I do believe on balance that this bill is better than what we have now. But given the very short time that I have to consult on this, it's hard for me, to hand on my heart, to tell that to my community with absolute certainty. I urge the government, there are opportunities to seriously improve the bill, and I do urge the government to engage seriously with the crossbench amendments that have been put forward in good faith, but also across the Parliament. I think there's an opportunity, and I also urge the Coalition, the Greens and all of the other parties in the Parliament to work on this bill, to get it better and to get it passed. It is urgent, it is important, but it still has a way to go.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. I call the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In Menzies, the electorate I am honoured to represent, we are blessed with a beautiful natural environment. The mighty Yarra River forms the northern boundary of the electorate. It runs through Warrandyte, where you can swim in the river or hike on the Gold Mines track. It runs around the beautiful Westerfolds Park, around the gardens of Heidi Gallery and Banksia Park. We've got great tracks for cycling and jogging like the Coonung Creek Trail and Gardeners Creek Trail. And we also have fantastic green spaces that are well loved by the community, like Ruffy Lake Park and Box Hill Gardens and Warrenjerry Walk. People in Menzies care deeply about the environment and they care deeply about the climate. Every Wednesday, people stand outside my electorate office holding signs and calling for stronger action on environmental protection. Groups like Menzies for Climate and the Australian Conservation Foundation, Eastern Rosellas, have become familiar faces in Menzies. They care deeply about the land, the rivers and the future, which we will leave behind to our children and our grandchildren. During the election campaign, you would see people like Sally from Menzies for Climate everywhere. She fights the good fight because she believes in protecting the environment. For her, it's personal. It's about the generations that follow, about her children and her grandchildren. And that is why I've always welcomed her and her group into my office to share their concerns and ideas. I've invited them to meet with the Special Envoy for Climate Change, Adaptation and Resilience, the member for Jagga Jagga, Kate Thwaites, so their voices can be heard at a national level. Because while we might not always agree, we have a shared commitment to the future of Australia's environment. And that is why it is important to make sure that people like Sally know that the Labor Party is the party for the environment. Every major environmental reform in Australia's history has been led by the Labor government. It was Labor that created Landcare, Labor that saved the Franklin, Labor that protected the Daintree and Kakadu, Labor that built the largest network of marine parks in the world, Labor that took real, measurable action on climate change. And once again, it is a Labor government that is taking the next great step to reform our national environment laws so that we protect nature for generations to come. Our current environmental laws are outdated, inefficient and ineffective. They do not work for nature, they do not work for business, and they do not work for communities. This was made clear in the Samuel Review, delivered 5 years ago to the then Minister for the Environment, who is now the opposition leader. The review laid out a comprehensive set of recommendations to fundamentally reform how environmental impacts and approvals are managed in this country. The Coalition government sat on the review. Then they teamed up with the Greens and the Liberals to block reform when we brought it in the last term of government. But we know reform is needed and we're acting. This bill is not just about protecting the environment, it's about safeguarding Australia's future, and it creates a system that can protect nature while supporting the economic projects that our nation needs. This package of bill remains faithful to the spirit of the Samuel Review. It is built around 3 key pillars. The first pillar delivers on the central recommendation of the Samuel Review: enforceable national environmental standards. The Minister will be able to set clear, legally binding standards for matters of national environmental significance. These standards will apply to every decision under the EPBC Act. The goal is consistency, certainty and continuous environmental improvement. Businesses will know the rules, communities will know their rights, and the environment will have guaranteed protection under law. To make sure the standards are never watered down, this bill includes a no-regression rule. The bill also makes it clear that some damage is simply unacceptable. Projects that cause unacceptable harm to protected matters will not be approved. These impacts cannot be traded away or offset. They must be avoided or mitigated before the approval is granted. And for those who ignore the law, there will be consequences. The bill introduces higher criminal penalties and a new civil penalty formula based on corporate law models. It establishes new environmental protection orders that can be issued in urgent situations to prevent or remedy serious harm. It expands audit powers to allow both compliance and directed national environmental audits. And it strengthens the ability of courts to impose proportional and meaningful penalties. The bill also introduces a new principle. Projects must deliver a net gain for the environment. Not just no net loss, but real improvement. Proponents with residual environmental impacts must compensate those impacts to a net positive outcome. They can do so either by delivering their own offsets or by paying a restoration contribution into a new Commonwealth fund. That fund will be used to deliver large-scale restoration projects that achieve the best outcomes for the environment. This approach is better for nature and it's more efficient for business. It allows for strategic, pooled investment in areas that need restoration most. The second pillar focuses on fixing a system that has become slow, inconsistent and confusing. Under the current EPBC Act, project assessments can take too long, with duplication between Commonwealth and state projects. These delays hold back investment in housing projects, in renewable energy projects, and they do not deliver better environmental results. This bill introduces large-scale bioregional planning. Instead of assessing projects one by one, we will map entire regions to identify development zones, conservation zones and areas in between. In development zones, projects will be able to proceed after registration with the Minister. In conservation zones, projects will be prohibited unless a specific exemption is granted. By working in close partnership with states and territories, bioregional plans will provide faster approval and better outcomes at a landscape scale. These reforms will also streamline assessment pathways. 6 outdated pathways will be replaced with one modern and efficient process, supported by a simplified environmental impact statement pathway. The new system will reduce approval timeframes by up to 20 days, cutting the statutory period from 70 to 50 days or less. This will save businesses time and the economy an estimated $500 million each year. The bill will also provide flexibility for urgent national interest projects. This includes in emergency situations such as natural disasters like bushfires, when land clearing may be needed to take place to protect further destruction. It may also be used in rare circumstances where a project is clearly in the national interest and the Minister provides a public statement of reasons. Approval can proceed even if all environmental standards are not yet met. It maintains accountability for the Minister, but it ensures there is some flexibility for exceptional circumstances. The third pillar delivers one of Labor's central election commitments, the creation of Australia's first National Environmental Protection Agency. I was out door knocking in Surrey Hills in the weekend just past, in my electorate of Menzies, talking to people about the need for an independent EPA. Again and again, people agreed it was a reform that Australia needed, a reform that was overdue. This new independent regulator will be responsible for compliance, enforcement and oversight across key environmental laws. The EPA will have statutory authority to issue permits, licences and enforcement actions. It will act independently of governments in its regulatory functions, ensuring that decisions are based on law and science, not politics. For the first time, Australians will have a national watchdog focused solely on protecting the environment. The EPA will also play a proactive role in helping businesses and the community understand their obligations. It will provide education and guidance, ensuring that compliance is achieved through support as well as enforcement. The EPA will also oversee the implementation of national standards under bilateral agreements with the states and territories, ensuring consistency across all jurisdictions. The bill also strengthens First Nations engagement in environmental decision-making. Traditional owners will be incorporated into environmental assessment and conservation planning. The Indigenous Advisory Committee will be formally consulted on the development of a national environmental standards relating to First Nations engagement. Deputy Speaker, this package of bills is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to reform our environmental laws. It builds on decades of Labor leadership and responds directly to the Samuel Review's call for comprehensive reform. The Greens and Coalition have a choice about whether to play a constructive role in protecting the environment and improving efficiency for projects of national significance. The Albanese Labor government is getting on with the job of reform. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Riverina.
Well, we've all attended those functions in our electorates, often Australia Day, one of our most important national days, where we've gathered together and sang "I Am Australian," that 1987 Bruce Woodley from the Seekers and Dave Newton from the Bushwhackers hit, which unites us all, which makes us feel really patriotic. And the second verse goes like this: I came upon the prison ship bound down by iron chains. I cleared the land, endured the lash and waited for the rains. I'm a settler, I'm a farmer's wife, on a dry and barren run, a convict, then a free man. I became Australian. Now, the way we're going to have to change a verse or add a verse, and it'll go something like this. I was elected on the back of a whole heap of Greens votes. I sipped latte, weaved baskets and welcomed illegal boats. I'm a protester, I'm a tree hugger on land that was once farmed, a dissident who bludgers off the taxes of hard-working Australians. Because that's where we've got to. That's where we've got to, Deputy Speaker. And we hear members opposite from the Australian Labor Party, the party that once represented those hard-working Australians, who come in here and use words in the Environment Protection Reform Bill 2025. There will be consequences, strong enforcement, stronger enforcement. And it's almost as if they want to take the big whack, the big stick, to those farmers who we celebrate in that song, I Am Australian. I am an Australian. And heaven help if my father, the late Lance McCormack, was still alive, because I know when he took over the farm in the 1960s, he dynamited trees out, so that he was one of those people who cleared the land, and he did it so that he could grow wheat. He did it so that he could help feed a hungry nation. And our farmers not only feed Australians, they feed many others besides. And I love this book. It's called Water into Gold. It's the 7th edition, 1946. It's written by Ernestine Hill, and she was a great Australian. 1899 to 1972. She was a journalist, a travel writer and a novelist. She was known for her various travels across Australia and her writings about diverse landscapes and cultures in the country. And in this particular book, which coincidentally, ironically perhaps, it's water damaged, but in chapter 4, and I want to read this into Hansard because it's so good, under the heading Apostles of Irrigation, she writes, in the early 80s, that's the 1880s, the fiery breath of a terrible drought seared the land. Western New South Wales and northwestern Victoria became barren wastes. Even the meagre 10 inches of rain a year that are heaven's tender mercies in this part of the world were denied. Day after day, for 5 years, the sun was a copper gong in cloudless skies, earth cracked with thirst and pallid with heat. Green had faded to brown, and little enough of that. The puny wheat withered on the stalk, and the stock were famished. On the Murray and Darling stations, the sheep died in their tens of thousands, perishing out on the plains, lying in rotting heaps on the very river banks, bloated with water and too weak to climb again for the feed they could not find. Skeleton poverty had the pioneers in its grip, and settlers everywhere were leaving their farms. Stark madness to send others to follow them. And, as though drought were not enough, a Pharaoh's plague of rabbits descended. The 5 fluffy, lovable little English rabbits that Captain Phillip had brought in a hutch to Port Jackson in 1788 had become 500 millions, an army of occupation marching west to the conquest of a continent, eating it bare as a billiard ball, honeycombing it to nightmare and multiplying all the way along. At dawn and twilight, the sheep pastures were a moving blur of rabbits. Every blade of hope went down before them. They demolished the leaves of the shrubs and the bark of the trees. They burrowed into the sandhills to devour the roots of the few cast-iron tussocks that held them together, leaving a trail of starvation and cirrhosis of blowing sand. Now, that was the 1880s, and yet we've managed the rabbit infestation. It wasn't just Captain Phillip. I think he probably gets a bad name there. A fellow called Thomas Austin also brought a whole heap of rabbits in for sport later on in the 19th century. But the point is this. We have politicians in this place, and in Macquarie Street in New South Wales in particular at the moment, who think that they can turn a land of droughts and flooding rains into something that resembles Europe all the time, of green hills and running rivers, and we know that Australia has ephemeral streams. We can't turn Australia into something that it wasn't designed to be, and nature will always have its way. Nature, her way I should say, it's Mother Nature, but she will always beat any efforts of Australians. We could do a whole lot more. We could build a whole lot more dams. I tried that. I built one in Tasmania with the good help of the then Liberal, and still Liberal thankfully, Tasmanian government, and thank you to Michael Ferguson and others for helping me in that task, but try to get other states, mainland states, to go with me on that journey was in fact, unfortunately, a lost cause. But the point is this. We've got a country where we now think it's wise and sensible to lock up, to leave to feral pests, rabbits, to weeds, and all in the name of nature. And we've also got this propensity to whenever we build something in this nation, and we used to be a nation of builders, we think we have to have these offsets, which aren't just covering perhaps the piece of land that is being taken up by the actual infrastructure we're constructing, but indeed a whole heap more. And it is just a nonsense, because these offsets, what we're doing is we're actually punishing companies and developers and people who want to construct such things as, heaven help us, aged care homes, and have offsets somewhere that's not even in the close proximity. And in this piece of legislation, if they don't do that, well, as the Labor members say, there will be consequences. Stronger enforcement will follow. And it's like the Labor Party doesn't want to build anything. I mean, they've got a housing minister who talks about the prospect of building 1 million homes. Good luck with that when we're at a state level preventing and stopping every forestry company and developer from ever trying to succeed. And I know that the Snowy Valleys Council within the Riverina electorate, which I have resumed representing in May this year, having represented it previously between 2010 and 2016. 70% of that economy in the Snowy Valleys Council area, Tumut, Talbingo, Tumbarumba, is underpinned by forestry. But if Labor has its way, I mean, they're totally against forestry. Why? I don't know. How are they going to build 1 million homes if we can't have our own successful, reliable, consistent and sustainable forestry industry providing the timber for those homes? Under Labor's policies, they'd have it all imported from overseas. I mean, to hell with the rainforest wherever it's coming from. To hell with Indonesia or whatever country that, quite frankly, is going to provide those imports to build those 1 million homes. What a fantasy. What a fallacy. I mean, 1 million homes. I mean, really, come on, get real. And then, of course, we've got this legislation before the House, which talks about offsets, and then we've got green activists. Green activists. Now, they are blocking every single project, whether it's gas, whether it's iron ore, whether it's forestry. No matter what project is proposed in this country, there are activists who want to stop it. Activists who want to abolish it, activists who are just loving this sort of legislation because it's right up their modus operandi. And we see in the Daily Telegraph only today that almost $1 million of taxpayers' money, that's all of our money that could otherwise be spent putting more aged care beds in hospitals, potential desks in classrooms to be filled by students, all those sorts of things that once were important. $11 million has been ploughed into the activist Environmental Defender's Office, helping fund bids to scuttle multi-billion-dollar gas and gold projects. Well, Labor, how do you feel about that? How do you feel about that waste of money? And this legislation before the House tonight ain't going to stop that. It's not going to prevent that. And what we're seeing is professional protesters, and I tell you what, they're everywhere, and they're protesting about everything. I mean, the previous speaker was talking about these wonderful people who came outside his electorate office and he invited them in, and good on him. I've done the same with the protesters that used to be Climate for Fridays, and then they became Peace for Sunday, Sundays for Peace. They stopped protesting about the climate when Labor took office in May 2022, because apparently the climate became a whole lot better when that occurred. And now they protest, the same people, they're just Greens, and now they're protesting about Gaza. Now they think that in Fitzmaurice Street, Wagga Wagga, we can solve a problem that has been going on for decades, if not centuries, in the Middle East. And some of their actions have been, quite frankly, despicable. but we move on. But what I would say to the previous speaker is perhaps he ought to tell those protesters who turn up every week outside his office, here's a thought, why don't you spend a few hours going and volunteering your time on a soup kitchen, on a care van, at St Vinny's, or doing something like that, instead of wasting your time outside the...
Order. Even though I'm very much enjoying the member's speech, unfortunately it is 7:30 p.m, so I propose the question that the House do now adjourn. and I call a member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak about further unlocking the full potential of the Capricornia region, and that begins with returning to a coordinated, properly funded approach to regional roads, one that delivers safer roads, stronger connections between communities and more reliable and efficient routes for the industries that power our region and add value to our Australian economy. Right now, under Labor, regional roads are being left behind. Funding is being cut, heavy renewable infrastructure is being hauled across roads that were never designed for that load, and now there's a proposal by Labor for lowering speed limits instead of fixing the problem. Deputy Speaker, this is not a solution, it's an admission of failure. Instead of investing in road safety, Labor's answer is to slow people down. That approach hits productivity, drives up freight costs, punishes regional Australians who already spend more time and money travelling long distances to access work, education, healthcare and other services. Communities like Clark Creek, Clermont, Moranbah, Dysart, Middlemount, Lotus Creek and Nebo know exactly what's going on. The problem isn't speed, it's neglect. Take the Fitzroy Development Road, for example. It's a vital freight and tourism corridor linking the Bowen Basin, the Bruce Highway and Western Queensland. Yet sections of this road remain in poor condition, narrow, crumbling and unsafe for the heavy vehicles that depend on it every day. Or the Peak Downs Highway, a lifeline for our mining workforce and freight operators. This road carries the economic pulse of our coal and resources sector, yet year after year, locals face dangerous overtaking conditions and pothole-riddled surfaces that put lives and livelihoods at risk. And of course, there's the Bruce Highway, the backbone of Queensland's transport network and the main connector for regional communities across Capricornia. Every upgrade here delivers huge benefits to local businesses, tourism and industry, but the pace of progress has slowed and we can't afford complacency. Investment in regional roads is one of the smartest and most productive investments any government can make. According to the Roads Australia and BIS Oxford Economics report, the total economic impact of the road industry in 2019 to 20 was $236 billion. That's direct and indirect value added to our economy. The road transport sector alone contributes around 4.5% of Australia's gross value added. Road investment delivers strong multiplier effects. It creates local jobs, supports small businesses, improves productivity and unlocks regional industries. Over the next 4 years, road construction nationally is expected to generate over $300 million in output and support more than 57,394 jobs nationally. And with major projects like the coalition-led $1.98 billion Rockhampton Ring Road project and continuing upgrades to the Bruce Highway, the Capricornia region will deliver back in spades for the economy for every shovel of construction. That's the power of roads done right. But roads are more than concrete and bitumen. They are lifelines for regional communities. They connect people to opportunity, ensure goods reach markets, enable emergency services to respond faster and keep our mining, agriculture and tourism industries moving. In Capricornia, our roads carry the economic heartbeat of the nation, from the coalfields of the Bowen Basin to the cattle country of the Fitzroy and the tourism destinations along our coast. When our roads fail, the entire nation feels it. That's why road funding should never be seen as a cost. It's an investment in productivity, prosperity and safety. The value of good roads extends well beyond their construction costs. Better roads means less travel time, safer journeys, improved access to markets and hospitals, and stronger regional economies. The opposite is also true when government neglects regional roads and lower speed limits instead of repairing them. We see increased travel times, reducing productivity for workers, families, higher freight and logistic costs, pushing up prices for consumers, and weaker competitiveness for our farmers, miners and manufacturers. That's the real cost of neglect. Regional roads just aren't infrastructure. They are the arteries of the Australian economy. And for a region like Capricornia, a region that feeds, powers and builds this country, we deserve our fair share of investment. We need a long-term coordinated regional roads approach that ensures local communities remain safe and supported. Deputy Speaker, the people of Capricornia are proud contributors to this nation's prosperity. All we ask is that Canberra invests back into the roads that makes our nation building possible. It's time to stop slowing down the bush and start building it up. Thank you.
I give the call to the member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. A telescope in the desert, a window to the universe, stars above and stars in science. That's what I'm talking about today. In the red dirt of Western Australia's Murchison region sits a telescope that's quietly reshaping our understanding of the universe. It's known as the Murchison Wide Field Array, or MWA. Recently, I had the privilege of celebrating its Phase 3 upgrade. This upgrade has boosted its sensitivity and data capacity, allowing scientists to peer deeper into space and go further back in time, right to the formation of the first stars and galaxies over 13 billion years ago. The MWA is a global collaboration involving 29 partners and hundreds of researchers. It's supported by Curtin University, the Commonwealth Government and international partners. It has also generated over $83 million in economic activity. And it's not just about astronomy. The MWA has spun off technologies that now power high-performance computing, data processing, and even remote sensing. These innovations are being used in fields far beyond space and science, from medical imaging to environmental modelling. The MWA is a symbol of what's possible when we invest in science, collaboration, and the future. One of the key partners in supporting the MWA is the Pawsey Supercomputing Centre, based in Perth, funded also by the Commonwealth as a CSIRO site. Also a partner of the new and extraordinary square kilometre array that will make WA an astronomy capital of the world. A place where raw data becomes insight, a place where petabytes of information from telescopes like the MWA are processed, analysed and transformed into knowledge. It is a hub for innovation. It supports researchers across astronomy, medicine, engineering and environmental science. It is home to some of Australia's most powerful supercomputers, including Centenix, named after the Latin word for quokka, another WA icon from Rottnest Island. There is much to say about this place from a scientific perspective. Its infrastructure is designed to reduce energy and use less carbon emissions. It uses groundwater cooling, solar energy and efficient data centres designed to minimise its environmental footprints. Imagine data centres connected by pipes and actually seeing fluid pumping through this. It's very impressive technology. It's proof that high-performance computing can be both powerful and responsible. Dr. Hurley Walker is a radio astronomer who has used data from the NWA to create the most detailed map of the southern sky ever produced at low radio frequencies. Her work has helped uncover hidden galaxies, dying stars, and cosmic phenomena that we're only just starting to understand. She was awarded the Nancy Mills Medal for Women in Science, a well-deserved recognition of her groundbreaking research and her commitment to mentoring the next generation of scientists. Dr. Hurley Walker is a star in science and she is based in WA and lives in the heart of Swan. But the Pawsey Computing Centre isn't just about space, it's also about Earth. One of its most exciting areas of work is environmental modelling. The Pawsey supports researchers who are tackling some of Australia's biggest environmental challenges, from climate change to biodiversity loss and water management. Take the work on carbon sequestration. Australia has a vast underground basins that could store millions of tonnes of carbon dioxide, but modelling these complex systems is complex and requires a huge amount of data and computing. Pawsey has partnered with researchers to simulate how carbon can move through rock formations and be stored safely, and how we can watch it over time. All of this, and including the MWA, Pawsey and Dr. Hurley Walker's research, environmental modelling, is possible because the Albanese Labor government invests in science. And under the Albanese government, that investment is growing. We accept science and know that we need that for research and innovation, and that it's central to Australia's future. Science isn't just a discipline, it's a promise to learn, to grow, to build a better future that is fairer, smarter and more sustainable.
The question is that the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On the 29th of August, I went to the meeting of the Wagga Wagga and District Greyhound Racing Club, and at that particular meeting I was impressed by the number of young families who went to the track for a night's sport and entertainment, but not only young families, a lot of young tradies. And I caught up with a group of them. They'd had quite a few bourbon and cokes by this stage of the evening, and they were very pleased to see me, trust me, and it was interesting. They wanted a few selfies and all the rest, and but what they through their I won't say alcohol-fueled or gambling-induced vision, but I tell you what, they were very, very proud of the fact that they were working on the reconstruction and refurbishment of the Eternal Flame in Wagga Wagga's Victory Memorial Gardens. And they went out of their way to tell me so. And it wasn't long after that that we reopened that particular honour roll and Eternal Flame. Council was successful, Wagga Wagga City Council, in applying for a $147,425 grant through the federal government Saluting Their Service Commemorative Grants program. And I thank the government for that and the funding. But the point that I want to make is that those young blokes were proud Australians, and they were very patriotic, and they were so very pleased that they were part of something that they felt was very historic and very special for our city, and indeed it is, because it honours the service and sacrifice of so many who've gone before us. And it wasn't long after that meeting, and then that rededication, that reopening of that particular important military monument, that we learned that the Wagga Wagga Greyhound track is due for closure. And the club has to show cause as to why it should remain open under a new rule from the Greyhounds New South Wales, following on a report handed to them. And they have spent $200,000 on kennelling. They have spent $20,000 on upgrading their canteen. This is all in recent months, not over a whole host of time, but just in recent months. They attract families. They've got 3 full-time employees and a casual, are all going to be out of work. But Wagga Wagga and Young, also in the Riverina, are among these closures, and it also affects Coonamble, Kempsey, Moree, Potts Park, Tamworth, Warhope and Young by the end of this year, and TAB tracks Wagga Wagga, Maitland and Broken Hill to follow by June 2026. Now, I tell you one thing. When you attack battlers, and that's what the people who attend Greyhound meetings are, when you have a crack at them, as the former Liberal National State Government found out, they don't like it. And even people who perhaps wouldn't have ever gone to a Greyhound meeting, they don't like it either, because they see people who are doing nothing more than just trying to have a night out, and they've improved the welfare of their sport immeasurably. And they needed to, but they have done that. And then you've got people like President Ben Talbot and his hard-working committee at Wagga Wagga and the club at Young and others besides being told that they can't race. Well, Greyhound New South Wales have got something coming to them. And so is the state government if it goes ahead with this, because Bruce Baird and Troy Grant and others found out the hard way when you go and you close down the industry as they did, and I can't understand why the Liberals in Tasmania are taking Greens votes by closing down greyhound racing in the Apple Isle. It just makes no good sense. People in country Australia are sick of copping it in the neck, and whether it's greyhounds or whether it's environmental laws or whatever the case might be, fewer doctors, no funding for roads, people have had a gutful. And woe betide the New South Wales state government if it then endorses this ill-thought-out, ill-conceived, stupid report that has been presented to Greyhound New South Wales suggesting that all of those tracks close. Because why should they? Why shouldn't they have a sport which in Wagga Wagga has been going for 98 long, successful years? Why shouldn't they be able to continue the lease? The Wagga Wagga Showground wants them. They're doing a great job for sport, for entertainment, for families and the young tradies. This is an outrage, shouldn't be tolerated, and good luck to the Wagga Greyhound Club to remain open.
The question is that the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the member for Tangi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Wendy's husband, Keith, was diagnosed with dementia when he was only 52 years old. After Keith was diagnosed with younger onset dementia, he stopped working because he was finding his job too difficult. Dementia can be very lonely. Wendy and most of Keith's friends were still working. Keith did some volunteer work, but he missed being with his peers. One day, Wendy and Keith were invited by City of Melbourne in my electorate of Tangi to give a talk about their experiences with younger onset dementia. At the end of the talk, someone asked Keith if there was one change he could make to make himself, what would it be? And Keith replied, a cafe for people with dementia and their carer that would offer fellowship and support. 6 weeks later, Keith and Wendy attended the City of Melbourne first Memory Cafe. Fast forward 9 years later, last month I was honored to attend the Memory Cafe 9th anniversary and see how this cafe is so meaningful to so many people in our Tangi community. In Tangi, there are more than 3,300 people living with dementia. The prevalence of dementia is higher in Tangi than in most parts of Western Australia. Dementia Australia reports that in 2054, there will be 7,300 people in Tangi living with dementia, an increase of 116%. The people I met at the cafe were some of the 433,300 people across Australia living with dementia. The carers I met were a few of the estimated 1.7 million people in Australia involved in the care of someone living with dementia. Keith has sadly passed away. But at the Memory Cafe, I have the chance to meet up with his wife, a Tangi resident, Wendy, and listen to her story. I want to say a thank you to the City of Melbourne for organizing this monthly cafe and to Westfield Borogun, who partner with the city and sponsors all their coffees for free. The Memory Cafe meets monthly and welcome both new and familiar faces and friends. Wendy said her husband Keith looked forward to it every month. They make friends with other couples where one or the other partner was also living with dementia. The cafe helped maintain social connections, an important part of keeping the brain active and looking after brain health. Maintaining brain health also includes looking after your body, including physical exercise, taking care of your heart, and looking after how you eat and what you drink. Wendy told me how Keith sometimes felt a little awkward when he began to struggle using a knife and a fork and with his glass. He became embarrassed and afraid to be out in the public. The Memory Cafe gives him an opportunity to be comfortable among other people who face similar challenges. Wendy still attends the cafe, catching up with friends and supporting people who have just joined the group. I admire everyone's warmth and care. I congratulate the cafe on 9 years of success and support and friendship to all the communities. I want to close by Wendy's word on the importance of community groups for people with dementia. It is about creating situation for the person living with dementia to live well. Anything that makes the person living with dementia feel part of the group. The carers got lots of joys seeing their loved one live well. Thank you very much.
Question is that the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Every day when I'm speaking to constituents in my community of Lindsay and Western Sydney, one of their top concerns is the astronomical cost of power. In my community and right across Western Sydney, in fact right across the country, we're paying $1,300 more for energy this year compared to when the Albanese Labor government took office in 2022. It is a shame, and shame on them. Shame on you for doing that. $1,300 in 3 years. It shouldn't be a joke, but it is. This government is treating everyday Australians as jokes and taking them for granted. It's no small sum of money for many hard-working everyday Australians who live in Lindsay, from Penrith to St Mary's and Londonderry down to Luddenham. So many people across the country right now are picking up a second job just to make sure they can cook dinner for their kids and keep the lights on. Seniors are struggling under the cost of living pressures. I can see people as I walk down my high street of Penrith living on the streets, double-income families lining up at food banks. And I'm particularly worried about seniors in these hot summer days ahead when they're having to make that choice about turning on the air conditioning or not. I'll tell you who needed the $275 reduction in power prices by 2025 from 2022 levels. It's these Australians, the ones I proudly fight for every single day in this place and in my community. In my most recent community survey, Lindsay residents said they overwhelmingly reject net zero by 2050, with less than a quarter supporting it. Almost 90% of Lindsay people said their energy bills have increased, with nearly half saying this has actually severely impacted their standard of living. Energy prices have soared 40%. How does the government think its renewables-only approach to energy production in this country will keep our manufacturers here? A future made in Australia? That's what the Prime Minister is saying when he runs across the country, putting on a hard hat for a few pictures before he heads off overseas. A future made in Australia under this Labor government's ideological obsession for renewables, that is contempt for Australian industry. Manufacturers are being suffocated by the bills piling up because of Labor's abandonment of the 24/7 baseload power that they need to power manufacturing in this country. And I've been on many manufacturing floors across Western Sydney, and they all tell me the same thing. Energy prices have increased so much under the Albanese Labor government that they just don't know what to do. Mascot Steel in Penrith, their energy costs are up more than 40%. Local small businesses have told me their costs have doubled since 2022. Austral Bricks said they're trying to play their part in reducing emissions, but the solar they produce only powers the office, not their manufacturing that we so need in the building of homes across this country. Do you know what fires Austral Bricks kilns to create thousands of bricks per day for new homes across Western Sydney? It's gas. They need a lot of it. They need more gas, and we need to be pumping more gas into the system. We need to be keeping it for our own domestic consumption. This will lower power prices right now for families and businesses right across Australia. More than half of my community said affordable energy is the top priority. Gas will help with this. For the sake of Australian industry, we need a sensible, pragmatic energy policy that puts more gas in the system and ensures reliability and affordability. A third of Lindsay residents said 24/7 baseload power was important, with almost 11% saying reducing emissions was their priority, only 11%. The best solution to these two wants is nuclear energy. Scores of countries use nuclear energy or are in the process of creating nuclear power stations. How else will we power the data centres of the future that we can use? And in Western Sydney, when we're looking to the future, we are talking about the data centres of the future. People in this country want to be storing our data at home, not offshore, but we need power right now. That power is drawn from our local energy grids. My community recognises the need for nuclear energy in the future, and that's why my results in my survey came across strong, with results in the 70% wanting the ban on nuclear energy to be lifted. It's time that Labor fesses up that their renewables-only tirade must come to an end, and for the sake of Australians, everyday Australians in my electorate of Lindsay and Western Sydney and right across this country. Labor, listen to the sensible calls of the Lindsay electorate. Put cheaper, reliable, 24/7 baseload power before your own ideological obsessions.
Question is that the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to celebrate 3 outstanding sports clubs right across my electorate of Bennelong. I'd first like to welcome home the Ride Dragon Boat Club, the Auroras, who represented Australia at the 17th World Dragon Boat Championships in Germany recently. 17 young individuals engaged in a rigorous training schedule which was managed alongside school, work and interpersonal commitments. This year, the championships were the largest ever, with 4,000 athletes from 33 countries. Almost all of Ride Dragon Boat's Auroras who were competing achieved a bronze, silver or gold medal, with some participants being as young as 16. And this was a club that only started during COVID, Deputy Speaker, a young club sending athletes across the world, winning gold, silver and bronze for Australia. Congratulations to them, and it's so important to recognise that these events and that all this training and this travel cannot happen without the dedication of families, volunteers and staff, including head coach George Dimachand and Chair Karina Wotherspoon, so a massive shout out to them. And it doesn't stop there. I can let the House know that the Lane Cove Swim Club, based at Lane Cove Aquatic Centre, was recently named Club of the Year in the Metropolitan category by Swimming New South Wales. This 2025 accolade comes hot off the heels of their huge win in 2024, where they were crowned Australian Swim Club of the Year. Whilst these are outstanding testaments to the club's extraordinary approach, it comes as no surprise. Lane Cove Swim Club grew exponentially since COVID, quickly becoming the largest club in New South Wales and the 3rd largest swim club in Australia. They've produced champions who personify the bright future of swimming, like national medalists Eliza Damien and Harrison Reid. President Joshua Baker, who led his team to its accolades, was asked how the club achieved its feats, and he said, Deputy Speaker, that they're not there for the widespread fame and fortune. We are inextricably linked to their community, and Lane Cove is a fantastic community which I am now so lucky to represent. And there's no doubt about that, because inclusivity is paramount to their club. They cater for any swimmer, from babies to the elderly. All Lane Cove residents are given an opportunity to stay active. Mr Baker recently shared with me the story of Samantha Pratt, who has lived a story of inspiration, dedication and comeback. Supported by the New South Wales Institute of Sport Para Unit and head coach Jacob Curcio, Samantha followed a hiatus from swimming with spectacular performances at the 2025 Australian Short Courts Championships, claiming a gold and a silver medal, Deputy Speaker. I couldn't be prouder of the Lane Cove Swim Club as both a model sports club and a leader in community engagement for those who just want to dip their toe in and give swimming a go for a bit of exercise to those who do it competitively. Another great community club, Deputy Speaker, is the Eastwood Rugby Club, the Woodies, and didn't they have a great season in 2025? The Woodies are a club that is built on excellence and development and young talent, and one with a very strong connection to Eastwood and Bennelong. They're renowned for fostering a culture of inclusion and belonging, which is essential to making sure our young local athletes stay active and that they're supported. For years, the club has been actively investing in the development of their players, and this year it has meant great results on the field. At the junior level, both the under-15 and under-17 teams reached their respective finals, with the under-15s crowned state sevens champions at Mudgee. Their success was guided by coach Matt Gonzalez, an Australian Olympic sevens representative. And the big one, Deputy Speaker, the Woodies celebrated winning the Colin Caird Shield, the club's first premiership in a decade. This was a true team effort right across the club, led by coach Graham Harrison and captain and clubman of the year, Ben Rosada, who also celebrated his 150th game for the Woodies earlier this season. Lockie Shelley is another remarkable young talent, Deputy Speaker, who finished as the top try scorer across the Shoot Shield competition. And also a shout out to the women's rugby program at the Woodies, who have continued to build momentum and grow. They are currently preparing for the Dubai Sevens. The Ride Dragon Boat, Lane Cove Swing Club, Eastwood Rugby Club have embodied the spirit of Bellelong brilliantly. As their MP, I'm determined to continue to represent them and back them because I know they back our local community.
Okay, I'll just check. I call the clock.
Government business, order of the day number 3, Environment Protection Reform Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Curtin.
Question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Riverina in continuation.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And in the contribution just before the adjournment, I referenced a book called Water into Gold. And the book in the same chapter I referred to earlier talks of Alfred Deakin. And of course, we all know he was a Prime Minister of this country 3 times over. And the book quotes saying, from the threshold of his brilliant career, Alfred Deakin looked far into the future and saw the bare and blinding desert transmuted by industry and intelligence into orchards and fields of waving grain. And one wonders what our pioneers would think of our country now, where we lock up vast tracts of arable farmland and we leave them to pestilence. One wonders what they would think when they see some of the pristine farmland being carpet-bombed with wind turbines of the height of 260 metres, almost as tall as one Barangaroo Crown Casino, Sydney. One wonders what they would think when they saw solar panels in factories as far as the eye could see. In one project in particular, right beside Yass, it was going to be bigger than the town itself. And you know, you look at those World War I pioneers who went out to a veritable wilderness called Griffith and Surrounds and turned a parched wasteland into one of the finest food bowls the world has ever known. And they did it by using their hard work, their tenacity, the sweat of their endeavours, and indeed, but for that Murrumbidgee irrigation area, one wonders how our food supply would be. Now, this particular bill, the Environmental Protection Reform Bill, it does speak to national security, or it should, national food security, because I think one of the greatest moral challenges of our time, in fact the greatest moral challenge, is in fact to grow food to feed a hungry world. But this bill is not addressing that issue. Labor's reforms were made out to be the solution to Australia's productivity problem, and we do have a productivity problem. We also have a planning problem, yet they actually do the opposite. They're making it harder, making it more costly and taking longer for proponents to have applications processed. And if that's what this bill does, then this is why the writers of this bill need to go back to the drawing board. We've got hundreds upon hundreds of pages of legislation that we're supposed to be able to read and then determine, decipher and pass legislation in a matter of days. This is ridiculous. This is nonsense.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I rise to support this bill, and of course I support this bill. We've been talking about this bill for a number of years. Our environment laws need reform. There is no doubt
that they need reform. They are archaic. They're obviously not working. We've seen businesses with no certainty. We've seen the environment that, again, has no certainty, and a community that is affected by it. So, Deputy Speaker, we need environmental laws that are effective and of course, unified and capable of restoring what's been lost. Now, I'm not saying that we restore what's being lost and to get back to a point where we were perhaps 200 years ago. That'll be impossible. But doing so doesn't mean that we have to do it at the detriment of agriculture, industry, etc. And hearing the other side talk about everything from the decimation of farming, wheat growing, sheep grazing is just ridiculous. We know that's not the case. This is about sensible policy. This is about policy that gives surety to, as I said, to the environmental causes and also to industry. Deputy Speaker, every day we delay passing of these laws, we see the environment suffer, we see business suffer, and most importantly, we also see the community suffer, because they're the ones that are missing out either perhaps some infrastructure because the laws aren't there to actually give you certainty to say, yes, this project can go along, or no, it can't, or the detriment of the environment because something has gone ahead that shouldn't have gone ahead. This is important legislation, and it's legislation that was commissioned by this side, by the coalition side, when they were in government more than 5 years ago. We heard today Samuels, who was the author of this report, come out and say, get out of the way to the parties that are stalling this. This is important legislation. Deputy Speaker, I meet with many constituents, everything from industry to community groups, to environmentalists, to people who are committed to the environment, and people who are sensible in that middle ground, who understand the importance of the environment, who understand the connection of the environment and to our community, but also the connection of environment to businesses. And there's businesses that understand that as well. And we've heard today, I'm not going to go through them, but many of the speakers quote some of those businesses saying that this is sensible policy. I want to acknowledge many dedicated constituents in my electorate who I meet with regularly, and I just want to mention a small number of them here tonight. And firstly, I want to mention Richard Bentley, a tremendous volunteer and member of LEAN and the Australian Conservation Foundation. He links me up with the Australian Conservation Foundation with what their views are, what their thoughts are, and he absolutely is committed to the environment and to ensuring that we preserve the environment. Secondly, I want to mention Rose Dow from the Walkerville Bush Care Volunteers Group. Previously, this group were winners of the Town of Walkerville Award for Active Citizenship for their 3 decades of work restoring sites along the River Torrens. Those of you that know South Australia and Adelaide would know that the River Torrens runs right through the middle of the city. And I suspect that's, well, I don't suspect, we know that's why the city was planned by Colonel Light where it is, because of the River Torrens. They have done some incredible work restoring sites along the linear park in at the River Torrens. And I've gone out with them and we've organised community groups to restore plants, to ensure that we clean up rubbish. Absolutely committed people, middle of the road people. We're not talking about people that lie in front of bulldozers and do all sorts of things. These are middle of the road people that are involved in business, in industry, have full-time jobs, but are committed to the environment. And the group has beautified our area, or my area, that I represent, while protecting and bolstering the biodiversity along the River Torrens. And it's been my pleasure, as I said, to take part with them in rubbish collections, planting native plants where they once grew, and I thank them all deeply for their volunteering efforts. It's also my privilege to mention and thank Jasper Lee, Matt Martin and the team from Electrify Adelaide for their enthusiasm for educating the public about the environmental health and financial benefits of home electrification. And it was great to join all these people, Richard, Rose, Matt, Jasper, along with Minister Bowen in August at the Walker's Arms Hotel to hear about our battery rollout. And I look forward to engaging with them and being able to brief them on this bill and the importance of the rollout of this environmental bill. Indeed, the package of bills is the result, as I said, of extensive consultation over 5 years with key stakeholders across resources, renewables, property, environment, First Nations, agriculture and forestry group. These bills have been crafted with intention, purpose and balance, Deputy Speaker. Intention, purpose and balance between environment and the economy. And they deliver three key improvements. Stronger environmental protection, which we desperately need, not just the environmental protection, but restoration as well. More efficient and robust project assessments and greater accountability and transparency in decision-making. Deputy Speaker, these reforms respond directly to the independent review led by Professor Graham Samuels in 2020, which found the current EPBC Act is failing our environment. Not only does it fail the environment, but specifically for the opposition, it's also failing businesses. It's failing businesses and communities. It's failing businesses because there's no certainty. If you're a business, you want certainty. You want to know what you can invest in, what the parameters of the laws are, what your scope is. But unfortunately, because this legislation is being stalled, unfortunately because this legislation started more than 5 years ago from the other side when they were in government and nothing was done on it, it was just a report that they sat on, businesses don't have that certainty. And that's why the majority of businesses are backing our plan. And let's not forget, as I said, it was the opposition who commissioned that review and then sat on it and did nothing. And it's taken a Labor government to actually put it into action so we can get that certainty, so businesses know exactly where they stand and can make future decisions on behalf of their investors or their business, and the community can benefit out of better reforms for our environment to ensure that the degradation of the environment, which has been taking place, ceases or slows down, and that we restore the environment as well. Deputy Speaker, as I said, it's now under our government that the report is being used as it was intended to be. I've got to say that the Labor Party is the party of environmental progress. It's this side of politics that makes history for Australia. We're also the party that has addressed the threat of climate change, built the world's largest network of marine parks and protected treasures like Daintree and Kakadu. Deputy Speaker, when you look back and look at the opposition, what did they do? They commissioned a report and then it sat on the shelf. It was commissioned and it sat on the shelf. In fact, they're still arguing whether climate change is real. That's the extent of where we are. In fact, they remind me, and I've said this many times in this House, the world's moved on. We know that we have to protect the environment. We know that we need action on climate change. We know that we have to actually take action and do something. Not just us. When I say we, I don't mean we here. I mean Australia as a whole. Australia as a whole. The world has moved on. And when I look at the opposition with their arguments about climate change and the environment, it reminds me of those Japanese soldiers in World War II that were left behind in caves and hid and were found many years after still thinking the war was on. And everyone was saying to them, it's okay, the war's over, you can come out, no one's going to arrest you, no one's going to put you in prison. But they kept on wanting to fight. That's the analogy, that's what they remind me of. The world has moved on. Everyone has moved on. The only people that haven't moved on is the Liberal Party and the Coalition, the Liberal Party and the Nationals, who don't want to accept that Australia has accepted that there is a climate revolution, that we need to make changes and we need to do so for the next generations of Australians. And I don't want to be in this place and have my grandchildren say to me, what did you do when you were in Parliament? Did you speak out for the environment? If it's degraded and if we do nothing and it disappears from under our feet. So, Deputy Speaker, we're taking the environment seriously. We've increased penalties. There's a formula that will apply, and there's also education that will take place with businesses. Businesses and industries will no longer be left in limbo during environmental assessments. State and territory agencies will be able to conduct assessments on behalf of the Commonwealth while upholding Commonwealth standards. Deputy Speaker, we can provide protection. We can assure all communities across Australia with certainty and with passion and with strength that these areas will be protected, Deputy Speaker. That is important, that we give Australian public, businesses and everyone involved the surety that they deserve. And let this be the moment we choose to lead on the environment. Let this be the moment we choose to care, and let it be the moment that we actually choose to act. And I hope the other side join us in acting.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Canning.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Australia is facing a productivity crisis, and our national productivity has dropped to near the bottom of OECD rankings, just ahead of Mexico. If you look at the Harvard Index of Economic Complexity, you'd also see that in the last 30 years, we've dropped from 62nd in 1995 to 105 this year, and that's out of 149 nations. So if you look at all these different metrics, we are dropping behind, and it should alarm every Australian because productivity drives our economy. It's what drives wages, it drives job creation, and productivity drives our national prosperity. And yet this Albanese government is pushing ahead with environmental law reforms that will make a bad situation far, far worse. And that's why we don't support this bill. Labor's proposed changes to the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act, known as the EPBC Act, will slow down investment, send projects offshore. It will continue that rapid deindustrialisation that we're witnessing right now, and it will put more Australian jobs at risk. And some industry groups have said that these reforms are worse than the laws we've had for 26 years. I think that's a pretty damning indictment on this bill. So let me relate this back to my electorate of Canning, where I live. Back home in the Peel region, industry just isn't part of the economy, it's part of our identity. And Alcoa has operated in our region for decades with the Huntley and Willowdale bauxite mines. You also have the Pinjarra and Wagerup refineries. We're going to have a gallium plant, which Prime Minister Albanese and President Trump announced in Washington, DC a few weeks ago. That'll be right in the heart of my electorate. And just to the southeastern border, we also have Australia's largest gold mine, Newmont, as well as South 32's Worsley alumina refinery operation as well. So the Peel region, which I represent, relies upon heavy industry for local jobs. And if you go to any of our school graduations, if you go to a lot of our charities, you'll actually find that Alcoa sponsors a lot of the prizes given to kids at the end of the school year, and they're also behind a lot of the charitable donations that are made towards our volunteer groups. So it's really important that we keep these jobs and we keep this heavy industry in this country. It contributes millions to our economy and it plays a vital role in our community. Very proud for my kids to go to school with Alcoa families. And my son, last year, his basketball coach was an Alcoa dad who works at the Pinjarra refinery. And it was great to just see what difference Alcoa has made across the community, right even in our basketball team. It's a cornerstone of our community and it's a symbol of what strong, stable industry looks like. But under Labor's reforms, businesses like Alcoa will face more red and green tape, longer delays and greater uncertainty. We've already seen the Kwinana refinery close down and a lot of people were affected with their jobs. I've spoken to some of the workers who took redundancies, not because they wanted to, but because they were forced to. And we've also lost an important part of the Alcoa operation on our west coast. But these changes proposed in this law will make it harder to get projects approved, and even if they are approved, they'll carry greater risk. The proposed Environmental Protection Authority would have sweeping powers to issue indefinite stop work orders. That's not oversight, that's overreach. And yet, whilst this government claims to have a productivity agenda, this bill suggests otherwise. Now, the government says they've introduced this legislation in October. Despite previously saying it wouldn't come before Christmas. And now they're rushing it to pass it in the final sitting weeks of the year, with barely 2 weeks for consultation. It's reckless, it's rushed, it's wrong, makes a mockery of this whole parliamentary process. But the reason why we have committee work is to make sure that the laws that are passed are examined with due diligence and that laws are amended through that committee process as required. I support strong environmental protections, and I've stood up for my community over the last few years. I opposed a dredge of the Pilharvey estuary because we have a lot of local fishermen. We have a very unique habitat there that needed protecting, and I support our local environment. I want to protect it, like the beautiful forestry we have up in Dwellingup, which abuts a lot of Alcoa's operations. Like everything in life, there are trade-offs, and I acknowledge that there are environmental groups who are opposed to Alcoa operations, but we have to find the balance, and we have to have strong local industry, we have to have strong jobs, but we also have to protect the beautiful Jarrah forests that we enjoy in Western Australia. We all want to preserve the natural beauty of our country and our local environment, but we also need laws that support industry, jobs and growth and productivity, because we need Australia to be competitive, we need it to be productive, we need it to be prosperous, and we need it to be secure. Mining and manufacturing pay for our hospitals, our schools, our roads and essential services, and WA does a lot of heavy lifting. Western Australians are proud of what we've achieved through our resources sector. Some like to brag about it. I just think it's a really positive contribution to the country, and it means that with horizontal fiscal equalisation, which guarantees uniform services across the states, a lot of that is funded by the resources sector in Western Australia, and we're proud of that. In the 2023-24 financial year alone, mining companies contributed nearly $60 billion in taxes and royalties, and that's what funds the services Australia rely on every single day. I think of my community, where NDIS needs are quite significant, and I have an ageing population as well, and aged care is a critical thing that we all need, and our industry funds those essential services. Now, Labor's reforms threaten those things. They risk sending investment offshore and locking Australia into a downward spiral, a downward economic spiral where we become less and less productive and less prosperous. Now, if Labor does a deal with the Greens, who want to ban all coal and gas projects, I mean, this is sort of economic vandalism if we ever saw it, we'll see even more damage done to the economy. Now, Labor calls that environmental stewardship, but we call it economic sabotage. Now, the Business Council of Australia has also raised serious concerns, and their CEO, Bran Black, said the EPBC system must support economic growth. But I think it's clear that this government is not listening. Instead, they're creating a bureaucratic monster, a massive monolith, and a new EPA with unchecked powers and no clear accountability. It goes far beyond what was recommended in the independent review led by Graham Samuel. That review called for a commissioner, not an unaccountable authority. But in its current form, the EPA would act as both assessor and auditor, marking its own homework. The CEO would be a statutory appointment with no binding statement of expectations and no clear KPIs. The only person who could dismiss them would be the Governor-General. And I think all of us here believe in the sovereignty of the Parliament, and I think vesting the CEO with that sort of authority is a massive mistake. It's a massive mistake. Now, we've heard statements like the Minister claiming that these reforms would prevent mining under Uluru, and I think it's a pretty poor attempt to sell a bad policy with a fantastical and nonsensical example. No one is proposing to mine under Uluru. What we need here is serious policy and not political theatre. And Deputy Speaker, that's why the Coalition will fight to amend these laws.
We will stand up for industry, for jobs and for the communities that rely on them. We'll be thinking about the families who rely on the jobs across this country that this bill will impact. And I think of the families I represent in the Peel region in Western Australia. We will protect the prosperity that comes from hard work, investment and responsible development. And back home, we know the value of industry. We know what it means to have stable jobs, strong businesses, and a future built on productivity and competitiveness. It's very clear the world is getting more and more competitive. Nations are investing more and more in their energy security rather than emissions reduction. And Australia's got to wake up. People like to say we are the lucky country. Well, I like to quote Lee Kuan Yew, the Prime Minister of Singapore, who said, this isn't a game of cards. We've got to fight for our future, and we've got to be good stewards of what we have and invest in the future so that our kids and the kids that follow them will have the same prosperity and security that we have. And I think Labor's reckless reforms in this bill put all of that at risk, which is why I oppose it. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Bean.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Every day this House sits, we members are called upon to make decisions. It can be hard to fully articulate the full role of a Member of Parliament, but this particular thing, coming into this place and making decisions, is the one non-negotiable part of being a member of this place, of representing a community in this place. Today, with this bill before us, we all have an important decision to make. A decision to, on the one hand, to act to protect our environment and reform a broken system, or the alternative is a decision to do neither, to keep our environmental protections in their current parlous state and to abandon any sense of proportion in decision-making and give in to the political fetishes of either partisan extreme. That and that alone is the decision before us this evening. So I rise today to speak to and support the Environment Protection Reform Bill 2025. This important bill represents the fulfilment of a promise made by this government to the Australian people. This bill is absolutely necessary. Our current systems of environmental protection are hopelessly and completely broken. We know this thanks to the report of Professor Graham Samuel, a distinguished, accomplished and respected Australian. His 2020 review was clear. Our current laws are ineffective and not fit to address current or future environmental challenges. But this bill implements the totality of the recommendations of the Samuels Review. Now, Deputy Speaker, the question of protecting our environment sits at the forefront of my concerns about the future of Australia. I'm the member for the seat of Bean, an electorate which is largely comprised of national parks and protected areas encompassing the southern districts of the Australian Capital Territory, pristine alpine wildernesses possessing ecological values and a biodiversity found in few other places. Bean also takes in the National Park and Marine Park on and surrounding Norfolk Island. Many are unaware of the unique and remarkable ecosystem which sits right here in the ACT, let alone that on Norfolk Island. To see these areas preserved and protected in an effective and systemic way is what I'm committed to achieving through supporting this important bill. Deputy Speaker, under the proposed reforms, the Albanese government will establish the nation's first ever independent National Environmental Protection Agency. This marks a significant milestone in environmental governance and will stand as a proud legacy of the Labor Party, fulfilling a key election commitment that was passionately supported and campaigned for by branch members right across the country. The newly created National EPA will be a strong and independent regulator with a clear mandate to ensure better compliance with and stronger enforcement of Australia's new environmental laws. Crucially, it will operate independently of the Minister in exercising a range of powers, including overseeing compliance and enforcement, managing project conditions, and auditing state and territory processes for environmental assessments and approvals. These functions will be measured against newly established national environmental standards, ensuring consistency and accountability across jurisdictions. It is proposed that the National EPA will take on a broad and impactful role, including responsibilities for education, compliance and enforcement. It will also be tasked with issuing permits and licences and assessing projects while setting approval conditions under delegation from the Environment Minister. This reform represents a major step forward in protecting Australia's natural heritage and ensuring that environmental decisions are made transparently, independently and in the public interest. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to return to the review undertaken by Professor Samuel 5 years ago. Professor Samuel's review highlighted a troubling reality. For some bad actors, breaching environmental laws is simply treated as a cost of doing business. While the majority of proponents do the right thing and comply with the law, Australia needs modern, fit-for-purpose tools to respond effectively to the most serious breaches. The proposed reforms aim to strengthen the legal framework by increasing penalties for the most significant violations of environmental legislation. These changes will empower courts to respond proportionately to the most egregious breaches, ensuring that serious non-compliance is met with serious consequences. These reforms are designed to ensure breaches are properly managed, wrongdoers are held accountable, and bad actors are deterred from viewing non-compliance as a routine business expense. Deputy Speaker, this bill and these reforms formally embeds the participation of First Nations people in environmental governance by establishing the Indigenous Advisory Committee as a key mechanism for consultation and input. This ensures that Indigenous perspectives and knowledge systems are actively considered in environmental decision-making processes. Additionally, the reforms grant the committee new statutory advisory roles, particularly in shaping national environmental standards and contributing to decisions around species listings and conservation planning. These changes strengthen the role of Indigenous voices in shaping Australia's environmental future. Deputy Speaker, there have been many good contributions right across this debate, and it should be clear the direction in which this Parliament should go. But let me make this point. A bill which will enshrine the protection of environment is here before us. A historic opportunity is here, waiting for us to take it up. Let us wait no longer. Let us not wait another 5 years. Support and pass this critical bill.
And I give the call to the member for Flynn.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak about the Environment Protection Reform Bill 2025. Now, a moment ago I listened to my colleague, the member for Canning, and he spoke that bills in this Parliament should be treated with due diligence, and I agree with that. That's absolutely right, Deputy Speaker. But what have we got here? We've got the explanatory notes to this bill, and here they are. There's 1,500 pages, and we've had a few weeks to examine that, and that's quite an appalling situation to give that amount of scrutiny to such an important piece of legislation. Now, I'll quote from an old friend of mine, Winston Churchill. Never met him, but an old friend nonetheless. And he said, this report, by its very length, protects itself from ever being read. And that's absolutely right. The set of bills, the explanatory memorandum, as I said, is 1,500 pages or thereabouts. However, you don't have to read very far into this bill, Deputy Speaker, to come to the conclusion that the devil is in the detail. This legislation is a prime example of how the government is wanting to pick and choose winners to suit their own agenda, primarily their reckless rollout of renewable energy. The legislation is giving the government the green light to speed up the destruction of our environment and the social fabric of our regional communities by providing the minister with autocratic powers
to ram through renewable energy approvals if they wish. And that's spelled out on page 2 of the explanatory memorandum, and I'll quote from it. The Reform Bill would amend the EPBC Act to provide a framework for the Minister to make, vary and revoke national environmental standards and apply such standards to decision-making under the Act across various approval decision pathways. The Minister will be supported by the creation of more government bureaucracy, the National Environmental Protection Agency, supposedly independent from the government, and a new Environmental Information Australia division of the Department of Climate Change, Energy and Environment and Water. These new agencies will come under a new Chief Executive Officer, as well as the Head of Environment Information Australia. With all of this added bureaucracy, costed at $121 million for the NEPA and the additional $51.5 million for HEIA over the next 4 years. And what do we receive for this amount of investment? We can see from the legislation that the Minister already intends to use this as a political weapon by not allowing the construction of nuclear fuel fabrication plants, a nuclear power plant, an enrichment plant or a processing facility. Shouldn't the EBPC have a policy focused on agnostic energy and not ideology? Political policy that supports and protects our Australian environment, our unique plants, animals and their habitats. Page 3 of the explanatory memorandum mentions that projects with unacceptable impacts on nationally protected matters cannot be approved. Well, will the Minister please outline what he deems as an unacceptable risk? This is subjective wording that does not provide clear guidance of what it actually means. Does it mean halting and shutting down job-creating industries like the coal and gas projects? Let's take a look at our nation's wealth and what has built the foundations of our great country. What has allowed us to support our education systems, our hospitals, our roads and other critical infrastructure? Where does that money come from? It's mining royalties, the natural resources and other critical industries that line the government's pockets. In the 2023-24 financial year, the Australian mining companies paid approximately $59.4 billion in taxes and royalties. These are the industries that will be severely impacted by these environmental law reforms cooked up by the left faction of the Labor Party. Without transparency around these unacceptable impact definitions, our blue-collar industries cannot commit to continue to support jobs and the growth of Australian regions. On page 3 and 4, it quickly becomes clear that the government plans to expand bureaucracy and green regulations for the industries that they don't support, while giving the Environment Minister the power to speed any renewable project through without proper investigation. In my electorate of Flynn, the Moonlight Range Wind Farm project, approximately 40 kilometres from Rockhampton, was cancelled in May of this year by the Queensland Government. If approved, the project was set to clear over 740 hectares of remnant regrowth vegetation, key to vulnerable and threatened species, including koalas, powerful owls, the greater glider. There are of concern ecosystems identified, including an extremely large area of ancient cycads that have lived in the disturbance area for hundreds of years. Not to mention the installation of 88 proposed turbines with a tip height of 280 metres, requiring the tops of the mountain ranges to be blasted for their construction. During the 2-month call-in period, there were more than 550 representations to the Deputy Premier. The submissions made it clear that the project did not have community support, with 88% of the local residents opposed to the project proceeding. The Moonlight Range Wind Project was found not to have met the requirements of the government's new planning laws, which were to ensure that renewable energy projects are assessed in the same manner as other major resource developments. And I strongly supported this action by the Queensland Government to cancel this project. The Queensland Government has introduced these new laws to give locals a say in what developments can proceed in their backyards. But I have grave concerns, Deputy Speaker, that if this EPBC legislation is passed, it will give the Federal Government Environment Minister of the day the ability to steamroll state government's processes and with it local communities' voices. And just don't take my word for it, it's written here in the legislation, Deputy Speaker, and on page 2 of the explanatory memorandum, where I quote, the Reform Bill would arm the EPBC Act to provide a framework for the Minister to make, vary and revoke national environmental standards. And furthermore, on page 9 it states, the Reform Bill would provide an approval mechanism that responds to this recommendation for designated projects that the Minister considers to be in the national interest to be approved, even if they do not meet the requirements of the EPBC Act. Now I'm going to repeat that so that people get this right. Page 9, you can look it up. The Reform Bill would provide an approval mechanism that responds to this recommendation for designated projects that the Minister considers to be in the national interest, to be approved, even if they do not meet the requirements of the EPBC Act. It's outrageous. This would ensure that destructive projects like Moonlight Range, in the wrong location, on the very environment that the EPBC exists to protect, can be rubber-stamped and expedited by the Minister, even if they don't meet the requirements of the EPBC Act. Deputy Speaker, it couldn't get any clearer. If the Minister thinks that it's in the national interest and the Labor government's reckless renewables only plan comes to mind, then there will be no way to stop a project that does not meet the requirements of the EPBC Act. This is the intent of this bill, unfortunately. And this should be a red flag for the Greens and the Teals who want to save the planet at all costs. These are the costs that the EPBC will be able to turn a blind eye to. The Minister can approve any project, regardless of our protected matters or matters of national environmental significance. This package of bills also requires HEIA to create a public environment data portal. Now, I'd assume that this might be a new website that would list useful environmental information. I would think that this might be similar to the Australian Renewable Energy Map, the Truth Map, as it is more commonly known. Thousands of hours were put into it by conservationist Stephen Kowalski, searching and mapping over 1,200 projects, of 96 of which are in my electorate of Flynn. It would be beneficial to the EPBC to be able to use HEIA's public environment data portal to see the cumulative effect of the thousands of wind turbines and 500 million solar panels that they are wanting to fast-track. These intermittent weather-dependent forms of energy generation are covering agricultural Australia, in my electorate as well, and in fact all over Australia. This agricultural land is not protected under the EPBC Act, despite the essential need to produce food for our nation. The HEIA's data portal is limited through the information available to the public, unlike the Truth Map. These proposed bills state that the HEIA would not need to share this information if they deem it to be protected information. Despite the bill stating on page 3 of the Environment Information Australia Bill, if you're reading along, that the HEIA would provide transparency, certainty and accountability, but only for individuals for authorised purposes under the condition of non-disclosure. So where is the transparency? Where is the accountability, Deputy Speaker? And there are more holes in this legislation than a cast net, honestly. Here's a summary of what the appointment of the NEPA CEO would look like under the Labor government. The CEO is supposed to be independent of the Minister, and the NETA becomes another department funded by the Australian taxpayer. The CEO gets issued a statement of expectation from the Minister, and the CEO then gives the Minister a statement of intent. The CEO is appointed by the Governor-General. And while I understand the intent of this action, I ask what expertise the Governor-General has in deciding this critical position. The CEO must be familiar with regulation and public sector administration, not necessarily any more than one of the natural resource management, heritage, Indigenous affairs, ecological sustainable development, biodiversity conservation, law and law enforcement. But, Deputy Speaker, the CEO can have committee experts in these fields. The CEO can ignore their advice when making decisions. And I'm not making this up, it's all in the bill here. That CEO can create a committee of subject matter experts, but then choose to ignore their advice. It's on page 4. The current forms are also missing the ability for the CEO to be terminated by the Minister. And, Deputy Speaker, only the Governor-General can terminate the CEO, just like Sir John Kerr 50 years ago did when he removed the Whitlam government. So where's the John Kerr now when we need him? The only difference here is the Australian people will get to decide who will lead the country every 3 years, while this CEO appointment gets a free pass for 5 years. To summarise, Deputy Speaker, the CEO gets a $30 million budget per year to create and run another government department that is run by a CEO who cannot be directed by the Minister and can ignore advice provided by technical experts in his chosen advisory group, and once again, bureaucratic nonsense with no repercussions and no transparency. The CEO will have extensive, broad, sweeping powers to issue indefinite stop work orders. Once again, a power that creates uncertainty for business and industry. Deputy Speaker, the rush of this package of bills to be forced through the House in a matter of hours speaks volumes about the intent of this government. They are hell-bent on hampering the industries of Australia that we rely on for a stable and generous and prosperous economy, while allowing unchecked destruction of the landscape and environments that I consider precious. Deputy Speaker, I do not support this legislation. I urge the Teals and the Greens to do the bill, and we must reject this bill.
I thank the member for Flynn. The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Grey.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to speak on a matter of real importance. That matter is the fundamental process by which we draft, review and enact laws. It is diligent work, not merely fast work, that defines responsible government in our Australian democracy. This piece of legislation before us is substantial in its scope and serious in its impact on many sectors. Such significant change requires thorough and deliberate consideration by this very House. Labor must resist the urge to rush these complex reforms through the necessary stages of debate. These new bills are meant to update the EPBC Act from 1999, but all they are is a set of handcuffs for business, and the Coalition cannot support them. The Minister must first attempt to introduce reforms in the last Parliament. The Minister first attempted to introduce reforms in the last Parliament. These bills were quickly stopped after the West Australian Premier called the Prime Minister, showing they were extreme, even for Labor. Labor promised to deliver an Environmental Protection Agency. After 4 years in government, they still have not delivered on this core promise. Labor has now rushed these proposed reforms into this chamber. They tried to fast-track them, but the Senate inquiry process means that they won't report back until March 2026. How is that due process? These bills and supporting documents run to around 1,500 pages in length. Stakeholders are rightly asking for proper time to read and to consult with their members on this massive volume of detail. This is not debate for debate's sake. This is simply asking for reasonable time to review. The Minister now wants to pull the bills back from the Senate inquiry process immediately. She hopes to strike a deal with either the Coalition or the Greens to pass this law by the end of the year. As I've mentioned, these bills do not offer any real improvement or certainty for Australian businesses. They are a set of regulatory handcuffs, and for this reason, the Coalition cannot support this legislation. The Business Council of Australia has been clear that amendments are needed. Without these, we risk creating a system that is slower, more complex, and lacks the clarity needed to drive investment. Substantial amendments will absolutely be required. Substantial investments will absolutely be needed to these documents. Our deep concern is that these bills focus more on the Greens' agenda than on supporting Australian industry and the economy. We need to make sure that we don't rush something through that will ultimately shackle industry and add yet more green and red tape to an already overregulated and complex business ecosystem. Australia should be encouraging investment and creating laws that drive efficiency, not layers and layers of new checks and balances. That will only serve the ideologies of the hard left, the Greens and the Teals. Speaker, rushing is a recipe for disaster. Now, I'm no chef, but good decision making and good decisions are a bit like a recipe. You must follow each step correctly. Our current productivity rankings in the global OECD are frankly embarrassing, beating out only Mexico, which is no cause to break out the tequila. The productivity crisis facing our nation is a real problem, and unfortunately, Labor's proposed reforms are shaping up to make it worse. Because when you rush, you make a mess. Back in June, the Environment Minister was talking about introducing this legislation sometime in the first half of 2026. Yet here we are in November. And the legislation is suddenly on the table with a mad dash to get it passed in just the 2 remaining sitting weeks. This is simply not how you create good policy for a complex nation like ours. We need careful consideration, not a frantic sprint to the finish line. You must follow the recipe for success. This legislation in its current form is a mud cake, and Labor is a chef in a hurry. The recipe is out the window. They forgot to preheat the oven. They put salt in it instead of sugar. It's lumpy, falling apart. And to make matters worse, they've pulled it out of the oven too early and are trying to serve it raw to the Australian people. Undigestible. Business and industry groups are telling us that these rush reforms are somehow worse than the current laws, which are outdated and 26 years old. That tells you about the quality of this scramble. Speaker, it is clear to the Coalition that this government can't stand the heat in the kitchen. It can't stand healthy debate and due process. And it is trying to get out while it can, rushing and leaving a half-baked mess at the table of Australian industry. Now, the money that pays for the foundational things that make our country great, our hospitals and healthcare systems, our schools and our critical infrastructure, that money just doesn't appear out of thin air. It comes primarily from mining royalties, natural resources and other critical minerals. For example, in the last financial year, Australian mining companies paid around $49.4 billion in taxes and royalties. Now, that's a huge slice of the national pie.